Estelle Pon Leston, daughter of Duke Leston, the deposed empress of the Rastial Empire. The unfortunate girl who holds the record for the shortest reign in history, just a single night. Right after spending her first night with the crown prince she had always watched over, terrible news arrived. His Majesty the Emperor had passed away. So, let's get a divorce, Estelle. This marriage was my father's wish, and he has passed away. I did not want to be married to you for even a moment. Besides, you never loved me anyway. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Knock, knock. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The funeral preparations are complete. The Crown Prince turned and replied, I know. Then he looked at her coldly and asked again, Answer me. After hearing the news, Duke Leston slammed a book on the table. He dares to cast aside the crown princess the day after the wedding. Was all his kindness and gentleness over the years just an act? His divorcing you means he's determined to purge the entire imperial palace. He probably wants to strengthen the royal family's power and suppress the aristocracy like us. Fortunately, divorcing the royal family is also complicated, as long as you don't agree to the divorce. Estelle turned her head and said softly, I don't want to. Duke Leston froze upon hearing this. What? She continued, I will divorce him. The corner of Duke Leston's mouth twitched up. Do you even understand the current situation? The late emperor is dead, so that Kaizen will soon become emperor, and you will become the empress. If you intend to refuse this opportunity, then get out of this house immediately. The Leston family has no need for a daughter who is not an empress. Hearing this, Estelle just silently closed her eyes in pain and said, I understand. I will divorce him and leave this house. Right after that, she packed her belongings, sadly looking at her surroundings. Her gaze heavy, she thought, 10 years, the time I exhausted myself striving for you. The blue moon, the royal treasure passed down to generations of empresses. The necklace I received from you on my 10th birthday, and my life was lived only for you. I didn't rest for even a moment, mastering compulsory subjects like politics, history, military affairs, and of course, arts and literature. My body became all too familiar with the difficult palace etiquette. 10 years of sacrifice, just for you, just so you would see me. I tried as hard as I could. I never expected it to end like this. Even so, the man who was my only reason for living. For you, the man who became my husband for a single day. Estelle took off and left the necklace behind. Recalling what she said then, yes, all right. I never loved you either. I lied as you wished and left. I will not regret this decision. Absolutely not, no matter what happens. Sometime later, Estelle was told by a doctor, it seems you are pregnant. Until 6 years later, an elderly person called out, Young mother, we're closing the shop early today. You should head home. Ah, yes, I'll just finish cleaning this up. Working at the bakery is harder than you thought, isn't it? But after the young mother came, our shop has gotten much busier. A child ran from a distance, calling, Mom, Mom. Look at you. I told you not to run. That's not important right now. I heard the royal knights have come to our village. They're wearing really cool armor. Hearing this, Estelle's face darkened, and she quickly turned and ran. The woman watched her go and called out, Young mother. Estelle worried. How do they find me so quickly? I'm sure I went far enough away. She ran back and threw open the door, calling Rear. Hearing his mother's call, Rear sat up, rubbing his eyes and calling, Mom. His blinking red eyes were exactly like Kaizen's. Estelle looked at them and worried, even though I know I can't hide it forever. Just then, a loud voice called from outside, Is anyone in there? She hurried to her son. Rur, do you remember what I told you before? Yes. The play, right, Mom? That's right. Come here. Along with the urgency inside the room, hurried footsteps approached from the stairs. Estelle put a drop of blue liquid into Rear's eyes. She prayed silently. Please, let there be enough time. Just as the drop fell into Rear's eye, the door was thrown open. A soldier walked in and said, Lady Estelle, His Majesty the Emperor is looking for you. Rear's eyes had now changed to blue. Estelle took Rear's hand and followed them. She worried when she saw Rear trembling. She picked up her son. Come here, Rear. Her gaze was heavy as she looked toward where the emperor was. Soon, they were both brought before Kaizen. I have brought her. Kaizen stood silently before the roaring fireplace. He then turned around and said, It's been 6 years, Estelle. Her whole body froze as she once again heard the voice of the man she once loved, Kaizen, the emperor of the Rastial Empire. Also the man she had spent her life loving. Her lips pressed together tightly. Then she bowed in greeting that I am honored to be in the presence of His Majesty, the Emperor, Master of the Empire. I thought all my feelings for this man had disappeared. Kaizen walked closer and asked, Why did you keep running away like that? Did you think I would capture and kill you? Rier's small hands tightened on her skirt, making her jump. She quickly turned to hug and soothe Rier. Though frightened, Rier still tried to peek at Kaizen's scowling face. Wait, who is this child? Kaizen froze, his heart pounding. For this moment, I have imagined and prepared a script countless times. 6 years ago, right after ascending the throne, Kaizen began to eliminate the corrupt aristocratic forces entrenched in the imperial palace. The great lord of the north, fearing he would lose everything, instigated a rebellion, and the price was the annihilation of his entire family. After the failure of that rebellion, the empire was divided into 2 factions: the emperor and his newly appointed officials, and the aristocratic faction of the great nobles. Of course, Estelle's father, Duke Leston, became the leader of the aristocratic faction. When the fierce 6-year war ended, most of the nobles had been wiped out, but the situation was still very chaotic. Above all, Estelle's father was still alive. From the moment she knew she was pregnant until now, Estelle has had only one fear. If the child's existence were revealed, he would become a tool in this war. The child would be snatched away by men mad with power. Therefore, she could only fear alone and do her utmost to protect her child. But I must hide this child for as long as possible. If possible, for his entire life. She replied, "This child is my nephew." Kaizen's eyes stared intently at the child. "Isn't the eldest son of House Leston unmarried? Not my biological brother. It's my cousin Zickman, so the boy is the son of my maternal uncle's son." He thought to himself, if it's Zickman, he must be the only son of the Callan family. He was killed in the Northern Civil War half a year ago. Therefore, they recognized his illegitimate child with a maid as the heir. I also remember that Estelle's maternal grandfather, Marquis Callan, directly sent the birth certificate and the results of a bloodline test. So, you mean this child is the heir to your maternal family? If so, he doesn't resemble you or anyone from your mother's side, does he? Not only does he not resemble them, but also... Suddenly, his gaze stopped. Estelle swallowed hard and said, "Please finish your sentence, Your Majesty." She thought of the eye drops she had used earlier. The royal bloodline is very special. So, upon seeing this eye color, will you still have doubts? After finding out I was pregnant, I went to my maternal family's home in the far north. Because my grandfather's family lived quite poorly without a single servant, it was a suitable place to take refuge and keep this secret. Moreover, my grandfather also helped me disguise Rier's identity, but that still wasn't enough. There was one major obstacle in hiding Rier's identity. It was his blazing red eyes, proof of the royal family. As a child carrying the royal bloodline, he was certain to be born with the characteristic blazing red eyes. Therefore, my meeting the young pharmacist in the eastern forest must have been fate. The girl who told me I was pregnant was the one who made novel medicines, strange to most people in the Rastial Empire, in a place where herbs couldn't be used. And that girl helped me create a medicine that changes. I color. Her hand squeezed Rier's little finger. Rier recognized the signal from his mother and turned to call out, "Aunt Estelle." Hearing Rier call her aunt made Kaizen somewhat believe her. She bent down and gently stroked Rier's hair. "But I'm here, Rier. It's okay, so don't be scared." Squeezing the little finger. That was our signal to start the play, so Rier could call me aunt when needed. We practiced it thousands of times. I've tried to do everything I possibly could. In the end, was he fooled? He asked, "Why are you with your maternal family's child?" As you already know, my grandfather only has me and this child left as family. Because we struggle to make a living, we have no servants to help, so I can't leave the child alone with my elderly grandfather. He continued, "He's quite a man of spirit, isn't he? He said he would rather endure torture to death than ever reveal where his granddaughter was." Hearing that, she worriedly snapped, "What did you do to my grandfather?" "He's safe, so don't worry. The Marquis is in the city of Denke. Although I was going crazy with you and your grandfather splitting up to escape, I couldn't be disrespectful to a former war hero." She thought to herself, if it's the city of Denke, that's on the way between here and the capital. His eyes glanced at Rier, and he said, "Now then, let's you and I talk alone." She worried. Kaizen's suspicion of Rier has lessened. If so, he'll separate me from him. Immediately, a soldier approached. Estelle knelt to reassure Rier, "Dat be good, our Rier. Wait for Auntie in the next room for a little while, okay?" Rier's teary eyes brightened, his face beaming as he replied, "Yes, Aunt Estelle." Right after, Rear followed the soldier. All the while, Estelle's eyes followed Rear's figure until the door slammed shut. The two of them sat at a table. Kaizen silently looked at Estelle's hands, which were trembling from the cold. He leisurely poured a cup of tea while saying, "It's already the beginning of May. The east seems a bit chilly, doesn't it?" Looking at the cup of tea, she thought, "This is the tea I used to love drinking back at the Imperial Palace." Does he still remember? No, how could? He said, "I came to find you because of the Empress Dowager. That is, because of my grandmother." The Empress Dowager, you say? Ah, I heard the news that she passed away. You must be very sad. From a young age, Kaizen lost his mother and grew up in the arms of his grandmother. She was the woman who inherited the Duchy of Malin, the great domain in the south, wanting to reclaim this land for the royal family. My grandfather forced her to become empress. Although it was an improper method, if she had refused, that land would have still become the property of the royal family. However, before she passed, she left a will. In any case, I find the contents very strange. Strange contents? Kaizen looked at her and replied, "Yes. The will states that all matters related to the southern territory, without the prior consent of the former empress, Estelle Leston, are null and void." That is the will she left behind. Estelle shot to her feet and asked why. Could it be? Seeing Kaizen's darkened expression, she swallowed hard, sat down, and asked, "So what do you want from me?" "Come back to the capital with me. I have prepared a fief and a residence for you in the capital. Transfer the southern territory to the royal family." "I don't want to." Kaizen's finger, which had been tapping on the table, stopped. "You don't want to. Surely you know how important this land is." Her face was grim. Of course I know. At a time when the aristocratic forces are lying in wait for an opportunity, he doesn't want to make a big deal out of something related to the great domain that controls the entire South. She replied, "It's not that I won't transfer it. Instead, I have conditions." He paused and said, "Name them." "First, instead of a fief, restore my grandfather's pension. Second, regarding the settlement of the will, let me and my family return to the east." He pressed his fingers to his forehead. Why? Compared to living miserably on a few pension coins, wouldn't holding a position in the capital be better? "My grandmother loved you very much. When you left the imperial palace, she was sadder than anyone. That's why she wrote that condition in her will. Yet you would ignore her goodwill. That's not it. Then what is it?" "Your Majesty, I'm the only duchess in the empire, and also the empress who reigned for just one day, and even someone who has been disowned by her own family. If I return to the capital, how many rumors will there be? I'm sick and tired of such things now. And we just want to live in peace." "I'm not lying. The capital is very dangerous. So many people will pay attention to Rear's origins. And our family of 3 can live peacefully on my grandfather's pension. Actually, I also want to use the emperor to reclaim the Kallenbuk family's fief, but asking for too much will lead to conflict. This is enough. The original reason my grandfather's pension was revoked was simply because he was a relative of the northern lord who started the rebellion. Could it be that even now you still—" "Very well. I accept your conditions. But I also have a condition. Until this is all over, no matter what happens, do not run away." "I understand. I will not run away." Looking at her reddened hands, he clenched his own. Later, in a carriage, Estelle held the vial, lost in thought, the eye color-changing medicine. "I had to sell everything I owned to pay for the research. Fees. Even though I tested it on myself many times, in the end, I couldn't improve the drawback of its short duration. The maximum effective time is a quarter of a day, which should be enough to get to the capital. Before I run out, I must find a way to make a new reserve supply." After becoming closer with the pharmacist Gretel, I became familiar with how to make herbal remedies, not just this one. Just then, someone from outside said, "My lady, we have arrived at Malin Castle. Please alight. Let me carry your luggage for you." "Ah, thank you." She glanced over and thought, "Oh, this uniform. Is this person the new commanding officer of the guard?" She looked up, then said in surprise, "Sir Lyndon." "Is that you, Sir Lyndon? You still remember me? How could I forget you? You've been by His Majesty's side, protecting him for a very long time." Lyndon thought to himself, the capital. I was still just a nameless, low-ranking knight then. To be remembered by you is my honor. Kaizen suddenly appeared, interrupting their reunion. His voice was ice-cold as he said, "Less chatter, and let's go inside." Lyndon hastily replied, "Ah yes, Your Majesty." He walked ahead, not forgetting to glance back at Estelle. At that moment, the large doors opened, and a girl ran out from inside, calling, "Your Majesty, finally you've arrived." In the next second, she threw her arms around Kaizen. Her hand held tightly onto Kaizen's arm. while she glanced toward Estelle. Oh my. And who might this be? Estelle was taken aback by the question. The atmosphere became awkward. Estelle was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smirk. So, it's Lady Marian. Has Marquis cruising been well lately? The girl froze and said, You know my father? Of course. We've met at least once. Estelle thought to herself, it was probably at this lady's debutante ball. Until then, Marquis Cruisin had to go around greeting people while no one remembered his face. But now, I hear he has become a pillar of the Emperor's faction. From a distance, someone came running, thudding along, and called out, My apologies for being late. Your Majesty, and it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lady Estelle. I am His Majesty's secretary, Count Claude Bellion. Hello, Count. Hearing the name Estelle, Marian frowned and called out, Estelle. Could it be that Estelle who was kicked out after one day? Just as the atmosphere became its most tense, Rear appeared and bowed. Greetings, Count. Greetings, lady. Rear's action diffused the tension with his cuteness. Estelle gave an embarrassed smile and said, My apologies. He probably wanted to try the etiquette his grandfather taught him. Not at all. The young master is very well-mannered. Isn't he? Kaizen also stepped forward and called Bellion. Bellion understood and cheerfully gave directions. Lady Estelle, this way, please. If I may, I would like to personally escort you. Yes, thank you. Let's go. Yes. See you later, lady. Marian turned away with a look of disgust. Rear whispered to Estelle, She's just like a princess, isn't she, Mom? Behind them, Kaizen quietly watched Estelle's steps. Marian turned and called, Your Majesty, only to be met with his deathly glare. Then he walked away, leaving Marian standing alone, grinding her teeth. Inside, Count Claude Bellion said, My apologies to you. Lady Marian doesn't know the specific situation. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. I should be the one apologizing for making someone His Majesty cherishes feel uncomfortable. Claude Bellion looked at her with a blank expression. Aha, perhaps you've misunderstood. Their relationship isn't like that. Oh, is that so? Yes, it's not. Estelle thought to herself, Why is that? That's right. She's a bit young to be Kaizen's partner. Claude opened a door and said, This is the room, Lady Estelle. Inside, 3 maids were waiting. Please come in, Lady Estelle. We will be attending to you from now until the capital. I thought you would need a dedicated handmaiden, so I prepared them. We will be staying here for 2 days, so please rest comfortably. Rear's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. Estelle politely declined. I thank you for your kindness, but this seems a bit much for us. It's nothing, so please don't feel burdened. Even so, if you're concerned, then instead, could you do me a favor? As soon as Rear went out to the garden, he said, I'll be direct until we reach the capital. I hope you can keep the matter of the Empress Dowagers a secret. May I ask the reason? Of course. The biggest reason is to prevent chaos. It's been 3 months since she passed away. If word gets out that the inheritance issue is still unresolved, considering the relationship between the aristocratic faction and the emperor, this is an easily exploitable issue. It will sway the southern lords. The northern rebellion was just suppressed not long ago. What if something like that happens again? He means a rebellion? In the most peaceful and loyal southern region of the empire, every now and then, trivial matters happen, but they always try to blow them out of proportion. Estelle silently realized this man is looking down on me. She smirked faintly. Yes, that's so. You're saying that because it concerns me. Count Claude Bellion's face paled when Estelle saw through him. Claude laughed loudly. I don't quite understand what you mean. If the Empress Dowager's will is made public, then naturally, everyone's attention will turn to me. Along with public sympathy, the Emperor's image will also inevitably be damaged. Estelle put on a pitiful expression that in that situation, I'm also well aware of my father's greedy nature. Claude gaped at her acting talent. This level. She does look like an intelligent and pitiful lady, doesn't she? Although I can't let them know I'm on guard, I also can't appear so easygoing that they can take advantage of me. Claude Bellion scratched his head. Goodness, it's truly difficult to deceive an intelligent person. Since it has come to this, I must cast aside my shame and ask you directly. I sincerely do not want a useless rebellion to occur. Yes, I also do not wish to get deeply involved in the capital's affairs. Therefore, after this matter is concluded, I plan to return to the east immediately. Thank you truly. Well, since we've said what needed to be said, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just let me know. I understand. Thank you. Claude walked away with heavy steps, thinking because she was the empress who was deposed and cast out in just one day, I thought she was just a docile lady who knew nothing of the world, as expected of Duke Leston's daughter. For now, I must be more careful. Estelle sat back and let out a sigh. She sat and watched Rier's movements. Seeing Rier's hand about to touch a bush, Estelle rushed over in a panic. Don't. Rier, you must not touch that grass. That's laginine. If you touch that grass, you'll get a rash and feel sick for a while. Yes, I'll be careful. The emperor's visit this time is to a small castle, so the management seems a bit careless. Rier looked up and asked his mother, Mom, is that Uncle the Emperor? Seeing her stunned expression, Rier said again, the grumpy-faced uncle, Mom. Yes, that person is His Majesty the Emperor. I've mentioned him before, haven't I? Yes, the person with the highest status in this country. That's right. And also, Rier, you can't call me Mom yet. Not yet. Seeing Rier's dejected look, she couldn't help but laugh. You have to keep acting until we get back home, okay? You can do it well, right? Yes, that's right. Rier is doing better than I thought, even though he's at an age where big things can be dismissed as mistakes or jokes. Above all, no one could imagine that I had Kaizen's child. Not even Kaizen himself. We were only husband and wife for one night, and Kaizen even took a contraceptive that day. I don't want to pressure you. At the time, I thought he was being considerate of me. Don't dwell on the past. Thinking about it won't change anything. It was only much later that I learned that medicine was ineffective. Are you tired? I told them to prepare water for a bath. Let's go inside and bathe right away. Yes. As Estelle reached the door, she heard whispering, "Is that really the former empress?" That's right. I heard she's the Duke's daughter. Why did she show up? Could it be she's back now to rekindle things with His Majesty? Looking like that. Estelle paused for a few seconds, then threw the door open and walked in. To the maid's alarm, and my lady. Estelle walked in and asked, I want to bathe the child right now. Is everything ready? Seeing their bewildered looks, she continued, It's not ready. No, that's not it. This way. Seeing that she didn't say anything about their whispering earlier, is she just going to let it go like that? As soon as she led Rio out of that room, Estelle said, Rio, your aunt is going to get a change of clothes, so wait a little, okay? Yes, I know. She smiled at Rio and closed the door. Immediately, she turned back and said, Did you really think I would just let it go like that? Go to the head maid right now. Repeat to her the words you just said and tell her to send new maids here. And my lady, we that. She raised her hand to signal, Don't raise your voices. The reason I didn't punish you immediately is because I couldn't let the child see such a sight. I don't care what you say elsewhere, but I cannot keep maids who speak ill of me in a place where this child can hear. Get out immediately and relay my words to the head maid. I will confirm whether you told the truth or not, so don't get any foolish ideas. Right after that, the maids quietly left. Estelle stood still and let out a sigh. I have to sneak in. Rio is waiting. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It can't be the new maids already. Are they here to beg for forgiveness again? She let out a breath and said, Come in. A person entered, smiling and saying, Pardon the intrusion, Lady Estelle. Behind him was a line of maids, holding many gifts in their hands, from jewelry to clothes. These are gifts from His Majesty for Lady Estelle. Her eyes widened in bewilderment. What is it now? She turned back to see the person smiling intently. At her, Estelle bowed. I thank His Majesty for his goodwill, but to me, these are unnecessary items. Please return them for me. Yes, I said that I cannot accept these things. But Lady Estelle, His Majesty has invited Lady Estelle to the banquet tonight. These are items for the banquet. Her face darkened. It's not exactly comfortable having to see each other. Why must he do this? What should I do with all this? In that case, scene change. Meanwhile, in Kaizen's room, as expected, Duke Leston has started to make his move. He's been very careful lately, but he's finally starting to get impatient. Yes, after Your Majesty left the capital, he must have thought his chance had come. If that's the case, should we give him a little more time? So he can dig his own grave, Duke Leston, because although he is the most formidable opponent, he is also the most subtle one, so there's been nothing to fault him for lately. Kaizen was thinking of Estelle's figure when a knock on the door startled him awake. It must be the chief aide. Your Majesty, let him in. That's right. How is the task I assigned coming along? Teach that matter. Lady Estelle relayed this message. It is a great honor, but because I have to look after the child, I cannot possibly leave his side. I hope that with his generous heart, His Majesty will forgive my impoliteness. And of course, since I'm not attending the banquet, please take the items back. That is what she said. Kaizen seemed defeated by the reason Estelle gave. The chief aide cried inwardly, "Mother, this unfilial son will be going first." Cloud thought, his face pale, His Majesty gave a dress and jewels to a woman? The man who has been celibate, who hasn't kept any woman by his side for 6 years. His face darkening, he said, "Jay, just for that reason." Cloud and the chief aide's hearts skipped a beat upon hearing that. She said because the CH child is still young, she has to watch him while he eats. There are maids to handle this, and she could also entrust the child to someone she just met today. But she doesn't have time to clearly explain the child's eating habits. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Cloud gave a forced smile. Your Majesty. Kaizen mumbled, "Can't leave the child alone. Is that it? If that's the case, then they can both attend." Cloud and the chief aide said in unison, mouths agape. "What?" Over here, Rio, who was being wiped down by his mother, suddenly felt uneasy and sneezed. That night at the banquet, sitting on his chair, Rio fiddled with the bear in his hands. Estelle turned to remind him, "Rio, you have to put Levin down when you eat, right?" "Yes." Rio did as his mother said and placed Levin to sit beside him. Estelle glanced at Kaizen. "I attended because I couldn't refuse the Emperor's offer twice. But what on earth is he thinking?" Looking at the plate of food on the table, Marion exclaimed inwardly, "Oh my, the venison is so delicious." Marion laughed out loud and said, "It reminds me of last year's hunting festival." If it was last year, wasn't Lady Marion chosen as the Queen of Autumn? It was truly the best hunting festival. Rio whispered, What is the Queen of Autumn?" "That is, in the capital, a hunting festival is held every year in autumn, at the end of which there is a custom of choosing one among the unmarried ladies to be the Queen of Autumn." "It seems your nephew doesn't know about the hunting festival, does he?" "Yes, because in the East, such festivals are not held." Marion smiled faintly, really. Growing up without seeing a single proper festival. How pitiful. Hearing this, Estelle's movements paused. She stared at Marion, and Cloud interjected at Compared to us, Lady Estelle has experienced many hunting festivals, hasn't she? How is it? Don't you have any stories to tell us?" "The hunting festival," she said, 17 years old, causing Kaizen, sitting nearby, to jump. She continued, "The hunting festival, when His Majesty and I were 17, was very grand." I vaguely remember that. His Majesty, who was the crown prince at the time, became the victor, didn't he? That day, because I sat all day, just waiting for the festival to end, I remember nothing but boredom and fatigue. Since it happened a long time ago, I don't remember anything else. Hearing this, Kaizen was crestfallen. His hand clenched into a fist 9 years ago. Estelle sat bored among the ladies. She lamented inwardly, when will this dull event end? But remembering Kaizen's words, I'll catch the best prey, so just wait. It would be great if Kaizen returned quickly. In the forest, Kaizen had also taken down a beast. Your Highness, you are truly outstanding. Kaizen looked at his prize and thought, that's not enough. Let's search a little more. Yes, Your Highness. After walking a short distance, he heard a rustling in the bushes. He signaled for everyone to stop. From within the bushes, a deer with a shimmering golden coat appeared. He silently assessed a soft golden coat. That will be enough. He smiled, drew an arrow, and pulled his bow taut, aiming at the prey. The arrow left his hand and plunged into its body. He regretted, damn, it went off course. I didn't mean to make it die a painful death. He guided his horse closer to where the deer was writhing and dismounted. Shoo, calm down. I will end your pain. As he spoke, he drew his dagger. Just then, an arrow flew from a distance and plunged into the deer. He turned around angrily and asked, what was that? A person said, Oh my, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have been rude. He pressed his lips together tightly, grinding his teeth. Duke Leston. Kaizen glanced irritably at the prey lying on the ground. His subordinate ran over at that moment, calling Your Highness. Seeing the streak of blood on him, the subordinate asked worriedly, Heavens, what happened? Duke Leston, smug and self-satisfied, did not answer. Kaizen ground his teeth and clicked his tongue. Nothing happened. I just happened to have the same prey as the Duke. So we just had a little chat, right? Duke Leston smiled and replied, That's right, Your Highness. He calculated inwardly, if the rebellion happens now, nothing good will come of it. I still have to endure. It's not time yet. Just then, the sound of a horn echoed. Beep, beep. The horn has sounded. It's time to return. Then, I shall take my leave. Kaizen, having the highest achievement, was rewarded by the emperor. The crown prince, who brought back the most and the most outstanding prey, is honored as this year's victor. After that, he went to receive the wreath and approached Estelle. Estelle, be my queen of autumn. Estelle was bewildered amidst everyone's admiration. She replied happily, "It is my honor, your highness." Kaizen placed the wreath on her head. In that moment, he was startled and pulled his hand back. Estelle, having received the wreath, was overjoyed and looked at him with a smile, calling, "Your highness." Contrary to her feelings, Kaizen coldly turned and left. That I'm tired. I'm leaving first. He just left like that, leaving her standing alone in confusion, only able to watch his retreating back and call. Kaizen, back in the present, she said, I remember nothing but boredom and fatigue. Since it happened a long time ago, I don't remember anything else. The atmosphere at the banquet turned cold. Count Cloudbellion shivered, thinking, this freezing atmosphere. I have to do something. He spoke up. Ah, that's right. It seems there are many bears around here. Hunting them is very dangerous, so it's been forbidden. But if you go to the hunting lodge in the forest, Cloud said, crying inwardly, why am I suddenly rambling on about bears? Riel heard and seemed interested. There are bears. Yes, there are many nearby. Riel mumbled, I want to see them. Hearing this, Estelle turned and called. Riel. Cloud, having been saved, sighed in relief. Phew, what a good young master. At that moment, someone came in and whispered something to Kaizen. After hearing it, he shot up from his seat. I have something to attend to, so please excuse me. Kaizen left and Marian also stood up. Then I shall take my leave as well. Ah, if you bring the child to a place like this again next time, I hope you will teach him the proper etiquette beforehand. Well, it's true. Growing up without parents is not something that can be easily hidden. Estelle silently realized, she's not attacking Riel, but me, who grew up without a mother. She smiled sweetly. Lady Marian's parents seemed to be very tolerant and gentle people. I'm so envious. The meaning of that sentence was, it seems your parents spoiled you. Is that why you're so rude? Hearing this, Cloud choked and coughed. Marian, flushing with anger, asked you, what did you say? Estelle shot up and continued, and have you forgotten? Even His Majesty lost his mother when he was young. You're lucky His Majesty has already left. After saying that, she turned and said in a low voice, let's go, Riel. With that, the mother and son calmly left. Marian, having been scolded, clenched her fists and trembled. Her eyebrows furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together. She recalled the earlier advice. Marian, during this patrol, you must capture His Majesty's heart. Don't let the Emperor pay attention to that strange countrywoman. Do something, I have to do something. I can't let that woman be so smug and self-satisfied. Scene change in the bedroom. Riel said, ah, I left Levin at the dining hall. Oh dear, I completely forgot. There's no other way. I'll go get him. Wait a moment, okay? Okay, hurry back, Mom. Estelle quietly went to the dining hall right after. Huh, there's someone here at this hour. It was Kaizen. He was talking to someone. As Estelle got closer, she recognized him and silently called Kaizen. The person said, Count Siete asked me to relay this message. The spider has been caught in the fake spiderweb. I know. Continue to monitor the situation. He thought to himself, at first, even though he was bribed, I didn't have high expectations, but Count Siete is doing better than I thought. After the person left, he heard a rustling sound behind him and wondered, who is it? There shouldn't be anyone wandering around here at this time, right? He slowly walked towards the flickering lamplight. His hand reached towards where Estelle was hiding. A thud was heard. Estelle was caught by Kaizen. He asked in surprise, Estelle, why are you here? Estelle quickly bowed. I'm sorry for startling you, Your Majesty. The child left his teddy bear at the banquet hall, so I came to get it. Rest assured, I haven't heard anything, so please don't worry. His hand clenched into a fist. Does she want to have nothing to do with me that much? Is she afraid I'll interrogate her like a subordinate? How could that be? I am only maintaining proper etiquette with His Majesty the Emperor. If you feel uncomfortable, then... He turned his face away and cut her off. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. Estelle looked at him. bewildered and wondered. The banquet invitation and the gifts. Why is he doing things he's never done before? Could it be that this man is feeling guilty towards me? Your Majesty, if you are concerned about me during this journey, you don't need to be, because now I no longer have any feelings or resentment towards your Majesty. Well then, the child is waiting, so I'll take my leave. Saying that, she gently brushed past him. He remembered the past. After winning the hunt, he had given that wreath of honor to Estelle. But in that moment, he had been startled and paused. When he saw the streak of blood on the wreath, he remembered the earlier scene with Duke Leicester. Perhaps because he didn't want to drag her into this rebellion, he had turned his face and left. I'm tired. I'm leaving first. That was the reason why he had left back then. Back in the present, he stood stunned as he watched her brush past him so quickly. The very next day, when looking at her box of belongings, Estelle discovered the thread is broken. Someone must have opened this. The box only contains simple emergency medicines and dried herbs, so even if they rummaged through it, I don't care, but what if they weren't stealing something, but putting something in? With that thought, she stood up and left. A moment later, we're not departing today. Yes, as you can see, the weather is not very good. There might be a rainstorm, so for safety reasons, the departure will be postponed. Estelle looked towards Riel with worry. The original plan was to stop here for about a day. Only, this is difficult. I have to meet grandfather quickly to be able to do anything. She replied, it can't be helped, I'm fine. However, may I write a letter to my grandfather who is in the city of Dens? He must be very worried about us. Of course, if you give me the letter, I will send it immediately. Thank you. Then please wait for me a moment. A moment later, here it is. I'll leave it in your care. Although I know this is very rude. May I read the contents of the letter? Because during a royal tour like this, there's a rule that all letters sent out must be checked. Estelle thought, that's a lie. He's making up a believable excuse. But in reality, he just doesn't trust me, right? Did my previous performance not get through? Estelle glared at Cloud, and he smiled and asked, is that all right, Lady Estelle? After a moment of hesitation, she smiled brightly. It's fine. Go ahead and read it. Thank you for your understanding. Then, if you'll excuse me, there's nothing special. It's all just daily inquiries about health during this time. The letter read, is your headache still all right? In this strange place, I still worry if your condition has worsened. We're doing well. You don't need to worry too much. Please take care of your health. After reading the letter, Cloud asked, is the Marquis unwell somewhere? His health is not very good sometimes, probably because he's getting old. I see. I've finished checking. I'll pass this to the messenger right away. Yes, thank you. Cloud left with the letter. Estelle watched him go, thinking, to others, it will look like just a normal letter, because I intentionally wrote it that way. But grandfather is different. If it's him, he will understand the deeper meaning of that letter. For our family of 3 to return safely, I must not show them any openings. Moreover, right now for me, there is still one problem that needs to be solved. She went to find Linden. What is it, my lady? Sir Linden, could you help me with something? After that, returning to her room, she asked, someone opened this box today, didn't they? The maid heard this and jumped in fear. No, my lady, we are not allowed to arbitrarily open the belongings of the guests we serve. Is that so? That's how it should be, right? But someone opened this box, and they opened it twice. How could that be? Linden said, I have checked the people who entered and exited Lady Estelle's room today. There are only these 3, no one else. Do you all hear that? Among the 3 of you, who is the most suspicious? My lady, it's true that the 3 of us entered and exited this room. But just by having entered and exited this room, it's hard to guess who the culprit is. That's right. I would also like to take the liberty of saying this. If we were going to steal something, we wouldn't have opened a box twice. Please believe us. Is that so? Normally, that would be the case. If the purpose was theft, it would be like that. But the culprit must have known that there is nothing worth stealing in this box. Even so, this morning, I intentionally left the drawer with this box inside slightly ajar, because I was curious how the culprit would act if they knew I had taken this box out. And in the process, I applied Lagenin leaf juice to it. Lagenin is just a rare weed that grows in the forest, but if its juice touches human skin, red rashes will appear on that spot. The lock of this box is very delicate, so it can only be opened with bare hands. Do you all hear that? If so, show me your hands. The maids held out their hands for her to observe. The last one kept her hand tightly clenched. Show me your hand while I'm still being nice. The maid, her hands covered in red marks, tremblingly held them out. She dropped to her knees. That I'm sorry. My lady, who ordered you to do this? Speak up. She stammered that. Estelle asked again. You opened it, so you must know this is a medicine box. Therefore, if you're not lucky, this incident will not be let go of easily and could be considered an attempted poisoning. The maid heard this and was terrified. Poisoning? Estelle called Sir Lyndon. The maid, terrified, said, I'll talk right now. The person who ordered me to do this is... After that, Marion was summoned. This is clearly a setup. Unbelievable. The maid was caught as the culprit confessed that Lady Marion gave her money. Hearing this, she pressed her lips together. Lyndon added, Lady Marion's maid also confessed to giving money to the other maid. Can you believe the words of maids so easily? She must have bribed the maids and falsely accused me. Lady Marion, what reason would I have to frame you? That. Kaizen remained seated with a cold expression. She asked, Then why did you bring such a suspicious box with you? Your Majesty, everything I did was for your Majesty's safety. The person escorting your Majesty is always carrying a box full of medicine vials and herbs. She must be plotting something. So you finally admitted to rummaging through her belongings? Moreover, it's strange. Since when did you become the one responsible for the safety of this castle? I was just worried. The soldiers whispered. That does sound strange, doesn't it? That's right. There aren't many apothecaries in this empire either. Estelle raised her hand and called, Your Majesty. Please give me a chance to clarify. Kaizen nodded in agreement. Estelle then said, Lady Marion, it seems you also have a younger sibling. Am I correct? Marion's eyes widened as she asked back, What? The wet nurse hired at your residence always prepares emergency medicine for you and your sibling, does she not? Simple things like cold medicine, diarrhea medicine, and various ointment for different injuries. There are even medicines to calm a mind for when a child is in shock. That's just because my younger sibling is often sickly. Is it really just for that reason? When it comes to children, they can get sick or injured anywhere at any time, Lady Marion. Zia, my nephew, is currently 5 years old. Not long ago, Zia also had a bad cold. So these are 3 types of tonics for my nephew to drink. My lady, I would like to take the liberty of asking one thing. In Lady Estelle's luggage, there was also a large amount of unprocessed herbs. You're not an apothecary, so I find this to be too large an amount of herbs for a normal person to consume. Can you explain this? That's right. Even when searching for the culprit, you used a strange herb. Why would a normal lady know such tricks? She thought to herself, it's better if I tell the truth. She said, because I was very poor. After I cut ties with my family, I went to take refuge in my grandfather's house as a penniless person without a single coin to my name. But not long after, for some unjust reason, my grandfather's pension was also cut off. From then on, we had to live a life of extreme poverty, not even able to hire a single servant. We were in a situation where we didn't have enough to eat, let alone pay for medicine. So whenever the child was sick and needed treatment, I had no choice but to go and find herbs myself. Some soldiers heard this and exclaimed, Oh my God. Hearing this, Kaizen was heartbroken and ground his teeth. Estelle continued, Even so, all I know is just basic knowledge for emergency first aid. Besides, in the end, there was nothing unusual in my luggage. Is this enough of an explanation? Cloud smiled. Yes, thank you. Do you all believe her words so easily? Lady Marion, if you open my luggage for safety reasons, I have no complaints about that. But there is one unconvincing point in your words. What is this? If you just wanted to check my luggage, then why, after the luggage inspection was over, did you still touch my medicine box? Lady Marion, you didn't want to check if there was anything unusual in my luggage, but rather wanted to find an opportunity to put something unusual into that box. The murmurs from behind made her stammer, Aye. Marion dropped to her knees. It's not like that. I didn't mean to. It's all a misunderstanding, Your Majesty. Estelle thought to herself. The moment she confessed without pushing the suspicion onto me, the situation was already decided. I didn't want to start a conflict with the Cruzen family, a newly rising power. But now there's no other way. Marion cried, Your Majesty, please believe me. His eyebrows furrowed. I don't want to hear any more. Marion Cruzen will pay the price for offending the Emperor's guest. Until a decision is made on her punishment, she will be locked in the prison in the West Castle. The West Prison. There's no need for a prison in this castle, so it must be very old and abandoned. Marion screamed as she was dragged away, Your Majesty. Estelle watched with a bit of pity. Suddenly, Kaizen approached and called out, Estelle, I feel bad for getting you involved in this. I'm sorry. She looked at him for a moment, then smiled. It's all right. Compared to when I lived as the crown princess, this is nothing. Well then, I'll take my leave. Since I was appointed crown princess at the age of 10, I've had to endure all sorts of assassination attempts. Compared to then, this incident is rather cute, but I don't want to face dangers like this anymore. It's so tiring, and it's already time to put in Zier's eye drops. I have to hurry before his eye color changes. Suddenly, Klaus appeared and stopped her. He said, "You should be more careful." "What are you talking about?" "Lady Estelle, you just deliberately made an enemy of the Cruzen family. Their eldest daughter, as you know, is only at that level. But the second daughter is not the same." "The second daughter?" "Lady Florin. She is currently the most promising candidate for the position of Empress in the Empire. Lady Florin recently became an adult. Marquis Cruzen has put a lot of effort into making that lady the Empress. Then she's only 20 now. Is he planning to have the sisters compete for the position of Empress? In politics, that's just how things are." "Huh, really? He hasn't changed at all. Thank you for your concern, but there will be no reason for me to get involved with that lady. Because once the matter of the will is resolved, I and those people will never meet again." "Well then, I'll be on my way." Klaus wondered, does she really have no lingering attachment to the position of Empress? If that's the case. After that, Klaus frequently came to see Estelle. She forced a smile. "Why is this man here?" She tried to find a way to send him away. "Oh my, is it that late already? I wonder if I've kept a busy person for too long." "No, I'm fine. Lady Marion, who used to cling to me and criticize me, isn't here anymore. And His Majesty went hunting today. Thanks to that, I'm quite free." "Ah, yes, is that so? In any case, it seems he's clearly wary of me. This is awkward." Suddenly Estelle paused and asked, "You said His Majesty went hunting?" "Yes. The rain has let up a bit today, but it seems it will rain heavily again from the evening." At this moment, Zier appeared, peeking out while hugging a teddy bear. His eyes welled with tears as he approached Estelle and called, "Auntie, Levin is hurt." "Oh dear, it's okay. I'll fix him for you right away. Please bring some needle and thread." The needle and thread were brought, and Klaus asked, "Why don't you have a servant do this?" "This doll is too old, so only I can fix it. It's not that this doll got old on its own, but when I first made it, I used old curtain fabric, so it often tears. If I had known you would like it this much, I would have chosen better fabric to make it." Seeing Zier on the verge of tears, Klaus comforted him. "Young master, you don't need to worry so much. Bears are very strong animals, so injuries like this are nothing." "Is that true?" "Of course. I've told the young master this once before. The forest around here has many bears, so I know very well." "Ah, if you have the chance, why don't you go take a look, young master?" Zier turned sharply to look at Estelle with an expectant gaze. She said, "The forest is very dangerous at this time, so you can't." "Oh, I must have brought up something I shouldn't have. My apologies, young master." "And no, it's okay." Klaus was stunned by Zier's innocent expression. Estelle grew worried seeing Klaus staring intently at Zier's eyes, afraid that Klaus would discover Zier's true identity. Estelle called, "Zier, instead, how about we go for a tour inside the castle?" "Really? I can go see the castle?" "Yes, if you promise to always stay with the servant." Zier delightedly hugged the servant. "Yes, I promise." She thought to herself, "All this time, I was afraid he would run into Kaizen, so I didn't let him out of the room, but it should be fine now. It's better than leaving him here with that perceptive man." Estelle requested, "Just take the young master for a tour, and you must bring him back before bath time." "Yes, I understand. I just need to put in the eye drops to change his eye color before evening, so nothing will happen." "That's right, it must be that way." Zier was led on a tour, looking around with interest, his face always showing surprise. "Ah, young master, this way leads outside, so let's go another way." "Okay." Suddenly Zier saw something and turned back. The servant called, "Young Master Zier." Zier called out loudly, "Greetings, your majesty." Kaizen heard and turned around. "This child, my apologies, your majesty." "Why is this child here?" "Lady Estelle told me to take the young master for a tour around the castle." Zier asked, "Your majesty the emperor, where are you going?" "I'm going into the forest to hunt." Zier remembered what Klaus had said earlier. The forest around here has many bears, and asked, "Your majesty, if I go into the forest, will I really get to see a bear?" "You want to see a bear?" With an eager face, Zier said, "Yes." Suddenly Zier shrank back, looking dejected. "But Annie said I can't." Kaizen thought to himself, normally at this age, children would act on their own desires, not paying attention to the attitude of adults. Come to think of it, this child has always been very well behaved. Could it be? Is it because Estelle is not his real parent that he's like this? He remembered his own past, when he was crying alone with his head down. Estelle had approached and called, "Your Highness, tea that time." He had pushed her arm away. "Don't come near me." At this moment, the servant said, "Your Majesty, my apologies, but Lady Estelle instructed that the young master must be brought back before dinner. The sun won't set for a long time. Oh no, it can't be helped. There will be other chances. Yes, Your Majesty. Have a good hunt. Let's go, young master. Kaizen left, but was still haunted by Zier's dejected expression. He imagined Zier's face, teary-eyed because he couldn't go see the bear. Unable to resist, he let out a sigh. Then he turned back and called, "Wait." He walked over to Zier and proposed, "Let's keep this a secret from your aunt." Until dusk, the young master has been gone for a long time, hasn't he? Estelle heard and jumped. Ah, yes. That's right. I specifically requested that he be brought back before bath time. At this rate, I might miss the time for his eye drops. Excuse me. I'm too worried, so I must go find the young master. It's all right. In that case, I'll go look for him as well. She worried. Is it okay to accept this man's help? What if he finds the little one first, and then sees his eyes changing color? No, there's still plenty of time. Then I'll have to ask for your help. After that, they both went to search for Zier. Young master. The butler heard and came over to ask, "Lady Estelle, what is the matter?" "Ah, have you seen Zier?" The butler averted his eyes and replied, that I also haven't. I haven't seen the child for several hours. I told the maid clearly to bring the child back before sunset, but now even that maid is nowhere to be seen. If you know anything, please tell me. That is the thing is... Klaus asked, "What is it, Mr. Secretary?" His Majesty the Emperor ordered to keep it a secret, but well, there's no other way now. His Majesty has taken young Master Zier to the hunting lodge. His Majesty took the young master? How did that happen? It seems the young master was whining, saying he wanted to see a bear. At first, His Majesty also said no, but in the end he said he would take the young master for a little while and then come back. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, with thunder and lightning. Hiss! It looks like it's about to rain. He should return quickly. Count, how far is it from here to the hunting lodge? If we ride horses and try to go fast, we can get there in an hour. Estelle bit her lip tightly. An hour? If I leave now, will I make it in time? Maybe not. Her hand trembled uncontrollably. She tried to stay calm and turned back. What should I do? I mentioned before that the child just had a bad cold, so I'm giving Zier medicine at a fixed time. Earlier she had said, "Zier, my nephew, is currently just 5 years old." Not long ago, Zier also had a bad cold. Therefore, these are 3 types of tonics for my nephew to drink. The weather is bad, and he's missed his medicine time. I'm worried he might catch a cold again. So, I would like to make a suggestion. If possible, I will follow them to give the child his medicine. It's about to rain heavily. Is it really necessary to go all the way to the hunting lodge in the rain? I understand she feels anxious not being with the child, but to this extent, yes, of course. Instead, please go with me, because I dare not let His Majesty's guest go alone. Quickly have someone prepare a carriage. Yes, let's do as you wish. Estelle said, "If the Count doesn't mind, I prefer to ride a horse rather than take a carriage. It's been a long time since I've ridden a horse in this forest." Klaus paused for a moment, then agreed. "Yes, let's do as you wish. I find riding a horse more comfortable anyway." Very quickly, the two of them rode off in the rain. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Lyndon said, "My apologies, Your Majesty. The rain is too heavy, making it difficult to ride." "Oh dear, this is difficult. Not to mention showing the child a bear. I can't even get him back before the sun sets." Remembering Estelle's words, "If during this journey you have any concern or pay attention to me, you don't need to. Now, toward Your Majesty, I no longer have any feelings or resentment." He said, "I know, you may leave." He rubbed his forehead with his hand. Every day there's another thing to feel sorry to her about. Turning to the side, he saw Zier looking out at the sky. He said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise to show you a bear. And no, it's okay. It's okay." Zier said, while smiling brightly at Kaizen. "Ah, instead, I'll show you a bear here. There's a bear here too. Of course, there's one. Here's the bear." In front of Zier was a huge bear. The bear with a scar on its face was motionless with its mouth wide open. Zier broke into a sweat. "Is this a real bear?" "That's right. Is this the first time you've seen a real bear?" Zier nodded and thought to himself, "So this is a real bear. It's so cold and hard. Your Majesty, why isn't the bear moving?" "Of course it's not moving." "Why?" "Because it's dead." Zier was stunned to hear it. "The bear, why did it die?" At Zier's question, Kaizen froze and broke into a sweat. He stammered, "BB." Zier's sparkling eyes made it impossible for him to speak. It was a fleeting glory from his past. He himself was the one who killed the bear. Kaizen avoided the topic and quickly changed it. There's also a hunting rifle here that my grandfather used to use. I heard it's an old-style flintlock rifle. All the primers inside have been removed, so you can play with it like a toy. Zier was still dejected and uninterested. No, I don't want to. Seeing Zier's face about to cry, Kaizen was at a loss for what to do. Linden quickly spoke up to save the situation, Your Majesty. The lodge also has hunting dogs. That's right, I'll show you the dogs. Puppies? Linden and Kaizen looked at each other and nodded. He ordered Linden, quickly bring a puppy to the reading room. Yes, Your Majesty. A dog was brought before Zier. It looked at Zier friendly, then sniffed Zier's hand. Then it placed its paw on Zier's hand, making the boy look bewildered. He quickly regained his composure. The dog licked Zier's chubby cheek. That tickles. Kaizen asked, is it safe for the child to play with it? Yes, Your Majesty. I brought the most gentle and well-trained one. You can run and play with it in the hallway. Really? He smiled and replied, that's right. Prepare some toys for the child to play with this dog. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Let's go. Kaizen and Linden watched Zier without taking their eyes off him. Then both let out a sigh of relief in unison. Outside, Zier was playing excitedly with the dog. Hiya, come on, catch it. The dog jumped up and caught the ball. Wow, you're so good. At that moment, they were both splashed by the rain. But Mom said I have to be back before dinner. But His Majesty the Emperor is a very noble person. Mom also said before that I must listen to His Majesty. Zier was lost in thought, so the ball was snatched away. The dog ran after the ball. Let's go together. Seeing Zier run outside, a servant called out, Humph, young master. Outside, Estelle was spurring her horse to lead the way. Klaus called out worriedly, Lady Estelle, the rain is too heavy. It's dangerous. Please slow down. Damn it. I don't know if she really can't hear me or is just pretending not to. No matter how I think about it, it's suspicious. That attitude is more than just normal worry. No, maybe it was suspicious from the very beginning. And when that girl's appearance was finally revealed, Duke Reston began to act. Could it be that everything was calculated in advance? If that's the case, why is that suspicious lady so concerned about the child? I have to find out. If someone as iron-willed as His Majesty only treats those two differently, then I must. Suddenly Estelle stopped. Lady Estelle, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. I'm just a little dizzy. Are you all right? Do you want to rest for a bit? No, it will be better to rest at the lodge. Yes, I understand. Let's do that. Estelle followed behind dejectedly. It's too late. The time for the medicine to wear off has passed. Scene change at the lodge. Kaizen asked, how did it come to this? Zier, soaking wet, stood with his head down next to the dog. I was playing with the puppy, but in a place with no roof. Kaizen let out a helpless sigh, then turned and asked, are there any children's clothes here? No, Your Majesty. Previous emperors have never brought children. Here, then we'll just have to wait for the clothes to dry. Zier walked over to the fireplace. Both of them sat down, leaning against each other. Oh, Your Majesty, let me take him to dry his clothes. Just leave him there. Bring a towel. After that, he took a towel and dried Zier. If you don't dry off properly, you'll catch a cold. You and this dog too. He was stunned when he saw Zier drying the dog. Let me dry you. He thought to himself, why am I always thinking about this child? This child, he's so much like Estelle. At that moment, Zier's eye color began to change. At the same time, the door of the lodge opened, and everyone ran out to greet them. Mr. Secretary, sorry for the sudden intrusion. Are His Majesty and Zier inside? Yes, they are. The servants gathered around to dry them off. Estelle was worried. 30 minutes. If only I could turn back time by just 30 minutes. Klaus called, Your Majesty. I'm coming in. The door opened, and Estelle squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to look. Kaizen asked in surprise, Bellion. He suddenly shot up and walked toward Estelle. She looked down, worried. I was hoping it wouldn't. But in the end, I was still found out. Suddenly, he draped his cloak over her. Estelle's eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at him. Kaizen turned and asked, how did it come to this? That. Estelle turned her face to look towards the fireplace and saw Zier sleeping next to the dog. He explained, he was playing with the dog and got caught in the rain. He was sitting by the fireplace to dry off and must have fallen asleep. It must have been the heat from the firewood. She observed him silently. His face was the same as usual. Your Majesty, may I take the child to his room and put him to sleep? Of course, you should go and get warm as well. You're trembling. I'm fine. Well then, I'll excuse myself. Immediately after, she carried Zier to the room. Inside the room, Zier rubbed his eyes and called, Mom. Mommy's here, son. It's okay. Everything will be all right. Judging by Kaizen's reaction, you must have fallen asleep before your eye color changed. It's a good thing it wasn't too late. The little one's identity wasn't discovered. Outside, Kaizen said, so she came all this way just to see the child. Could it be that the child is seriously ill somewhere? It seems so. I'm not sure either. Although he must have guessed, he didn't suspect anything. That's not like His Majesty at all. Just now, Lady Estelle seemed to be in a great panic because time had run out. Earlier she had said, what should I do? As I said before, the child had a cold not long ago, so he has to take his medicine on time. When tracking the culprit, she also used a strange herb. How could a normal lady know that method? Anyway, she uses medicine frequently. It would be best for me to check it out once. Your Majesty, Lady Estelle is here. Estelle had changed into a new outfit. Both men were stunned by her dazzling appearance. Klaus's eyes lit up as he ran to call her, Lady Estelle. She replied, they said this was the only dress in the lodge. I'm sorry for bringing the child here without a word. I was about to bring him back just now, but the rain was too heavy, so I postponed it. It's all right, Your Majesty. He was bored in the castle anyway. I heard you came to give the child his medicine. Is he very ill? Oh no, he misunderstood it that way. Although it's not any particular illness, my maternal grandfather said that occasionally a frail child like him is born on my mother's side of the family. Just like my mother. He nodded, thinking that Estelle's mother had died in childbirth. Your Majesty, Din's castle has just made contact. Huh? If it's Din's castle? Kaizen asked, what is it? I just heard. They said that Marquis Karlenberg is ill. What? He fell ill a few days ago. But because his condition didn't improve, he's also suffering from headaches and dizziness. Estelle's eyes filled with tears. Grandfather. Her tears fell freely. It's my fault. He's not usually in good health, but because of me, he had to struggle in a foreign land. Kaizen and Klaus also bowed their heads seeing her like this. Estelle was secretly pleased. What a relief. Just as planned. Even at his age, my grandfather is still very healthy, so he's not sick at all. He's even more full of life than a young person like me, like a war hero from the old days. But in his last letter, he wrote that he was worried about his chronic headaches. If he wrote that, I believe he had a plan. He probably faked his illness, and I guess correctly. She said tearfully, Your Majesty, may I ask a favor of you? Of course, just say it, if Your Majesty permits. Could I take Zio back to Din's castle first? This is the plan. First, I'll use the excuse of visiting my grandfather to get Zio out of Kaizen's sight. When we arrive at Din's castle, because of my grandfather's poor health, I will write a letter asking for permission to return home early with my young nephew. After all, I'm the only one who has to escort Kaizen to the capital. There's no reason to bring along a 5-year-old child and an ailing old man. She continued, I want to be by my grandfather's side to take care of him myself. If he sees Zio, he might feel a little better. Glau frowned. Really, there's no reason to say no. Now is the time for me to clear up my suspicions. No, that won't happen. We must all go together. We'll get there in 3 or 4 days at the fastest. No, Your Majesty, I can't trouble you like this because of me. You just need to give the order, and I will take the child. Let's go together. I can't let you and the child go alone. She thought to herself, there's no reason to prolong our stay at Mern Castle. Back then, the excuse could be the rain. But the Kaizen I know would hardly postpone his schedule for such a reason. So I think he has another important intention. But anyway, I can't cry any more than this. It's okay. If we're just going to Din's castle, it will be like escorting the two of you home. I just need to be more careful for 4 days, just 4 days. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. As they were leaving, Zio kept hugging the dog. Zio, let go of the puppy now. This is its home. Zio pouted, but what should I do? He's not usually such a stubborn child. Kaizen walked over and asked, what's the matter? If you want, you can take the dog. Consider it a gift from me. Zio joyfully hugged the dog. Estelle called out in surprise. Your Majesty, thank you for your kind offer. But he's still young, so even if it's just a mistake, I'm worried he won't treat the dog well. Then they could both be in danger. I have been watching him, so that won't happen. The child treats the dog very well. It's a very well-trained dog, so it won't be in danger no matter the situation at all. But I feel sorry for both you and the child, that's why. I hope you can accept it as an apology, but if it's too difficult, I will try to persuade the child. She looked at him, puzzled, for a moment, then said, no, Your Majesty. In that case, I will accept it with a grateful heart. All right, don't worry about anything and treat it well. Yes, Your Majesty. Zier, it's time to depart, so let's get in the carriage. Okay. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. From now on, your name will be Blin. Blin? Why did you name it that? Because its fur is the color of a pancake. Indeed, Blin is the word for pancake in the East. I momentarily forgot the most important thing. There's a problem that needs to be solved immediately. The eye color changing medicine is about to run out. The journey is longer than I thought, and I don't have time to make more medicine. In any case, if I don't find the ingredients and make the medicine at the inn this time, it's very dangerous. Very quickly, everyone arrived at the inn. Cloud watched her silently, deep in thought. Estelle led Zier to the room. He was excited. "Oh, Mom, look, I can see the village." "Zier, you have to be careful." Estelle looked out the window. A small, desolate village. Estelle frowned. This village turned out to be a village, infected with a disease, the Sosopsy nest disease, an endemic disease in the northeastern region of this continent. It is highly contagious. It is known by the typical sign of withering myrtle trees. That's right, these are myrtle flowers. Why would the emperor stay in a place infected with a plague? Does no one know anything yet? If not, just then, a servant entered. "Greetings, my lady. I've come to inform you that your bath has been prepared. Will you be bathing now?" "Oh no, ma'am, I have something to ask." Suddenly she stopped. "It's nothing. I'll get ready now. Zier, let's go take a bath." "I apologize, this place is quite old. The bathroom is this way. Next to it is the changing room. After you've changed, just put your clothes in the basket inside, and we will wash them for you." "Yes, thank you, ma'am." Inside the room, Estelle turned and said, "Zier, let's go over here for a moment." Zier happily agreed. A moment later, they both returned. The woman wondered, where did that teddy bear suddenly come from? "Excuse me, my lady, but if you take it into the bathroom, the teddy bear will get all wet." As I said, the facilities aren't very good. Estelle was startled to hear this, then turned back and replied, Yes, I suppose it can be helped. Then we'll give Levine to you. Ma'am, please take care of Levine for me." "Ho ho, yes, young master. I will place this teddy bear carefully in the room. Come now, let's go in." "Yes." The woman's expression immediately changed. Her hands repeatedly pressed and checked the bear. "Nothing. I thought something would be hidden in here." She rummaged through everything in the room. Nothing. She slammed the box down. "Damn it." After that, she went to a man. "I have looked through it as you ordered, but there was nothing special. Not even in the medicine box." "Yes, there was only ordinary reserve medicine inside. No drugs that could harm or endanger others." "I see. You may return. I said I would give a reward if anything suspicious was found, but it was a waste of effort." The woman recalled, "Disguise yourself as a servant and search her room." "What, why me?" "Well, because you're the only pharmacist in this village." "Ah, now I see some rather unique medicine ingredients. Anyway, they're not poisonous, so it's probably fine." At that moment in the bathroom, Estelle took out the vial of medicine hidden in her hair. That was close. When I got close to that servant, I recognized the smell of familiar herbs. Her fingertips were stained dark green. All of this was not characteristic of a servant working in a castle, but rather of someone who works with herbs every day. If she is a pharmacist, the suspicion about the plague will also be cleared up. Although Ines malaria can be fatal, as long as you take the medicine in time, it is a very treatable disease. Since there's a pharmacist in the village, even in a backward village like this, the epidemic wouldn't spread, would it? And the person who could bring a pharmacist to me at this time, to pull such a blatant trick. I can't let my guard down. "Zier, while you're bathing, I'll put in your eye drops. For you, okay?" "Yes." With that, she put the drops in Zier's eyes. "So good. My son is so good at enduring it." "Mom, if I don't use the eye drops, will my eyes turn red again?" "That's right, but you can't tell anyone. You understand?" "Why can't I tell anyone? Are red eyes not good?" Estelle froze when she heard Zier ask what. "His Majesty the Emperor's eyes are also red. Why can't I have red eyes?" For a moment, Estelle couldn't answer Zier's question. He had never asked such a question before. Meeting Kaizen had affected him. Zier lowered his head sullenly. "I'm not allowed to know," Estelle said in a low voice. "Zier, do you remember the story about the farmer and the magic jewel I read to you?" "Yes, the jewel the farmer found was extremely precious. So if other people knew, it would disappear." "That's right, because it's so special and precious, it must be hidden carefully. Your eyes are the same. They are very special and precious, so you must not let others see them or tell others about them. So will His Majesty the Emperor be okay?" "Of course, because His Majesty the Emperor is very strong and has a high status. However, because we are ordinary people, like the farmer in the fairy tale, we have no choice but to hide it." "I see. That's why you must not tell anyone about your eyes. Do you understand?" "Yes, I absolutely won't tell." My good boy, she thought to herself, someday I will tell you the truth, but now is not the time. Wait until you're a little older, when you can understand everything. As she reached for the bar of soap, she stared blankly at the red rashes on her hand. Wait, could this be elsewhere? You said it's an infectious disease? Yes, that's right. We have confirmed that a serious infectious disease called Ines malaria is spreading on the current route. In any case, we will probably have to take a detour. If so, how much more time will it take? Because we have to turn back south, it will take another 3 days. There's no other way, is there? Are the infected people receiving proper treatment? No, not yet. They said that due to a lack of medicine, the village has been quarantined for now. No treatment, no countermeasures, just locking them up. Like that? Send soldiers and financial aid to care for the village and the infected people immediately. If necessary, send doctors and pharmacists from neighboring regions. Yes, Your Majesty. The more I try to rectify the declining situation, the more rotten spots are exposed. For decades, this country has not had a single wise ruler. Previous emperors only focused on power and territorial expansion, and the late emperor was just a puppet of Duke Leston and the high nobles. Therefore, I must be different from them. I must rule this country well, so that this terrible situation does not become a matter. Of course, so that no one else has to be sacrificed. Therefore, I must be different from them. After that, Kaizen went to Estelle's room. While he was still hesitating to knock, Estelle happened to open the door and step out. She called out in surprise, Your Majesty. Estelle shrank back. I am sorry. I'm not very clear-headed right now. It's fine. What's wrong? Yes, Your Majesty. In any case, it seems I have contracted malaria. Kaizen anxiously grabbed her. How serious is it? No, I saw a doctor right away. His hand trembled as he blamed himself. How was that any different? I couldn't even notice something was wrong with the person right beside me. Estelle called out loudly, Your Majesty. Please calm down. I'm not infected with Ines malaria. He relaxed and asked what? Yes, this is just common malaria. Recalling the pharmacist's words, Ines malaria shows black spots from the early stages, which is different from Lady Estelle's symptoms. Common malaria is not contagious before the fever breaks, so there's no need to worry too much. Just take medicine and rest for a few days, and she will recover. First, inform the manager and have a servant come here to take care of the patient. Also move her bedroom to the more comfortable main building. Please don't move my bedroom. I don't want treatment either. Kaizen turned and asked, what? That's absurd. You can't say that. You need to move rooms and receive direct treatment. Why are you saying no? That's right, Lady Estelle. Even if it's common malaria, it can get worse if left untreated. Please reconsider. Kaizen was silent for a moment, then asked, why? Why did you decide that? Isn't there an infectious disease outbreak nearby? It's clearly Ines malaria. You knew? Yes. When I arrived at this inn, I noticed the myrtle flowers outside the window had all withered. So, I started paying attention. Kaizen's shocked reaction to my words further confirmed it was malaria. But what does that have to do with Lady Estelle's illness? At a time when the people are so anxious, many rumors will be fabricated. Therefore, once the story that someone accompanying His Majesty the Emperor is infected with malaria gets out, the people will also be unsettled. Yes, that's right. Furthermore, if there are rumors about where the patient with that infectious disease stayed, this village will not escape the damage. Please don't worry. I have tried making malaria medicine many times. I just need your permission to go find herbs to prepare the medicine. It's a good thing I have malaria. Now I have a legitimate reason to look for herbs. The pharmacist said, I think what the lady says is very true. But just in case, could you have the child sleep separately in an extra room? Estelle turned to Zir. Did you hear that, Zir? You can't sleep with Annie today. Can you do that? Yes. Then, I'll sleep in the new room with Blinn. I understand. Then do as you wish. Estelle turned around sharply and said, thank you, Your Majes. She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Cloud was bringing someone over. Speaking of which, I met the pharmacist earlier. I can get herbs from him. The pharmacist came here? Estelle thought to herself, those cold eyes haven't changed at all. Is he this on guard? Yes. Since he was short-staffed, I went to help for a bit. So I can go tomorrow morning, right? Yes. But in return, you must have a guide and guard with you. I understand. Then, Sir Belian, could I ask you to be my guide? After that, Estelle left with a basket in her hand. As she walked, she recalled the earlier instructions. If you go behind the castle, you will see the hunting ground, which is also the castle lord's herb field. Herbs that aren't there are stored elsewhere by the pharmacist. If you need any, just let me know. This seems to be the place. So, is there something you wanted to say to me, Sir Belian? I don't understand. What are you talking about? If you intend to continue probing, I can only inform His Majesty the Emperor that someone secretly broke into my room. Cloud's face darkened as he replied, Lady Estelle, you're very sharp-eyed, aren't you? Although it's a bit late, I admit it and apologize. I still had lingering doubts about the previous incident at the mansion. I was worried you were hiding the child's illness too. Be allowed to stay. Cloud bowed deeply. Just for that, I sincerely apologize. So, have all your worries been resolved this time? Of course. I will never commit such a disrespectful act again. Oh my, if you knew it was disrespectful, then I'd like to ask you to pay a price for this. You won't refuse, will you? Pay a price? What? It's a pity I don't have anything to ask of you right now. When I need your help, I'll let you know. I have to grab his weakness and use it when necessary. I understand. I can do that much. And one more thing. I have quite a few types of herbs to find. Since we're already here, Sir Belian, you can help me look. Cloud replied cheerfully, yes. Don't worry. I've prepared all the tools for Sir Belian right here. Cloud, the rich young master who had never done manual labor, heard this and replied, trembling with sweat, yes. What are you still doing? Hurry up and give me a hand. Cloud had no choice but to take the tools and dig for herbs with her. Estelle chuckled to herself. Just as I predicted. I don't need to worry about him anymore. While he's not paying attention, I have to quickly find the herbs I need. She began to search for her own ingredients. While searching, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Behind her, turning around, she saw Kaizen, who had appeared out of nowhere. She turned back and called, Your Majesty. Why are you here? I came to help you. It's dangerous in the forest. This place is only a few minutes' walk from the castle, but it's still dangerous to be alone. Sir Belian is with me. You think that kid can help in an emergency? Estelle thought to herself, of course. This is going to be difficult. If Kaizen is here, I can't look for herbs. Freely. Suddenly, Kaizen held out a bouquet of flowers. Here, take this. What is this? I asked the physician about herbs that are good for malaria. On the way here, I saw a similar flower blooming, so the white flower. Thank you, Your Majesty. But this is just a normal flower, not an herb. Kaizen was stunned. Is that so? She wondered, does he really intend to help me? In that case, I just need to tell him to pick herbs like Belian and distract him. She said, but it looks very similar to the herb I need. It's just that the stem is shorter and it has fewer flowers than this one. Could you help me find it? Of course. Following her instructions, Kaizen also rummaged around, searching. A moment later, Estelle, is this what you were talking about? No, it's not. The petals have to be smaller than this one. Oh, I see. Shortly after, Kaizen emerged from the bushes again. What about this one? This isn't it either? Estelle broke into a cold sweat and replied, yes. At that moment, Cloud walked over with a bunch of herbs in his arms and said, Lady Estelle, the herbs you mentioned. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Kaizen's gloomy expression. Why is Your Majesty here? Oh dear. Cloud frantically placed the bundle of herbs on the ground. I'll leave this here and go, Lady Estelle. Run before things get worse. Estelle comforted Kaizen. It's just because there are many similar flowers. Please don't be sad, Your Majesty. When did you learn things like this? There was a pharmacist who lived near my maternal grandfather's house. Somehow, we became close and, thanks to that, I learned. But I wasn't formally taught because I had to take care of my family's livelihood. What a pity. Yes, if you had been properly taught, you would surely be very skilled. Even back then, there was nothing you couldn't do. Just then, a gust of wind blew, making her hair flutter. Kaizen's eyes widened at the sight before him. She recalled the past. Yes, something like this happened before. 8 years ago. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for coming to our hunting grounds on the occasion of your 18th birthday. It is truly an honor for our family. Your Highness, do you know the most famous legend here? A legend? Yes. It has been told since ancient times that in the lake in the middle of this forest, there lives a fairy who grants all wishes of love. According to that legend, there was once a man. What a ridiculous story. Do people still actually believe that? Contrary to Kaizen's indifferent attitude, Estelle was very interested. Wow, what an interesting story. So what happened to that man? Oh, he also had a lovely sweetheart like Lady Estelle here. So scene change. While Kaizen was hunting, after Kaizen shot down a rabbit, he moved his horse toward where the prey had fallen. Just as he realized he was on a field of ice, the horse neighed fiercely. The surface of the ice cracked everywhere. Damn it, how could this be? A second later, he plunged into the lake. At that moment, Estelle spotted him and pulled him to shore. Pulled up by her, Kaizen coughed violently. Your Highness, thank goodness. Before she could finish her sentence, the ice right where she was standing made a cracking sound. With a loud splash, Estelle fell in. He shouted loudly, Kaizen. That night, Kaizen carried Estelle back to the mansion in a state of panic. Doctor, call a doctor now. Lady Estelle, my lady has a fever? The servants whispered. Why did the young lady go to the lake alone in this weather? Kaizen recalled earlier, a story passed down from ancient times tells that at the Lotus Lake deep in this forest, there's a fairy who will help one's love wish come true. Who would listen to that wish? His hand clenched as he saw Estelle tossing and turning in bed. Your Highness, it is very late. You should go rest. I know. I will come again tomorrow, Estelle. The next morning, Kaizen was sluggishly returning when he heard voices from inside. What? Why are you only telling me now that His Highness was here? Prepare me. You can't, my lady. Your health has not yet recovered. But how can I let him see me in this pathetic state? My lady. Kaizen stood outside the door, witnessing the scene. Estelle doubled over, coughing violently. Your Majesty, why don't you go inside? Kaizen turned and left. Let's go hunting. Sir, but you said you wouldn't go hunting today. I've changed my mind. He left in a gloomy mood. Back to the present. Kaizen took off his cloak and draped it over her. Your Majesty, put on. You're not well. Thank you for worrying about me. Estelle stood up abruptly and left. Kaizen quickly grabbed her hand. He called, Estelle, I found the herb. This is indeed the herb I was looking for. He handed her the flower proudly. What a relief. Cloud's voice rang out. Your Majesty, Lady Estelle, it seems it's time to go back. Have you found all the herbs you needed? She fiddled with the flower in her hand. Yes, I have. Let's go back. Returning to her room, she looked around blankly and asked, What is all this? His Majesty ordered the bed to be redecorated. This isn't redecorating. This is changing the entire room. Andy, my room was changed too. Estelle went to Zier's room. Look, Zier, there's even a bed for Blin. Blin, enjoying his new bed, sprawled out with delight. I love the new bed. I'll be out for a while. Please take care of the boy for me. Yes, my lady. Estelle began to prepare the medicine. This amount is enough to make both eye drops and fever-reducing medicine. By the time she returned, she saw Zier asleep on Kaizen. Blin was beside them too. Your Majesty, what is this? I came to tell you to go to dinner and ended up staying to play with the boy for a while. He fell asleep in the middle of playing. The boy has troubled you, Your Majesty. I'm sorry. Let me carry him to the next room. It's nothing. I had a lot of fun too. Suddenly, Zier called out vaguely, Mom. The bear fell to the ground. Kaizen asked suspiciously, Mom? Did he just call for his mom? She hugged Zier tightly. Yes, sometimes he looks for his parents like that. Even though he's young, he still knows what parents are. Kaizen looked at Zier with pity. How pitiful. It's a good thing he still has you by his side, because never meeting one's real parents is a great loss. After that, she carried Zier to his room. Blin kept sniffing beside them. She said, It's okay, Blin. Everything will be fine. The next morning, Estelle woke Zier up. Zier, time to wake up. Is it morning already? Yes, we're leaving this castle today. Before we go, let me put in your eye drops. Zier was still yawning, but complied. Yes. Very soon after, sitting in the carriage and looking out, she thought, It's later than I expected, but we've finally arrived. Dent's castle, where my grandfather is. Sitting in the covered carriage behind them was Lady Marian. Estelle was attentively led by a servant. My lady, this way, please. The door opened, and Zier saw the man lying on the bed. He then ran in joyfully, calling Grandpa. Zier, my grandchild. The two, grandfather and grandson, hugged each other happily. From now on, I will be responsible for taking care of my grandfather's illness. You may leave. I'm sorry I'm late. Are you very tired, Grandpa? Everyone treated me very well, so there are no inconveniences. That young maid visited me constantly. It was just tiring for this old body to have to shoo her out all the time. But why were you so late? Did something happen? Oh, well. After she recounted the story, he took her hand. You've been through a lot. Anyway, it's all over now. We'll stay here for a few days, then I'll send you and Zier home. Yes, that would be good. It will be all right. Please don't worry too much. No matter what happens, we must send Zier home. To do that, we need Kaizen's approval. That reminds me. There's someone here waiting for you. What? She wondered, someone is waiting for me? Just then, the door opened. Scene changed to Kaizen's side. Your Majesty. It said that Duke Leston has been secretly raising funds. He was writing something and paused. Is that so? Come to think of it, it's time to review the security in the north. Inform the Lenbox Knights. Have a unit of the Knights sent to the northern region. The Lenbox Knights are the most powerful force in the capital. From the perspective of someone preparing a rebellion, the absence of the Knights is a perfect opportunity. This is a trap. Yes, in reality, I will tell them to stay near the capital. At this rate, Duke Leston will have no choice but to become a traitor. If so, what will happen to Lady Estelle? According to imperial law, all relatives of a traitor are sentenced to death. Suddenly, Kaizen noticed a detail. What's this? A masquerade ball? Ah, Sir Lauderic, the steward of this castle, said he has prepared a banquet to welcome your majesty. The masquerade ball is one of the events included. In it, there's no need for such useless events. Crow gave a wry smile, knowing that would be the answer. As expected, yes, then I will cancel all the events. Suddenly, Kaizen thought of something and said, a masquerade ball sounds fine. What? Kaizen thought of Zier frolicking in a costume and nodded. All right, let's proceed with the masquerade ball. Crow was stunned. Yes, he's someone who usually hates these kinds of events, so why? Is that? Kaizen thought to himself, back in the capital, Estelle used to frequently host balls. Although I don't know if she would still greet guests now. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Your Majesty. Lady Florin has arrived and requests an audience with you. Kaizen frowned. Who did you say has arrived? She just arrived. The lady said she wishes to see Your Majesty. It must be about her older sister, Marion. Let her in. The door opened, and a girl with jet black hair walked in, Lady Florin, the second daughter of the Minister of the Cabinet, Marquis Cruzen, and the most promising candidate for the position of Empress. I pay my respects to Your Imperial Majesty, Master of the Empire. Please forgive my impoliteness, Your Majesty. I have come here on behalf of my father. So what message does the Marquis wish to convey? My father wishes to send his apologies for not being able to raise his daughter properly, and hopes Your Majesty will punish my older sister severely. Huh, so he's going to abandon this child? Meaning he doesn't want to lose the important position he worked so hard to get just because of this incident? In this respect, he's no different from the other high nobles. However, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion from my father. You want me to be lenient with your sister? Yes. Therefore, I would like to make a suggestion. Back to Estelle's side, she sat up when she saw the person who entered. Why are you here? A girl ran in, calling out, My lady, Lady Estelle. Hannah. Hannah was the close maid who grew up with me since childhood. But 6 years ago, when I left the Imperial Palace, I cut off contact with her. Recalling that time, Hannah, you should go back to the Imperial Palace. I've already asked the Empress Dowager, so you won't have to suffer there. But my lady, I'm sorry, I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. Ever since we parted, I have always been searching for you. But there was no news at all. Her grandfather heard this and coughed. He was the culprit who had hidden his granddaughter. I'm sorry. It was because I asked him to keep it secret. You don't need to apologize. I just wanted to see you again, my lady. That's why I ran here immediately when I heard the news. Estelle was moved and called out Hannah. Zier peeked from behind and asked, Andy, who is that? Ah, Jem, this is Hannah. Suddenly, Estelle was startled. Oh no, Hannah also knew Kaizen when he was young. Hannah smiled brightly. I've already heard from the Marquis. This boy is young Master Sigmund's son, isn't he? Hello, young Master Zim. My name is Hannah. Hello, Hannah. The young master is so adorable. Do you like cookies? Estelle breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried for nothing. A while later, so after the will is settled, you'll be returning to the east? That's right. And are you still working in the Imperial Palace? No. Now I want to follow Lady Estelle. Both of them were stunned. Huh. My lady, I truly regret letting you go 6 years ago. Before you were my lady, you were also my only friend. Working in the Imperial Palace for the past 6 years was truly precious to me, but it cannot compare to the loneliness of having no one to talk to. So please don't leave me behind and go again this time. Hannah. At that time, I was too exhausted with my own problems to pay attention to her. Hannah must have had a very hard time living in the Imperial Palace, being the maid of a deposed Empress. Are you really okay with this? Yes, I made up my mind. Thank you. Then I'll be in your care from now on. Thank you, my lady. This is good too. I was planning to hire a maid if I get my grandfather's pension back anyway. If it's Hannah, she's more than trustworthy. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound from behind. It was Claude approaching. Excuse me, Lady Estelle. Could you spare a moment to speak with me? What is it? It's about Lady Marion. Lady Florin came here and made a request. Before that, I hope you will give my sister a chance to formally apologize to Lady Estelle. Having committed such a great crime, it is only natural to apologize directly to the person involved. As for the punishment, can it be decided after that? I hope your majesty will consider it. Claude silently assessed. As the rumors say, the younger sister is indeed much better than the older one. Kaizen replied, according to your logic, lady, whether to grant the opportunity or not should be decided by the person involved. Belian, go and ask for Estelle's opinion. And even if she refuses, I hope you will not bear any resentment, lady. If your intention to apologize is sincere. Estelle thought to herself, although I'm not very willing, antagonizing someone who could become the empress is not a good idea. I understand. I will meet Lady Marian. Later at the prison, please come out. This is His Majesty's order. Estelle sat opposite Marian and thought. I was actually very surprised. Even though she is a criminal, I didn't expect her to be treated this badly. Marian sat huddled and stammered. Her lips pressed together tightly, then she yelled. An apology is enough, right? Are you satisfied now? Lady Marian, you. Estelle raised her hand to signal her to stop. Sir Lyndon, isn't Lady Marian here to beg for mercy? What mercy? His Majesty is the one who decides my punishment, not you, lady. Yes, that's right. I was just a little harsh. Yes, very harsh indeed. Accusing someone of attempted murder. If there had been a slight slip-up, both my family and I would have lost our lives. You didn't expect it, did you? That's why you're so insolent. I only came here because of your younger sister. But if you continue with this attitude, I will have to set aside all of Lady Florin's efforts. Do you have anything else to say? Marian's hand clenched. Estelle continued. Sir Lyndon, please escort Lady Marian out for me. Marian struggled. No, you, a deposed empress like you dares. Suddenly the door burst open. Kaizen walked in and asked, what are you doing? Take the criminal away at once. Yes, we understand, Your Majesty. Marian tried to run towards Kaizen, calling out, Your Majesty. Kaizen looked at her with a sharp gaze. Estelle watched his reaction and thought to herself, it seems he heard everything. She's still young, so please don't treat her too cruelly. To speak when you're in a weak position. I'm in a weak position? Did you come because you were afraid I would be too lenient with Lady Marian? Not just for that. Then what else? His cheeks flushed red and he coughed. Ahem. I came to visit your grandfather. Estelle was surprised and let out a huh. Afterward, she went to her grandfather's side. Too many things have happened. I can't think straight. Approaching her grandfather, Kaizen bowed gently. Although it's late, I still want to offer my apologies. Because of my situation, many people have faced difficulties. Not all. For Your Majesty to personally come here for such a matter, it is truly an honor for me. How is your health? Thanks to your care, I am much better. It's been a long time since I've seen Kaizen like this. I had thought that all his words and actions were just to play the part of an affectionate fiancé. Suddenly Kaizen asked, speaking of which, where is Zim? The boy is in his room playing with the dog. Is that so? He is a very kind and polite boy. It seems he takes after his father. The grandfather thought of Estelle's hardship during her pregnancy and bowed his head in response. Yes, Your Majesty. Zim is like my daughter, so he is simple and polite. If he weren't like my daughter, he would probably be very rude. His implicit words made Kaizen pensive. Estelle, standing behind, was shocked. Grandfather means it's a blessing Zim isn't like him. He won't understand anyway. So why did he have to say such things? Kaizen replied, you don't have to go that far, especially about the boy's own mother. The grandfather and granddaughter were stunned when they saw Kaizen had misunderstood. No way. Kaizen heard it as him insulting the commoner. Mother? He gave a wry smile. You even care about the child's mother? I never expected Your Majesty to be so thoughtful. In his heart, he cursed. You brat, you dare worry about some maid while treating my granddaughter so poorly? Kaizen continued. I have to, because someone separated the boy from his mother, and someone has to suffer because of it. Your Majesty, are you implying that I made my granddaughter suffer? Both of you, please stop. This old man would like to say one thing, which is that every family has its own circumstances. So please refrain from interfering. No, sometimes you can easily tell just by looking at the surface. Anyway, it seems I overestimated the fallen hero. Your Majesty, Estelle, I will prepare a territory and a mansion in the capital for you and the child, so you two should go live there. Of course, I will also hire maids and a nanny. That will be better for both you and Jem. Estelle heard it like a clap of thunder. Your Majesty, I have no intention of living in the capital, so please stop talking and go back. Just then, Zim pushed the door open and called out, Annie. The boy looked like he was hesitating about something. Riel's eyes were welling up with tears, about to cry. Estelle quickly called out, Riel. Kaizen clapped his hands and said, That's right, I'll be holding a ball here soon. Estelle turned back, stunned. A ball? He replied shyly, That's right. If possible, I hope you will attend. Estelle glanced at Riel and said, Yes, I understand. Yes, thank you in advance for your attendance. He glanced over, silently observing. Has he stopped crying yet? I'm the one who should be honored to receive an invitation from you. Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, Riel had regained his spirits. Your Majesty, I want to attend the ball too. Huh, I've seen it in fairy tales. Everyone will wear splendid outfits and dance at the ball, right? That's right, you know so well. Estelle picked Riel up. Riel, you're still too young to attend. When you're older, Annie will take you. Kaizen was saying, at Riel's age. He stopped abruptly when he saw Estelle shaking her head repeatedly. He turned his face and continued, It's still not enough, is it? If you insist on attending the ball, I will arrange a separate place for you. Really? Of course. But I really want to go to the ball. Then, Your Majesty, can I visit the garden instead? I want to go there, but the maid said I need Your Majesty's permission. All right, you can go as you please. Estelle, you're going with him, right? Ah, yes. Your Majesty, shall we go, Riel? A while later, Riel was taken on a tour. The boy was interested in everything around him. Seeing a nearby house, Riel asked, Annie, what is that strange house? Ah, that's not a house. It's a pavilion. But what is a pavilion for? It was originally a place to admire the lotus pond, but now it's being used as a gallery. Do you want to go see it? Yes. Getting closer, the door was locked. It seems the manager is away. We'll have to come back another time. Riel looked inside with regret. What a pity. But what were those plates inside used for? Those plates were originally displayed for people to admire. Because they are rare items, you must not touch or play with them. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. After that, Riel was taken to a large flower garden. Estelle smiled when she saw Riel like them. When we get home, and we'll make a flower garden just like this in our yard for you, really? Yes, I promise. We'll make a small lotus pond and raise fish too. Hearing this, Riel was overjoyed and rushed to hug her. Kaizen approached and said, If there's any flower you like, I will send it separately. For you. Is it necessary to move it from here to the east? It's no problem. If I need anything, I will definitely tell Your Majesty first, and I hope you will grant it then. Of course. She looked at him and thought, the time is coming soon. The ball is the opportunity. At the ball, where many people are gathered, I will ask to send Riel home. After the tour, she brought Riel back. You're back? Yes, grandfather. Grandfather, why did you say those strange things to His Majesty? He misunderstood you. Anyway, he just sees me as a senile old man. Let him think whatever he wants. He flinched when he saw Estelle's gaze. Isn't it better to let him misunderstand in that way? That way, the story of me kicking the boy's mother out of the house will sound more plausible. You're not wrong, but I'm sorry, it's all my fault. For you and Riel, I am willing to endure humiliation. He recalled images from the past. My only 2 children and my grandson Zikmund have all left me. Now I only have you and Riel. You still have Fritz. What the hell? That kid doesn't even contact me once. But what is it? I know your father won't let him contact me. But the problem is that Fritz kid is too obedient. Estelle recalled the past when she rushed to leave. Fritz had grabbed her arm to pull her back. Where are you going? Stop causing trouble and go ask father for forgiveness. At that time, she had decisively pulled her hand away and bolted. Recalling those things, she said, That is undeniably true. Ah, but why did the Emperor suddenly come to visit me? I've never seen him so polite before. I'm sure there's no other motive. He is inherently a man who knows propriety. You still want me to side with that kid? What sides? In any case, thanks to that, we have a good opportunity. The ball is a place where many people's eyes are gathered, so His Majesty cannot refuse my request. Are you okay? She recalled what Duke Leston had said. In the end, since when did the Leston family need a daughter who isn't an empress? Not to mention a deposed one. I'm fine. Forgive me for not being able to help you. But after coming here and meeting the Emperor in person, I realized one thing. How can outsiders not notice at all? That the father and son are so alike? So your father will probably realize it too. Your father is a very cunning and savage man. He even frequented the imperial palace since Kaizen was born. So if he sees Riel, don't worry. That will absolutely not happen, because I would never bring Riel to the capital. Scene changed to the prison. A clattering sound is heard. Marion had knocked over her food. What did you do? You said you came to save me. So why do I have to suffer this humiliation? I clearly gave you a chance to save yourself. You were the one who threw that chance away. So what else do you expect me to do? Am I supposed to beg that woman? Florin cursed silently. You fool, you know nothing. I'll think of another way, so just be good and stay here for a while. With that, Florin left. I've asked the guard for extra time, so during that time, bring her some good food. Clean up that mess too. Yes, I understand, my lady. Marion muttered, that hateful brat. Is she deliberately not helping me because she's afraid I'll steal the Empress's position? No, that can't be. My lady, I'll clean up the broken pieces first. She ran and grabbed the maid by the collar. If you don't want to die, listen carefully to what I say. The next day, Estelle woke up to a noisy commotion. She looked out curiously. Before her were countless gifts. What is all this? Ah, good morning to you, your ladyship. His Majesty has sent gifts. I heard that your ladyship will also be attending the ball. Please feel free to choose what you need from this pile. You prepared this huge pile in just one day? Yes. Please send my thanks to His Majesty. Henna called out, my lady, I'm sorry for letting an outsider into your room without permission. Because it was a gift from His Majesty, I couldn't refuse. No, it's all right. But can you help me choose an outfit? Yes, of course. Zia peeked at the pile of gifts, then asked, Annie, what is His Majesty like? What are you saying? Doesn't he give gifts to the lady he likes? That's not it. Because Annie has to attend the ball and doesn't have an outfit to wear, His Majesty sent them over. Is that so? Yes. Besides, you shouldn't casually talk about who likes whom like that. If you happen to be mistaken, it could make others feel awkward. My good boy, go play with Blin in the front yard for a while. Zia replied dejectedly. Yes. Seeing Zia leave, she sighed. She turned and met the curious gaze of the servant. He hastily gathered the gifts and ran off when Estelle saw him. She was worried. If this causes an unnecessary misunderstanding, it will be very troublesome. She began to connect the dots. In the first place, why does Kaizen frequently do this? A few days later, Andy, can I go play in the garden today? Yes, you may go. Keep an eye on him and don't let him go too far. Yes, my lady. Zia beamed as he was taken out to play. Hannah watched and said, young Master Zia is so lively. Sir Zickman was also a very well-behaved child. I'm sorry. I'm talking about unnecessary things again. No, it's fine. One day, I'll have to tell Hannah the truth. Since we live together, I can't hide his eye color forever. A while later, Estelle stretched. It's almost done. But why is Zia so late coming back from playing? I'll have a servant bring the young master back. From outside, a servant ran in frantically, throwing the door open and kneeling down. My lady, forgive me, my lady. The young master is missing. What do you mean? Zia is missing. Someone called me, so I left my post for just a moment. But during that time, the young master disappeared. I'm truly sorry. In this villa, who could have possibly called you? I don't know either. I went in the direction of the sound, but no one was there. My lady, let me go look. No, I'll go with you. Quickly report this to the other servants. Then we'll all split up to find him. Zia, where are you? Young Master Zia. This is the second time Zia has gone missing, and this incident is very suspicious. It's as if someone deliberately took him. Could it be, has someone discovered his true identity? At that thought, her face turned pale. Suddenly, she heard the servants making a commotion. Hannah called out, my lady, let's go see what's happening. Estelle went over and asked, what's going on? The servants were startled and bowed their heads. We apologize for the noise. It's because the pottery displayed in the exhibition room was broken. Estelle's eyes widened in suspicion. Why at a time like this? Could this be related to deer? She went inside and saw the shattered pottery. Have you seen a 5-year-old boy with black hair? His name is Deer. No, I haven't seen him. Me neither. A hand went up. I have. My lady, I saw him. What? Where? The servant said. Here. I saw him. The young master who fits your description knocked over that ceramic vase. Are you telling the truth? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The young master was very panicked when he knocked over the vase and ran out. Was he hurt anywhere? Did you see how he knocked over the vase? This question startled the servant. She turned her head away and stammered. This is where the collection of the late emperor is displayed. And you couldn't even guard it properly to the point of letting a child sneak in? I left the door open for a moment to clean, and it happened at that time. I'm sorry. No matter how I think about it, this is suspicious. But Ria is still missing, so I can't act rashly. We'll talk about this after we find him, because I also need to hear his side of the story. Is there anyone who can help me? Suddenly, Kaizen approached from behind. He was carrying Ria in his arms. Ria called out, Estelle, Your Majesty, why is everyone gathered here? What about that vase? Hannah and I were looking for Ria. I heard this maid say that Ria broke the porcelain vase. What? I didn't do it. Kaizen asked, What did you see it? She stammered, Your Majesty. I don't remember the exact time. When Kaizen glanced at her with a deathly glare, she said, About an hour ago. Is that so? That's strange. At that time, the boy was in the flower garden with me, very far from here. Ria, is that true? Yes. His Majesty found me. His Majesty found you? Ria, can you tell your aunt exactly what happened? Just like you told me. Yes, Your Majesty. Ria began to recount everything. At that time, Ria was playing with the dog. Then he looked around and didn't see the maid anywhere. Where did the maid go? Blin, did you see the lady who was here just now? Mom told me I had to stay with her. Suddenly, a maid approached and asked, Young master, what are you doing? Who are you? Lady Estelle sent me. She said they're delicious. Would you like to go eat with me? Snacks? At this moment, Blin suddenly stood up and growled warily. Oh, what's wrong with the dog? All of a sudden, Ria thought to himself, Come to think of it, I don't know this lady. He remembered his mother's words. For the time being, a lot of strangers will be coming and going from this place. So you must not follow anyone on your own. Okay, I'm sorry. My aunt told me not to go with strangers. It's okay, young master. I'm not a bad person. Blin growled more and more fiercely. Ria also became wary. At this point, the maid frowned impatiently. She reached out to grab Ria. Come here now. Blin leaped up and bit her hand. Then they both ran away. Ria ran with all his might, tears streaming down his face. I have to run away. But where should I go? Where on earth is this place? Suddenly, Blin turned in another direction, leading the way. Where are you going? Blin. And so, Ria followed Blin. It's so scary, Mom. As they were running, they came face to face with Kaizen. He called, Ria. Hearing the familiar voice, Ria stopped. Your Majesty. Even Blin's face showed a radiant expression. Ria hugged Kaizen's leg and burst into tears. Sobi, why are you here alone? Your Majesty, a stranger tried to take me away. Hearing this, Kaizen's face darkened. Tell me clearly what happened. Then Blin led me here. You came looking for me? So smart. Kaizen hugged Ria. It's all right now. Don't worry anymore. Comforted, Ria's heart softened and his eyes welled up with tears. Then he clung to Kaizen and cried his heart out. Sobi. It's okay. There's nothing scary anymore. As long as you're with me, no one will dare to take you away. After crying out his fear, Theo's eyes were swollen shut. Are you done crying? Yes. You've been through a lot. You did an excellent job chasing away the bad person. When we return to the capital, I will give you a reward. A reward? That's right. I'll take you to the zoo to see the bears and buy you toys and sweets. If you want, you can also go to the theater to watch plays. What Kaizen just said made Ria extremely interested. Are there plays in the capital too? Of course. There are many. Do you like watching plays? Yes. I like them a lot. They're very interesting. If you want, I'll take you to the biggest theater in this empire. Now, let's take you back to your aunt. She must be waiting for you. Yes. Suddenly, Kaizen stopped. What I just said, you have to keep a secret from your aunt. If she finds out I made a promise to the boy on my own, she'll be furious. Yes, I'll keep a secret. Rio recalled from before, you must not tell anyone about your eye color, understand? Keep it a secret from others that Mom is my mom. Oh, my Rio is so smart. It seems adults have a lot of secrets. Anyway, I really like His Majesty. Returning to the present, Kaizen said, on the way to the villa, I found everyone here. Besides, I was just about to issue an order to summon all the maids to find the culprit. All the maids were summoned shortly after. I have summoned all the maids who were absent during that time or were spotted nearby. Can you recognize the maid who tried to take you? Rio stared at the group of maids. After observing for a moment, Theo pointed, it's that person. Are you sure? Yes, it's that lady. She panicked. I don't know anything. The young master must have misunderstood. An attendant whispered, to issue a punishment based solely on the testimony of the young master is a bit. Kaizen said, show me your sleeve. According to the child, the dog bit the culprit's arm, so there must be a mark. Here, please take a look. My sleeve is fine, Your Majesty. Kaizen frowned and observed. At this moment, Estelle came over and said, can you show me the back of your skirt? What? The back? After After checking, Estelle said, "It seems you've changed into a different outfit. Maids are usually busy walking back and forth from early morning, so the hem of their skirts would surely be dirty. However, your inner skirt is as clean as if it's been changed. I didn't change, it's just a coincidence today. Is that so? Then, may the soldiers search your room? We just need to confirm if there's an outfit with a torn sleeve, or if an outfit is missing, and you'll be cleared immediately. The maid's attire is a uniform specifically for maids working at the palace, and it is also an essential item directly managed by the Imperial Palace, piece by piece. So we just need to check the records to know how many outfits were issued to this maid." She dropped to her knees. I was wrong. Tell me why you wanted to kidnap this child." I wanted to hide the fact that I broke the porcelain vase, so I did that. Please forgive me. Because she struggled so much, I had no other choice. Kaizen said sternly, "Take them both to the dungeon for me." "I was wrong, Your Majesty. I was wrong. Hannah, please take Rio back to the villa for me." "Yes, my lady. It's all right, you can go back first. I'll follow behind." "Yes." When only the two of them were left, Estelle bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. It's nothing. You should go back and rest too. No need to worry about the rest. The boy must be very frightened, so please try to calm him down." "Yes, thank you for your concern. They'll take my leave." Her expression suddenly turned cold. If it weren't for Kaizen, things wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. Not only would he have been falsely accused of breaking the vase, but Rio could have faced something even worse. "I wanted to hide the fact that I broke the porcelain vase, so I did that." Estelle returned with a heavy heart. The plan for the underling was simple, but their story was surprisingly consistent. There are only two people who could be behind this incident. It might even be a collaborative work of both of them. Whatever it is, I have no intention of letting this go easily. Upon returning, Rio excitedly recounted. Then His Majesty appeared with a bang. "Is that so?" "Yes, I like His Majesty a lot." Estelle hugged and kissed the boy. "Rest for a bit, and then take a bath. After that, we'll have dinner. Tell Mom any dish you want to eat. Today you can eat all of them." Suddenly, a knock on the door startled them both. "Lady Estelle, His Majesty has sent a gift for the young master." "A gift?" Rio jumped off the bed. "From His Majesty?" It was filled with gifts. They looked sparkling and dazzling in front of Rio. "Oh, Rio, can I eat this before dinner?" "Yes, but just one. But you have to thank His Majesty first. You've worked hard. Please send my thanks to His Majesty." "Thank you." Estelle's eyes fell on one gift box. "Rio, if it's okay, can you give this one to Mom?" Rio replied while chewing on a pastry, "Yes." After that, "My lady, it's all prepared." "Thank you, Hannah. It feels like I've gone back 6 years." "Please be careful, my lady." Estelle stood up and left. Lady Estelle is entering. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Estelle. I am Florin Cruzen." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Florin Cruzen. I was very surprised to receive an invitation to afternoon tea from you. Is there something you need?" "Yes, indeed. Yesterday, my nephew was almost kidnapped." "Oh my, is the young master all right?" "Yes. Fortunately, the attempt was unsuccessful. However, perhaps because he was so worried, His Majesty sent a mountain of snack for the boy. Forgive me if I'm being rude, but please accept this." Florin gave a faint smile and replied, "I'm honored. It must be delicious with the dessert I prepared. Bring it out for me." "Oh, so you've only recently arrived in the capital, haven't you?" "Yes, because my health has been poor since birth. So until I became an adult, I only lived in my family's territory. I'm glad your health has improved." Suddenly Florin paused. Lady Estelle, I apologize for what happened last time. I thought my sister had sincerely repented." "Ah, it's fine, I'm all right. But are you okay, Lady Florin?" "Yes, it was because of me that your sister was imprisoned. In any case, it was something my sister brought upon herself. My sister probably hated seeing His Majesty treat Lady Estelle well. My sister has always liked His Majesty. Are you not concerned about me, Lady Florin? Are you thinking of returning as the Empress, Lady Estelle?" "How could that be? I don't want to, nor am I able to." "If that's the case, then you and I don't need to have a hostile relationship, do we?" "On the contrary, I quite like it, because it's none other than Lady Estelle who has captured His Majesty's attention. In short, you feel relieved because I'm not a competitor, right? When I was a child, there was always a doll that looked just like that. But if you really thought that way, you wouldn't have come all this way to probe the situation." Florin's eyes turned sharp. Estelle silently assessed. This must be this girl's true self. Although Lady Estelle does not want to become the Empress, and cannot become the Empress, but nothing in this world can be predicted. If it were 6 years ago, who could have imagined that I would be sitting in this position? So, I just came to confirm. About the relationship between Lady Estelle and His Majesty. "Ah, of course, I sincerely meant to apologize to you. For a very long time, I have admired you immensely. You're too kind. I'm being sincere. You probably don't remember, but we have met once before. In any case, if you see it with your own eyes, you'll know. His Majesty has no feelings for me, so you can rest assured. How can you be so sure? It's not love, just a simple sense of guilt. Her hands clenched, because Kaizen is a man who doesn't know what love is. Florin laughed loudly. I'll try to believe you. Estelle stood up. I think I must be going now. Please enjoy the tea, Lady Florin. If there's a chance, I'll invite you next time. Estelle calmly left, and as soon as she was out of sight, she felt dizzy. The opponent is tougher than I thought. And one thing I'm sure of is that she is not the one behind this kidnapping incident. She wouldn't create such a crude trap. Then there's only one culprit. Now that I've found the real culprit, I have to make him pay. First, I must ensure the masquerade festival goes smoothly. Over here, Florin was happy as a cloak was draped over her. Thank you, Nanny. Have you found out everything I asked for? Yes, I've looked into everything related to the dethroned Empress, but there's nothing special. But there is one thing that I find concerning. What is it? A maid who worked at Melon Castle said this. She eavesdropped on the room of the dethroned Empress and the child named Riel. The child called out, Mom. Mom? The boy called her Mom. The child called Lady Estelle Mom. Florin smiled brightly. What's so strange about that? When I was little, I also called my nanny Mom. That's true. Florin observed the food on Estelle's plate. She ate everything except for that fruit. Well, it's not a bad thing to be cautious. Investigate the birthplace of that boy. The next day, Estelle woke up and looked outside, thinking, the day has finally come. A perfect day to send Riel back. A very lively atmosphere. Bring the buttermilk here. What about the cream? Where's the cream? This is a conditioning oil to make hair shinier. What scent is it? Estelle was helpless. I didn't think it would come to this. After a struggle, a maid exclaimed, My goodness, you look so beautiful, my lady. Estelle was stunning in the outfit prepared by Kaizen. You've all worked hard. I'm leaving now. Upon arriving, she looked inside. Oh, am I too late? As the door opened, a loud voice announced, Lady Estelle has arrived. All scrutinizing eyes turned towards her, along with whispers, That's her. Yes, that's right. Clearly the dethroned Empress. Estelle clutched her skirt. This is certainly something for them to gossip about. Because the Empress, who was divorced after just one day and disappeared without a trace for the past 6 years, has suddenly reappeared. As she was walking, someone called out, Hello, Lady Estelle. It's an honor to see you again. I'm also very happy to see you again, Lady Florin. You look very beautiful today, so much so that some people can't take their eyes off you. Then I'll take my leave. Did she just help me? But where is Kaizen? After scanning the room, she thought, could it be that he's not attending? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Excuse me, but are you Lady Estelle? Estelle turned around, startled. I'm sorry for startling you. I am Sable von Eklund, commander of the Landbox Knights. Estelle replied, flustered. So you are the commander. The Landbox Knights are clearly a force as important as the Imperial Guard. What brings the commander of the Landbox Knights all the way here? I intended to have an audience with His Majesty before heading to the north, just to report. Don't tell me something has happened in the north again. No. There was a riot in that area not long ago, so I'm just going there to patrol. I see. But why is this person talking to me? My father wanted to send his regards to Marquis Landbox. Your father? The Minister of State, Count Gerald von Eklund. This is the first time I've heard this name. Yes, I understand. I will send him my regards. Coincidentally, Linden was passing by and saw them. Lady Estelle, Sable. Sir Linden, have you two already greeted each other? You haven't been making things awkward for Lady Estelle, have you? Of course not. Sir Linden, where is His Majesty? His Majesty is up there. Estelle looked up and met Kaizen's eyes as he looked down. Linden said, I suppose I should also take my leave and go to my partner. The music began to play, and everyone paired up to dance. Sable spoke up, Lady Estelle, if you don't have a partner, may I have the honor of the first dance with you? Why does this person want to dance with me? Sable withdrew his hand. Have I made you uncomfortable? No, it's just that I wasn't planning on dancing, so... Suddenly, Kaizen approached from behind. Estelle turned in surprise and called out, Your Majesty. Kaizen extended his hand without hesitation, Lady Estelle, may I have the first dance with you? This action from Kaizen started to cause a stir at the party. Estelle was stunned for a moment, then replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, but I do not wish to dance. It's been too long since I've attended a ball, so I'm afraid I'll make a mistake while dancing with you. It doesn't matter. Please forgive me. She thought to herself, I hate this situation. Kaizen spoke again. Even if I beg, you won't agree? Kaizen appeared pitiful in everyone's eyes. Estelle had no other choice. She let out a sigh and extended her hand very well. As soon as he received Estelle's consent, he gently touched her waist. There was a time when I buried myself in dance practice every day. To become graceful and beautiful, I refined every gesture and movement until my feet bled. All for this man. After a twirl, Kaizen praised, "You dance very well." Only then did she realize, so that's it. This is the first time Kaizen has danced with me. In the past, because he hated balls, he never showed up. Just to hear that one sentence. The two of them danced a perfect waltz together until the melody ended and applause erupted. Estelle let out a sigh of relief and leaned against him. He called out in a low voice, "Estelle." Estelle told herself, "Don't waver. I have to do it now." Right at this moment, when all eyes are on us, Estelle knelt down. "Your Majesty, I beg for your mercy." Her body trembled, her lips pressed tightly together. "My voice is trembling strangely." "It's fine. This actually makes me seem more sincere," she said. "As your Majesty knows, my maternal grandfather, Marquis Landbox, traveled a long way just for my sake, causing his health to decline. Although his condition has gradually stabilized thanks to your Majesty's concern, I feel heartbroken thinking that this is all my fault." Whispers began to spread. "It seems the Marquis is very weak. Oh my, he's quite old." Tears streamed down her face. "So I beg you, please let my grandfather and my nephew return home first. I beg you, your Majesty." "All right, that's enough." I thought she was asking for something big. How sad for the lady. His Majesty will surely grant it, right? Kaizen's face darkened. He mumbled, "No." Estelle looked up and said, "Pardon? We'll talk about this later." The unexpected answer left Estelle stunned. She still didn't give up, but your Majesty. My grandfather aside, Riel just had a fever not long ago, so he must quickly. He cut her off. "That's right. Both of them are in poor health, so there's no need for them to travel a long distance right now. We'll talk after the party is over." "Your Majesty," he said sternly, "enough. This is an order. Since we met again, had Kaizen ever given me an order?" Kaizen turned and said, "In the ball." With that, he left, leaving Estelle sitting motionlessly there. The door slowly closed. People bustled around her, comforting her. "My lady, please don't be too heartbroken. That's right, the Marquis will get well soon." Thank you all for your concern." And she returned, dazed. I thought he would surely agree. Not just me, but everyone present at that moment believed so. But why? Moreover, why did he have that pained expression? Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. She turned her head and walked closer to that tree, a Chi-Kyo tree. She was enjoying its beauty when Kaizen appeared. He walked closer and called, "Estelle, talk to me for a moment." "So that was the reason you came." "What do you mean?" "You can talk about that. You wanted my approval, so you attended the ball, right? Is that not allowed?" Kaizen flew into a rage. "Is sending your grandfather and nephew home that important? Then may I ask your Majesty, why do you insist on bringing both of them all the way to the capital? That is, you should have just told me directly that I don't like the ball, let them go home." If I had said that, would you have agreed? At least I wouldn't feel like I've trampled on someone's sincerity like this. Just for that reason, you rejected my request. Your Majesty to me? No, it's not just that. His outstretched hand paused. But if it weren't for them, you would leave again. You wouldn't stay in the capital and would immediately leave, and I would never be able to see you again. That's right. I hope you will stay by my side. What did I just hear? Your Majesty wants me to stay by your side? I don't want to. I don't want to go back, especially not to your Majesty's side. I absolutely do not want to go. 6 years ago, when I heard you say you wanted a divorce, I wanted to die, but I couldn't do it. Because if I died, you would become a cold-blooded man whose wife died on their wedding day. So I left, enduring all the humiliation alone. Because as foolish as it was, I once truly loved you. But that doesn't mean I wasn't hurt. She said, Your Majesty, there are things in this world that can never be undone. She turned. If you have nothing more to say, then I'll take my leave. Kaizen stood in deep thought. I know your face when you're hurt, even though I don't remember anything else about you, only that face. At Duke Leston's residence. And what about the Emperor? I heard he went to Densa Castle. I thought that if we leaked information that our side was preparing for a rebellion, he would just stay in that village and hesitate. I didn't expect him to act faster than I anticipated. I knew long ago that Duke Seat was a spy. I just needed to use him to spread false information to the Emperor. Although the Emperor thinks he has dug a trap by leaving the capital empty, the Imperial Palace is nothing short of a fortress for the Emperor. So if we want to defeat the Emperor, we have to lure him out of the Imperial Palace. Let's see who falls into the trap. Wait at Densa Castle, and if there's a chance, launch a surprise attack. But sir, the lady is with the Emperor. He sneered. Ah, Stell, don't mind that brat. To achieve my dream of becoming regent, I married a lady of indisputable lineage, and the daughter I gave birth to is an insolent, ungrateful wretch. It would have been better to throw her in as the late emperor's concubine when she was young, or else sell her to another suitable nobleman right after the divorce. He clicked his tongue in regret. TSK, that wench has already cut ties with me. If necessary, it's fine to kill both her and the emperor. A few days later, Estelle sat up and asked, "Grandfather, how did it go?" The Marquis of Kreutzen shook his head. I asked it the same today. For the past few days, Kaizen has been ignoring my grandfather's request for an audience. He probably doesn't want to hear my request to return home. Here, have something to eat. I'm sorry, but I don't want to eat. Zio asked curiously, "Mother, when are we going to the capital?" Estelle was startled and let out a huh. Zio leaned forward and said, "Aren't we going to the capital now?" Looking at Zio's sparkling, expectant eyes, she thought, what's been up with him these past few days? Could it be that Kaizen? Zio, you're not going to the capital. You have to go back home with your great-grandfather. Zio's face fell upon hearing this. His whole body trembling, he asked why. Why? Because the capital is very far. It won't be good for a young child like you. Zio remembered Kaizen's words. When we get to the capital, I'll show you a real bear. I'll take you to the largest opera house in the empire. Zio shed tears, but I want to go to the capital too. The Marquis of Kreutzen and Estelle looked at each other, puzzled. Estelle began to console him. Zio, do you want to go on a picnic with me and your great-grandfather today? A picnic? Are we going to play in the forest? That's right. What do you think, grandfather? I'll go make some snacks. Zio, you stay here and get ready with your great-grandfather. Zio obediently sat on the chair and agreed. Grandfather, let's go. Although the nearby forest is the emperor's private hunting ground, just taking a walk should be fine. It's a place few people visit, so it's also convenient for gathering herbs. Please convey to His Majesty that I wish to take the boy to the nearby forest and hope for his permission. Yes, my lady. She frowned as she left. Could he possibly refuse even this? When Lady CLA heard the news, she asked, "Go where?" Lady Estelle wishes to ask if she may be permitted to take a walk in the northern forest. Oh no, that's not allowed. His Majesty is hunting there anyway. CLA got annoyed. What? A picnic? Who am I suffering like this for? Since the banquet, His Majesty has been working nonstop. Does she know how much I've suffered because of that? Even today, I had to console him endlessly just to get him to go out. No, although I have no intention of pushing them together. At this rate, only His Majesty's feelings will grow deeper. It's human nature to desire what one cannot have. It's better to create an opportunity for them to talk. CLA said, "Tell her to go ahead." Yes, I grant them permission for the picnic. Don't let them know His Majesty is also there. Having received permission, the family of three was overjoyed. They quickly arrived at the picnic spot. The weather is so beautiful. A frog jumped out, making Zio curious. A frog. Oh dear, don't run too far, Zio. Yes, mother. This little guy, his stamina is getting better and better. You shouldn't overexert yourself either, grandfather. Did something else happen at the ball? Or did you meet an acquaintance? No, it's just that the political world has changed so much. Instead, I met the commander of the Lenbox Knights. His name is Ser Bell von Ixtlan, right? His father sends his regards to you. Do you know him? The Marquis trembled. If it's the Ixtlan family, is it Zero von Ixtlan? Yes, he is currently the Grand Chamberlain. Zero von Ixtlan became the Grand Chamberlain? So that's how it is. Yes, we were briefly acquainted in the past, because he was my deputy commander. It seems like there's more to it than that. Estelle was about to say something when Zio called the great-grandfather. Yes, little one. That's right. Didn't you say you needed to find herbs? I'll watch Zio. You go ahead and look. Yes, that would be fine. Suddenly, it started to pour. Kaizen's party scrambled to find shelter. Your Majesty, it seems the rain is getting heavier. Kaizen looked around for a moment, then said, "It can't be helped. Let's retreat." The thunder and lightning continued. Boom, crash. Just then, he heard a rustling sound in the nearby bushes. Kaizen turned to look, reaching for his bow, certain it wasn't an animal's tracks. He drew the bowstring taut when a subordinate called out, "Your Majesty." Kaizen raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence. Chill. The moment he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly saw Estelle's hair appear. Estelle, soaking wet, poked her head up from the bushes. Kaizen, surprised, lowered his bow and rushed toward her. Estelle, what are you doing here? He tossed her basket aside. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you? I've been hunting here all day. Huh? What about you giving us permission for a picnic? What picnic? They both realized it was Belian's trick. Suddenly, she remembered and said urgently, we have to find Zio and my grandfather. I was wandering the forest alone and got lost. They have nowhere to take shelter from the rain. He turned and ordered, all of you, find them immediately. But your majesty, we can't leave you and the lady alone. He growled, go now. Wait, I want to go too. Kaizen stopped her, and oh, this forest is more complicated than you think. You just got lost yourself. But listen to me. She turned back resentfully. And have you ever listened to me, your majesty? As soon as the words were out, she quickly covered her mouth. Oh, this mouth of mine. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. I was wrong, Estelle. At the banquet, it was because I was selfish. I've always wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't even have the courage to face you. You have nothing to apologize for. Your majesty is the master of this empire, so shouldn't everything always go your way? I didn't say that to hear these words. Then what is it? Just this morning you refused to see me, and now you suddenly apologize. How can I possibly believe you? That. He bowed his head. Yes, I was stubborn. I'm sorry, Estelle. If it's not too late, it's fine for them to return home. Do you mean it? Kaizen nodded in agreement. Thank you. Her face lit up. I can send Zio home now. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from behind. His eyes sharp, he vigilantly pulled her into his arms. The two of them faced to face at close range. He whispered, get down. Estelle obeyed and crouched down, and he immediately flung a knife behind her. Thwack! The knife embedded itself in someone with a terrible scream. A second later, they were surrounded by a group of masked men. Assassins. Kaizen instructed, Estelle, stay close behind me. The group stared at Kaizen and shouted, kill him. The clash of swords echoed through the forest, clang, clang, clang. One by one, Kaizen took them down. Estelle was always safely protected behind him. Another one lunged at Kaizen. He was quickly cut down with a single slash. Kaizen was now exhausted, panting heavily. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy. He turned and said, it's nothing. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw an assassin from behind aiming for Estelle. Kaizen flew towards her, shouting, Estelle. A thudding sound was heard. Estelle collapsed to the ground. A second later, she opened her eyes to see Kaizen struggling to fend off the assassin. Blood spurted from Kaizen's shoulder where the assassin's sword had cut him. Estelle worried, I have to do something. She saw the knife on the ground. Just as she turned to grab it, she heard a piercing scream. Aya? She turned back in alarm, calling your majesty. Kaizen was kneeling on the ground, and the man had fallen with a slash across his throat. Your majesty, are you all right? Kaizen was trying to hold his bleeding wound. Estelle worried the wound. I'm fine, don't worry. Why did this suddenly happen? It was clear that most of the forces that could cause trouble had been cleaned up. Her eyes widened when she saw the man lying on the ground. Huh, I know that person. When I was little, I saw him always following my father. Kaizen pulled her by the hand. We have to find Zio and the Marquis first. He lifted her onto the horse. They might be surrounded by assassins over there too. Hearing this, Estelle's heart pounded and her vision darkened. Her whole body trembled, but she was worried. With the injured Kaizen on one side and the safety of her grandfather and son on the other. Kaizen said, we have to go, Estelle. The longer we delay, the more danger they'll be in. The blood from his arm flowed more and more. She bit her lip, tears falling. Immediately after, they both rode off on the horse. Sitting behind him, she wondered in the end why. Why would he go this far? Is it a belated desire for redemption? If not, she remembered his earlier words, I had hoped you would stay by my side. She hugged him tightly. After a short distance, someone called out, Your Majesty. It was Kaizen's subordinates who had returned. He said there was an assassination attempt. We don't know if there are any remnants of their group, so we must quickly find the whereabouts of the Marquis and the child. The two of them are with us, Your Majesty. Let me lead the way. A moment later, everyone arrived at the location. Zio, grandfather. Estelle ran and hugged them tightly. Zio, are you okay? Are you all right, grandfather? Zio was crying, sob, sob. Bad men came. There were assassins on this side, too. Fortunately, my subordinates arrived in time to deal with those assassins. Kaizen slowly walked towards Estelle. He knelt down to look at Zio. Are you okay? Yes, Zio sniffled, looking at the wound on Kaizen's shoulder. But your majesty, this small wound is no problem. Don't you worry. Kaizen was startled when he got blood on Zio's face. Oh, blood on the boy's cheek. At this moment, he started to feel faint and dizzy. Estelle called out worriedly, "Your Majesty." "It's nothing, just a little, a little." Kaizen staggered to his feet, and a second later, his eyes closed and he collapsed. Everyone ran over worriedly, calling "Your Majesty." Kaizen was quickly carried on someone's back. "Hurry up, call the royal physician." What on earth happened? Zio watched Kaizen with concern. "Your Majesty." "I want to go with His Majesty too." "You can't, Zio." "Grandfather, please help me take Zio back to his room. He seems to be in shock. Please give him a sedative." "I'm not going." As Zio was carried away, he struggled and called out loudly, "Your Majesty." Estelle, exhausted, sank to her knees. "My body." That night, after Zio had fallen asleep, Estelle was still sitting there. The Marquis of Croichin came and draped a coat over her. "Are you all right? Your face is so pale." "It's nothing, I'm fine." "Kaizen, he was seriously injured because of me. It's not your fault. I should have gone with you too, but I didn't." "Those involved in this incident will surely have to undergo investigation in the capital. Of course, they have many ways. Don't worry too much. Instead, this time it might be because of your father." "Yes, that's right, for sure." I saw the familiar face of an assassin. The Marquis of Croichin shot to his feet. "Oh, you're saying the men sent by your father intended to kill us as well?" "My father doesn't care about that. I don't know if the consequences of this will be brought to light. If so, a round of bloodshed might be unavoidable. It's not that I'm afraid of dying myself. It's a good thing Zio has become a son of the Croichin family. I knew something like this would happen one day. When my mother passed away, the Croichin and Reston families publicly cut ties. Therefore, even if the Reston family becomes traitors, Zio and my grandfather can still be saved. No matter what happens, please take care of Zio for me." "My child, what are you saying? Everything will be fine. This isn't the first time your father has done something like this, yet he's been safe until now. That means your father hasn't left any evidence to be convicted. It will be the same this time. It's clear your father has handled it very well." "Really?" "Of course, your father is exceptionally intelligent. Kaizen tried every way to save me, but I'm so confused. Even though I know who the mastermind is, I'm still trying to hide that crime. Should I report my father and beg for forgiveness? What should I do?" Just then, they both heard a knock on the door from outside. "What is it?" Hannah peeked her head in and said, "Marquis, Lady Estelle." Before she could announce His Majesty's arrival, he burst through the door. Estelle jumped to her feet. "Your Majesty, why have you come here?" he asked worriedly. "Estelle, are you injured anywhere? What about the child? Is Zio safe?" "Your Majesty, please calm down. Everything has been resolved. You shouldn't be agitated right now." Kaizen finally calmed down. He clutched his head. "I see. I'm glad you're both safe." Estelle looked at him with pity in her eyes. Just then, Cloud rushed in breathlessly. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't be moving around like this yet." Suddenly, Kaizen turned and slapped Cloud across the face. Cloud, struck unexpectedly, was stunned. Estelle called out in alarm. He shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. You knew how complicated that forest was and how dangerous it would be for me to go hunting. Today, many people nearly lost their lives because of a decision you hastily made without my consent. Don't disappoint me again in the future." Estelle thought to herself, His Majesty was the one who gave me permission to go hunting. He turned and said, "I apologize for the commotion. I just came to confirm that everyone was safe. I'll be leaving now." "No, please. You should rest." The wound on Kaizen's shoulder was disturbed and started to bleed. Estelle ran to Cloud. "Let me help you." Cloud stopped her. "It's fine. I don't need help. I will come see you later." Cloud went out and met with Kaizen. "Your Majesty, I have confirmed the identities of the assassins." "Leave it. It's not time yet." "As you command." Later, in the carriage, Estelle thought, Kaizen's condition has improved, and at the same time, I have to go to the capital to be a witness for the investigation. After 10 days of nonstop travel under strict protection, finally, I arrive in the capital. "Welcome, Marquis and my lady. This is the mansion where you'll be staying during your time in the capital." The Marquis and Estelle were surprised by its extravagance. Isn't this a bit much? Indeed. Suddenly, Zio ran inside. Inside was a gift Kaizen had prepared. "Ah, you must be young Master Zio. This is a gift His Majesty prepared for you." Zio was excited. His Majesty. Zio joyfully hugged the puppy. "Whoa. Look, Blink." Estelle smiled. The boy had been very bored since he hadn't seen Kaizen since that day. In the following days, Zio was engrossed with the gift from Kaizen. Marquis Croichin practiced his swordsmanship at ease. Everything passed peacefully until, "My lady, there's a guest waiting on the first floor." Estelle went down, thinking, "Someone is looking for me, even in the capital. Who could it be?" The moment she saw the person, she froze. "Brother Fritz." Fritz looked at her and called Estelle. She recalled their last meeting. "Why did you agree to a divorce without father's permission? Stop doing foolish things and go ask for father's forgiveness." She bit her lip and said, "You should leave. I don't want to see your face." "I'm sorry, Estelle. I was wrong. Can we start over? Please give me a chance. We haven't been in contact for 6 years, and now you want to ask for a chance?" "Estelle, Just then the door opened, and Zio ran out, calling Aunt Estelle. Zio peeked out from behind a blanket. Estelle was terrified of being discovered, because Fritz had also seen what Kaizen looked like as a child. She moved to shield Zio. No, Fritz seemed to have realized something. Could it be Estelle, that child? Brother Fritz is the heir to the family. To me, he was a noble person I could never reach. But I liked him. He always treated me so gently, because he was the only person I could rely on under our father's cold and heartless demeanor. At that time, besides the Kaizen of today, perhaps the person I loved was Brother Fritz. Estelle stated, "This is Zio, son of my cousin Zygmunt. Haven't you heard?" Fritz paused at "I see." Fritz knelt down to greet him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Zio. Your father Zygmunt is my cousin." Zio peeked out and asked, "Cousin?" Estelle breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Zio, this is your Uncle Fritz. So you're my aunt's brother, right?" Zio's face lit up. "Hello, Uncle Fritz. Zio has very good manners. You're very cute." Estelle stepped forward. "That's enough greetings. Tell me why you came all this way to find me." The reason I came here is because of the mementos left by the Empress Dowager." "I see." In short, the Empress Dowager left some mementos for me, so it was father who intentionally kept them for me. It's not because I want the mementos that I'm like this. You probably think I'm someone who wants to use this secret to bargain with you, right? I'll go back and relay your words to father. If he refuses to bring those mementos here immediately, I will report it to His Majesty. If so, I might not receive those mementos. And there's no proof that Her Highness left those things for me. I don't care. Instead of letting those mementos fall into father's hands, it's better to hand them over to His Majesty, the Empress Dowager's grandson. So that's what you want. Then I'll go say hello to grandfather and head back. How long do you plan to stay in the capital? I'll be returning in 2 days. Can't you stay a few more days? It's almost time for Mother's ball. Around this time, every year, Mother would host balls at the mansion. After Mother passed away, it wasn't held for many years, but after my debut in high society, that position was handed over to me. During the time I was away, were you still the one organizing the ball? Yes, I hosted it myself. According to imperial custom, men are not obligated to host balls. However, he did it to maintain the ball. Oh, you really regret it? I'm sorry. I have to leave in 2 days, so I can't attend the ball. All right, what other choice is there? If you need any help, just contact me. Yes, I will if I need to. Thank you. In a meeting, His Majesty has arrived. Kaizen took his seat. Marquis Crouzin knelt and said, "Your Majesty, my crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths for having frightened Your Majesty. That child has been a nuisance in our family since she was young." The person he was referring to was Marion. Kaizen glared, thinking, I can't keep it by my side. I always feel uneasy, and now he's blaming his own child for the whole problem. Either way, he's a threat. How amusing. That's enough excuses. According to palace law, Lady Marion, you dared to frame the Emperor's guest. You will be sent to the nunnery on the island. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Kaizen coldly turned his face and left. How fortunate. The maid who was instigated died a sudden death. Therefore, a proper punishment cannot be given due to lack of evidence. What a wonderful trick to hide a crime. The crux of the matter is that Lady Marion is Cruzin's daughter. Marquis Crouzin is an important member of the new nobility. If you cut the hair carelessly, the rest of it will be completely ruined. What a chaotic bunch they are. Cloud said, Your Majesty, to accept the will, you must move to the Great Hall. All right, when I received the will, I was in a great hurry. No matter what, I must reclaim the Southern Territory. I shouldn't give the nobility time to dig around. Isn't it strange? The Empress Dowager has been gone for 2 months. Since then, there has been no information about taking over the Southern Territory. Forgive me, Your Majesty. We still haven't found the lady. Kaizen was having a headache over this issue when a report came in. I have brought the lady back. If the empire were more stable than it is now, then her family would not have come to this dead end, and she would not have had to go through such things. As long as she has nothing to do with me, she can be happy. Scene change. At this moment, Estelle is praying, Empress Dowager, these are the white acacia flowers that you love so much. I have come late, I'm sorry. Oh my, Lady Estelle. High Priest, it's been a long time. Goodness, you must have had a hard time. The Empress Dowager was very worried about Lady Estelle. Before she passed away, she told me many things. The territory in the south was originally mine, but I never received it myself in my entire life. So I want to grant this untouched thing to Estelle. That's what she said. So that's what she instructed. Yes, because you had to marry into the royal family when you were so young. Lady Estelle, you are an intelligent person. I believe you will accept the terms written in the will intelligently. Let's go in. The authorization transfer will be conducted in here. Yes. The door opened. Estelle slowly walked in. All eyes followed Estelle's steps. She moved into position and looked up at Kaizen. Now then, I shall begin writing the power of attorney for the Dowager Empress's will. My lady, please sign the power of attorney. Estelle took the pen. It had taken a very long time to get to this place, but the only thing needed to receive the territory was to sign a piece of paper. The document's content was to transfer all rights from the will to Emperor Kaizen. Does the lady truly have no conditions? You will accept handing over all your privileges to His Majesty? Regarding the commission, Estelle paused at this point. She immediately received a reminder. My lady, you are an intelligent woman. I trust that you will accept the terms written in the will intelligently. Your Majesty, please forgive me, but would it be all right if I had one condition? At that moment, a clamor arose. 6 years ago, I left without any conditions, all for Kaizen. If I do this, how is it any different from back then? The Southern Territory left by the Dowager Empress. With just this land, I could hold many things and adjust the swaying of the scales. I could have done that. But Kaizen looked at her for a moment, then replied, go on. The Basanin Mansion, where the Dowager Empress was born and raised, I heard it is currently abandoned and has no owner. That's right. If Your Majesty permits, I would like to build an academic institute there. An academic institute? Yes, to commemorate the late Dowager Empress. I want to create a charitable academy so that the poor can receive an education. Estelle thought to herself, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Dowager Empress, to me, what I must protect is more important than the power before me. Therefore, I will use the opportunity you gave me and yield it to His Majesty. Everyone present murmured amongst themselves. Kaizen looked at her and smiled. So be it. He took the document and signed it. The seal was stamped. Thus, the authorization procedure was completed. After finishing the procedure, Kaizen went to find Estelle and asked Estelle, are you returning to the east now? Yes. If permitted, I will depart. Early tomorrow morning. I will not ask you to stay here. This is not a place I should stay. That's right. I'm truly sorry. What are you sorry for? Kaizen smiled and replied, everything. That you had to travel such a long way because of me, that I didn't ask for your opinion on the matter. And that day, 6 years ago, if I were to list all the things I've wronged you for, there would be no end. It seems I'm always doing things to wrong you. It's all right even if you don't forgive me, Estelle. You must, in a place without me, live a very happy life. Right now, you are very much like the warm boy I once loved. In the 10 years you were with me. During that time, if there was even a little bit of sincerity, then I can now move forward with confidence. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, someone called out, Lady Estelle, it is an honor to meet you. Estelle wondered, isn't he one of the witnesses from the cathedral earlier? Excuse me, but may I know who you are? How rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Count Eklund, commander of the army. She recalled from before, my father asked me to convey his regards to Marquis Kallenbach's. If it's Eklund, could it be Zero Eklund? Then, is this gentleman your adjutant? At that moment, at Estelle's residence, A teacup fell and shattered. Marquis Callenbox, his face pale, asked, "Why are you here?" Duke Reston, back to Estelle's side. She curtsied in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. I have heard a great deal about you from my grandfather. How is the Marquis? I heard he was ill." "Ah, he has now fully recovered." In her head, she thought, although he wasn't sick at all in the first place. Then that's a relief. "I was very surprised to hear that a man as steadfast as a mountain had fallen ill. So while you are in the capital, my lady, I wanted to meet you at least once. May I visit the mansion on some occasion? What should I do? Thank you for your kind offer, but we plan to depart early tomorrow. Because of that, I cannot receive guests today either. I'm very sorry." "Ah, if that's the case, it can't be helped. Please don't trouble yourself over it, my lady. He seems like a good person, looking at him like this. But grandfather seems uncomfortable, so it's better not to receive him. Then, instead, may I send a gift for you, my lady, through a trusted servant later? It is nothing special, but I would like to give it to you. If you feel pressured, you may refuse it." "I understand. Thank you, sir." Later, upon returning to the mansion, she called out loudly, "Why is no one here?" Hannah. Seeing something under the table, she went over, lifted the cloth, and called The greeted her brightly. "Mother, what are you doing here?" "I'm playing hide-and-seek with Grandpa. This is my castle. This is the castle wall, and these are the soldiers protecting the castle. Are you having fun living in the castle?" I like it because the garden is big. There are lots of interesting things, too." The cur drooped. "But we have to leave tomorrow, right? Grandpa said so." The will has been authorized, and the investigation into the assassination attempt was concluded. Simply, it doesn't seem like a threat. Now all that's left is to go back. "That's right. I don't want to go." "No, don't worry, Mother. Even so, I like our house the best." Hearing this, Estelle let out a relieved chuckle. She hugged her. "My sweet little one. From now on, just like before, we just need to live happily together." "But why is Grandpa so late? Shall we go look for him first?" Suddenly, the ear plopped down. "Oh no, a bad guest came to the mansion. Grandpa said I have to hide until the bad guest leaves." Estelle frowned, realizing something. "What?" she said as she ran. Wait for me here. If it's a bad guest who came all the way to the capital, could it be?" She ran upstairs and threw the door open. Duke Reston, standing inside, turned and said, "Living in the rustic countryside has made you forget all your manners, has it? I heard you sign the will as His Majesty requested. Is that right? You truly have no self-respect. If it were me, I would have ended my own life out of shame." Marquis Callenbox gnashed his teeth in anger, but she stopped him. "I have to leave tomorrow, so I don't have time for useless talk. I hope you will quickly say what's necessary and then leave." "Father." What's necessary?" "I heard you kept a memento of the Dowager Empress. Even if you use that to demand conditions from me, I have no intention of considering it. Stop dragging this out and go back, Father. After losing your position and being cast out, you wouldn't want your own daughter to expose you and reveal your crimes, would you?" He gritted his teeth and snarled you. Just as he was about to attack Estelle, he was stopped by Marquis Callenbox. "If you so much as touch a single hair on my granddaughter's head, I swear your tenacious life will come to an end. If you weren't the father of my grandchildren, I would have killed you when my daughter died." What kind of threat can a man with one foot in the grave make? "That's right. As you say, I don't have much time left to live, so I have nothing to lose. If I kill you and die, there's nothing unhappy about that." Estelle intervened. "Grandfather." At this moment, someone announced, "Lady Estelle, Sir Sebel von Eklund has come to visit." Estelle turned in surprise. "What?" Marquis Callenbox showed clear surprise on his face. "Eklund? Why? Could it be that Eklund? What relationship do you have with this Eklund family?" "It has nothing to do with you. A guest has arrived, so now you can really leave, can't you? Could it be that you—" Marquis Callenbox's face darkened with displeasure. Duke Reston felt a chill, then stepped closer and said, Fine, there's no way. So you have ambitions too, old man? Go ahead and take the trivial things the Dowager Empress left behind. Try to live well with an old man who's slowly dying in some corner of the countryside. Later, if you come and beg me, saying you were wrong, I might just forgive you. That's the state you're in." With that, he went out, slamming the door behind him. "What? Don't be angry, grandfather. More importantly, the is waiting for us alone. In the hall." He paused. "Go that way. I'll go see Sir Sebel." "Sir Sebel, it's been a while, Lady Estelle." Estelle saw something, tilted her head curiously, and asked that. "I was just looking around a bit." "Oh my, it seems my father left a souvenir in this room." I'm sorry. That's not something that should be shown to a guest. It's all right. I'm very happy to see this painting after so long. You know this painting? Sebel replied, yes. While I was a candidate for knighthood, I saw it. My duty was to patrol that area. I saw Estelle painting this picture. I see. This painting was made for the Dowager Empress when she was unwell. To be honest, it's not a particularly talented work, but it seems she cherished and kept it. This is the gift my father asked me to give you. Count Eklund? Yes, it's a book about the Eastern Empire. It will be useful when you return to live in the East, so please accept it. Oh my, gold and jewels are studded around the book. He sent a book instead of money or jewels, so I couldn't send it back. He must know I'm in a difficult situation and wants to help. Thank you very much. Please be sure to convey my thanks to the Count. I'm glad my task was completed successfully. But didn't you go north from Dinsa province at that time? Sebel looked around, trying to find an excuse. Yes, that's true, but Estelle thought to herself, because of the assassination attempt, he had no choice but to come back. What should I do? That was an indelicate question. Suddenly, there ran in from outside, calling what? Suddenly, the Ur hesitated and stopped when he saw Estelle standing with a stranger. His face fell as he asked, "Who is this?" "Hello, young master. I am Sebel von Eklund, and I serve as the knight captain of the Ranger Knights." "A knight? You're a knight? So cool. Sir Knight, do you like sweets? Grandpa said there would be a tea party. Would you like to come with us?" I'm afraid Sir Sebel has to leave soon. If we want to leave tomorrow, we must start packing our luggage now." "You're planning to leave tomorrow?" "Yes, we're departing early in the morning." "Oh, what a shame. The night market is open today." They got excited. "A night market?" "Yes, it's the day of His Majesty's accession. So a night market is held regularly to pray for the people's prosperity. Since people from all over the empire will participate, there are many things worth seeing. If you're lucky, you might even see a theater troupe." Hearing about a theater troupe, the got excited and tugged on Estelle's skirt, his cheeks adorably puffed. Estelle sighed in resignation. It can't be helped. The was running towards Sebel, but he suddenly stopped, remembering what Kaizen had said. "If you want, I can take you to the biggest theater in the empire. I promised to watch a play with His Majesty." With that thought, the changed his mind. "No, I'm not going anymore." Why the sudden change? The pressed his lips together, his body trembling as he said, I. The shouted, "If I'm not going with His Majesty, I'm not going at all." As a result, that evening, Kaizen had to wear a cloak to hide his identity, and the walked radiantly beside Kaizen. Estelle was exasperated. How did things turn out like this? She recalled earlier, after trying every way to console the to no avail. Marquis Kallenbach sighed and said, "This will be the last time they see each other. Shouldn't you let him say goodbye?" Remembering how worried the was when Kaizen was injured, her gaze grew heavy. Back in the present, the tried to whisper to Kaizen, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. I kept my promise to you a secret. I was good at keeping the secret, wasn't I?" Kaizen stared blankly for a moment, then chuckled. Very commendable. Just then, someone passing by bumped into Estelle. Kaizen quickly put an arm around her shoulder. There were a lot of people. Estelle looked up at Kaizen's furtive appearance and, loud a chuckle, there looked over and saw a puppet show. Immediately, the ran towards it. Wait, let me go. Kaizen ran and picked the up. "Little one, you have to be careful, okay?" Perched on Kaizen's shoulders, the waved his hands. Sebel said, "The young master listens to His Majesty so well, doesn't he?" Estelle replied, startled, "Yes, let's follow them. I feel uneasy with just the two of them together anyway. Lady Estelle, let's buy something to eat while we're at it." A vendor from behind heard and called out, "That's right, my lady. Have your lover buy you some delicious food." Sebel blushed and explained, "It's not like that. If you feel uncomfortable with me, my lady, I'll go buy it myself." "How could that be? Waiting a little while should be fine, right?" Over here, the was watching the play. "You shall die. Mwaha. The throne is mine now." Kaizen glanced at the excited expression and thought, "Isn't this content a bit hard for a child to understand?" Suddenly, Kaizen's expression changed. "Even though I know who was behind the assassination attempt, I still chose to forgive them. For one reason only. If I reveal that person, Estelle will also become a traitor. Originally, I wanted to publicly convict and properly execute Duke Reston. That must be done to prevent future troubles. In any case, for the past 6 years, Estelle's whereabouts were formally unknown, so she could be exempt from punishment for not being found. But now things have changed. The only way now, as his thoughts reached this point, Kaizen was drawn by something. It was Estelle, approaching with a bag full of food. "Eat this." "Thanks." Vitter took the food and ate greedily. "Eat slowly. From behind, Sebel called out, struggling with a load of food. Lady Estelle. She quickly turned around. Why did you buy so much? Suddenly, his eyes widened when he saw the collapse to the ground, curled up. Everyone rushed over. Sebel said urgently, I will gather the doctors at the mansion. I'm counting on you. The carriage hurried back. The lay in Kaizen's arms, panting. Estelle's heart ached with worry. Kaizen's voice startled her back to reality. Estelle, where did you get the snack for the He ate that and then fainted. It was from a nearby shop, but it was just a normal type of pastry. I saw other children eating it too. Then what on earth happened? Does the boy have any food-related illnesses? No, those things. She was startled. Lintio. Since I was a child, I would get a high fever just from accidentally eating Lintio. This is a fruit that only grows near the capital. The further you go from the empire, the rarer it is. The has never eaten this fruit before. She lowered her face. I'm not sure either. I'm only suspicious. I can't let it show. In the family, only I have this constitution. If the who is supposedly a distant relative, has the same constitution as me, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Upon arriving at the mansion, the door flew open. Your Majesty, Lady Estelle, Hannah, the has a high fever and fainted. Help me prepare a wet towel. My lady, the doctor has arrived. After the examination, the doctor said, it doesn't seem like he has any particular illness. The problem is likely with the food. It seems the young master fainted after eating it. Have you investigated? Yes, there were no toxic ingredients in the sweets or drinks. Nothing suspicious, not even the vendors. Instead, I have ordered a list of all the ingredients in the food. Check if there is any food among them that the young master has never eaten before. Seeing the name Lintio, her lips tightened. Yes, there is. Lintio is a fruit that the has never eaten. Then that's probably the reason. Is there anyone in the family who is allergic to Lintio? It's a family medical history. Hearing this, Estelle's heart pounded. As Estelle was unsure how to answer, Marquis Callenbox came out and said, I believe my wife had such a medical history. She would get a fever if she ate that fruit. But it's strange, the other children in the family don't have that constitution, not even my deceased grandson. This is entirely possible. A genetic illness can also skip the next generation. My grandmother passed away a very long time ago. No one remembers her accurately. So even if I lie like this, no one can find out. The doctor then left, instructing if he takes the medicine as I prescribed, the young master will be fine soon. However, he must first stabilize for 2 weeks after the fever breaks. Because the young master is so young, there could be after effects. Yes, thank you, doctor. She suddenly remembered Kaizen and turned her head to look, but he was nowhere to be seen. Only the was on the bed. That evening, Hannah brought food. Lady Estelle, I prepared hot tea along with soup. Please have some. Thank you, Hannah. She looked at Hannah and thought, in this world, there are a total of only 4 people who know about my constitution. My father, my brother, my grandfather, and Hannah, who has always been by my side. Hannah said, until you tell me, Lady Estelle, I will not ask any questions. However, when you feel tired of bearing it all alone, please let me help you. That is why I am by your side. Estelle, with tears welling up, broke down and hugged Hannah. Estelle said, you're not asking who the child's father is? There's no need. I saw how much you love that person, Lady Estelle. All right, the child is His Majesty's. I change his eye color with medicine. I must keep the child's identity a secret. If he is discovered to be a prince, the will be in danger. Returning to the imperial palace, Kaizen threw open the door. Your Majesty, what is the matter at this hour? There is something I need to know for certain. Investigate the exact date the was born. As soon as possible. A few days later, the had recovered. Seeing the playing happily with the dog, she sighed in relief. He recovered much faster than I thought. His fever has gone down a lot now. Now, he just needs to focus on resting a bit more, and he'll be completely fine. Afterward, she went to find Marquis Callenbox. Grandfather, I think it would be better to leave this week. Are you sure you're okay? Yes. The doctor also said the just needs a few more days of rest, and he'll be fine. After the fall, the schedule was already delayed by a few days. We must leave quickly before any more unexpected events occur. This time, I absolutely will not leave the alone with Kaizen. Suddenly, she paused and thought. Come to think of it, since the day the fell, I haven't seen Kaizen anymore. Why is that? An announcement from outside startled her. Lady Estelle, Sir Fritz has returned. My brother? Her grandfather reassured her. Didn't you already anticipate this? In an empire this small, rumors are bound to spread quickly. I'll go meet him and come back. Estelle went in and was surprised to see Fritz happily telling their story. She sighed in relief. Right, it's a good thing. But it's no different from a royal scandal. It will also put you in a difficult position. The Ruhr saw her and called, Aunt Estelle, what are you doing here? I heard the Ruhr likes dolls a lot, so I came to play with him. But I also have something to talk to you about. Can you spare me a moment? Yes, I understand. Are you leaving, Uncle Fritz? I'm sorry there. I'll come again next time. You promise? All right, I promise. Outside, Fritz said, I heard about the Ruhr's fall. Is that so? Estelle, I'm your biological brother. You didn't call me out here just to say that, did you? No. Suddenly, Fritz knelt down. I know you have no intention of forgiving me. But right now, isn't this a time when you need help? I will help you. If there's anything related to the Ruhr that you need help with, just tell me. She clenched her fists, wondering, when on earth did he realize? Was it because of the Ruhr's constitution getting a high fever from the wine? Or was it from the very beginning? Just then, a voice from behind made her jump. Kaizen. Seeing Kaizen approaching, her heart pounded. Anxiously, did he hear our conversation just now? He asked what's going on. His question startled her. We were discussing my mother's ball. The ball? The annual charity ball? Ah, yes. I was planning to invite my sister to the ball, but it might be a bit difficult since she still has to take care of the Ruhr, so we were trying to find a way. Is the Ruhr's condition not any better? Not at all. The Ruhr is much better now, but because I'm still quite worried, Estelle glanced at Kaizen and thought, what is it? He seems colder than usual. Kaizen replied, it seems I can be of help to you. Both. How about holding this year's ball at the Imperial Palace? The two said in unison, what? Kaizen continued, it's a joyous day, so I'd like to help a little. If the ball is held at the Imperial Palace, you'll also have time to take care of that child, right? Thank you very much. But the ball is a tradition of our family. Kaizen interrupted, Estelle, I think it's better if you don't refuse. Even if it's for the sake of your little Ruhr. Estelle's heart pounded. This man, he's clearly noticed something. A few days ago. What did you mean by that? Why did you have to look into the young master's birth? Zio, your majesty? Count Claude said, staring at Kaizen's evasive face. Tomorrow, Lady Estelle will be returning to the east. You are aware of that, are you not? Forgive me, but I must say this. You should stop paying attention to Lady Estelle. This is not like you at all, your majesty. Kaizen replied coldly. What right do you have to instruct me? Since when did you have the right to pass judgment on my affairs? This is the right that your majesty himself bestowed upon me. It is a right I have had since the day your majesty gave me a position that everyone deemed unworthy. Your majesty, before it's too late, please tell the truth about the assassination. Stop. If you won't do it, I will find out myself. He said, then left in anger. Your majesty, why on earth do you want to find out about the young Master Zio's birth? If anyone were to find out. Suddenly, they both paused for a moment. A few images comparing Kaizen with Zio appeared in his mind. Kaizen forcefully pulled his arm away and left. Claude watched in bewilderment. Could it be? No, it can't be like that. Kaizen recalled a memory from before. At a party, a young lady deliberately made things difficult for Estelle. You're to become the crown prince's fiancé, yet you're such a picky eater? Estelle lowered her head at her provocation. A moment later, she collapsed after eating the food. The other young lady explained in fear, I just thought the lady disliked these dishes. Afterward, the Duke's side also avoided the matter and only said that Estelle's health was poor that day, which was why she fainted. It seemed Estelle herself wanted the matter to pass quickly, so she covered it up. At that time, I also believed Estelle's words and let it go, but a few days later, someone reported, Your Majesty, I have found a midwife who delivered that child, just as Your Majesty predicted. She said it was indeed Lady Estelle. There are some things she couldn't remember completely because she is quite old, but she was certain that the one who gave birth to the baby was the Marquis's granddaughter. She received a very large sum of money and was told to keep it a secret. And what about the child's birth mother now? The subordinate startled and stammered. The baby's birth mother was a maid. I apologize. Someone beat us to it. What? Not long ago, someone from an anonymous family came, took the woman away, and disappeared. Kaizen left thinking, hearing this story this morning, I must investigate further to find out the identity of that family. But for now, I know clearly what their purpose is. What? It is to investigate Zio's origins. I must protect Estelle and Zio too. For now, the safest way is to always keep them within my sight, even if I have to use forceful methods. His hand clenched. No, but is that all there is to the truth? Scene change at the mansion. Estelle ran frantically, thud thud, calling grandfather. Then she rushed forward and hurriedly said, "Do you know a way to sneak out of the capital city? Why are you suddenly saying such a thing? Kaizen." Just then, he heard a rustling sound. Nearby, he quickly pulled her into hiding. Estelle trembled and said softly, I want to leave the capital quickly. While I am away from the capital, please help me hide all information about Zio." "Okay." After hearing everything, he said, "So the Emperor seems to have realized something." "Yes, could it be because of this incident? I don't know. Kaizen probably doesn't know about my constitution, and my father hid it well for fear that the engagement would be faulted. Oh my, what should I do? Even so, it's possible that not everything has been discovered yet." Recalling earlier, watching Kaizen leave, Fritz said, "It seems His Majesty is angry because he found out you were pregnant and gave birth to another man's child." With a stunned look, she thought, that's right. Those with royal blood are born with red eyes. But Zio's eyes are blue because of the influence of the medicine. So it's possible that Kaizen hasn't figured out the identity of the baby's father yet. Back in the present, Marquis Kallenboke said, "That makes sense. If the boy had been discovered to be the Emperor's son, he would have been taken to the Imperial Palace long ago." She nodded. "We are in an extremely dangerous situation. But if Kaizen wants to know who the baby's father is, the only way is a blood test. So if we hide the boy, that will become impossible. I am the only one who received the order to attend the ball. Kaizen never said I had to bring you and Zio. So first, let's hide Zio. Then, create false evidence about the boy's birth parents, and try to hold out until Kaizen gives up and loses interest in this matter. There's no other way. But will you be all right on your own?" Her face fell. "I don't know why Kaizen found out the truth about Zio's birth. I also can't predict what will happen in the future." She replied, "Yes, as long as Zio isn't taken away from me, I can endure it." In Zio's room, everyone was busy cleaning, but why are we suddenly changing rooms? It seems the young master requested it, probably because he saw the birds nest outside the window. Zio was delighted to see the birds nest up close. In a nearby room, Estelle said, "I've finished preparing everything. Tomorrow morning, we'll go on a picnic. You go too. Don't come back, just hide near the city gate. At night, Hannah will secretly bring Zio to you. Until the boy's condition is stable, only Hannah and I can enter. So even if the two of us disappear, no one will be able to find out." The door just opened, and Zio rushed over, saying, "Zio, I'm here. There's a baby bird in the Zelkova tree garden." She looked at Zio and smiled, then knelt down and hugged him tightly. She nuzzled his neck, making Zio call out in confusion, "Mom. Zio, tomorrow you will leave here with grandfather and go back to our home." "That's right, but Mom can't go back with you." Hearing this, Zio was taken aback and said with a sniffle, Why can't Mom come with me?" "Because Mom has something to do in the capital, so I have to." "Is it very important?" "Yes, very important." Although sad, Zio still replied, "I understand." Then he hugged her tightly and whispered, "In that case, you have to come really fast. My little one." The next day, everyone got on the carriage to go to the picnic spot. Zio watched his grandfather and waved goodbye. Marquis Kallenboke also waved back in response. A moment later, Zio was attracted by the fish, sitting excitedly by the lake with Hannah, feeding them. Looking at this peaceful scene, Estelle breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly a voice spoke up, "Oh my, Lady Estelle." Estelle was startled and dropped the food basket in her hand. "What bad luck. Why did it have to be here? I can't believe I ran into this young lady here." On Marquis Kallenboke's side, he sensed that someone was watching him. Back at the picnic spot, as Hannah and Zio were feeding the fish, someone approached and said, "Hello, miss, if you don't mind, could I stay here while the fish eat?" This person was Florin's nanny. Hannah replied, "Yes, of course. It's all right, I have plenty." The woman sat next to them, observing Zio's every move. After observing intently for a while, she stood up. "Well then, I'll be going." "Ah, this is a gift for our lovely young master. It was just baked. The young master should eat it while it's still hot." "Thank you, ma'am," Hannah quickly called out to remind him. "Ah, young master." Her eyes widened in shock when she recognized what was on the cake, lotus seeds. The cake had already been taken by Zio. Hannah's face darkened as she snatched the cake away. Estelle noticed something was wrong and ran over. "What's wrong?" "Lady Estelle." The nanny bowed her head. "I'm sorry for causing such a commotion, my lady. I didn't know better and carelessly gave the young master unfamiliar food." "Oh dear, it seems our nanny has made a mistake, hasn't she? I hope the lady can be generous and forgive her." Estelle glanced at Hannah and replied, Florin curtsied. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Estelle." I heard a ball is going to be held at the Imperial Palace soon, right? It would be great if I could see you again then, she said, then left. Estelle turned back and asked, Hannah, what's wrong? Hannah, still flustered, stammered, that is. Remembering how she had hastily thrown the cake away, Hannah said, I'm sorry, my lady. I shouldn't have gotten so agitated. I already felt it was suspicious, but why on earth would they do that? The scene of their last meeting replayed in Estelle's mind. She worried, could it be? Florin left with a satisfied smile. It seems certain now. Florin was the mysterious person mentioned in Kaizen's previous conversation with his subordinate. After learning of the matter, she said, that child might be useful. That evening, Hannah worried, will it be all right? There's no other way. You must be careful, Hannah. Zio clung to his mother, sobbed, Mom. It's okay. Go meet grandfather. By then, I will follow you there too. Hannah carried him and left. Bryn watched them go worriedly. Estelle comforted her. You can't, Bryn. Let's stay here and pray for Zio's safety. As soon as Hannah left the house, someone was following her. Realizing she was being followed, Hannah sped up. An arm reached out towards her. Then there was a thud. Hannah collapsed to the ground, holding Zio. She turned to see Marquis Callan Boke tapping a piece of wood. He said, that was almost a big problem. You said someone was following you this morning, so I came here to pick you up. TSK, that Duke was tailing us. What? So those were Duke Leston's men? That's right, this trick is also very familiar, so it's easy to understand. For now, I can't hold Zio in my arms anymore. How sad. Hannah handed Zio to the Marquis. Marquis, please be careful. It seems many people have discovered the young master's identity. I know. You be careful too. I hope you can look after my granddaughter, he said, then carried Zio and left. The day of the ball is approaching. Estelle shed sad tears as Hannah asked, Lady Estelle, are you really going to wear this? That's right. There's no other choice anyway. This was the dress Estelle had worn before when she danced with Kaizen. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Excuse me, Lady Estelle. This is a gift from Sir Fritz. My brother? A splendid dress was brought in. Hannah exclaimed, wow, it's so beautiful. Along with it was a note, I'm sorry this is all I can do for you. Estelle bit her lip. If it were any other situation, I would have refused. She glanced at the previous dress. But this time, I can't be as pathetic as the day I wore that dress. On the day of the ball, she appeared before stunned Fritz. As Estelle came down, she was surprised to see. Fritz, brother Fritz, what brings you all the way here? I came to escort you. Aren't you going with a partner? I don't have a partner, I didn't want to let you go alone. I'm just attending the ball for a little while. You don't have to go this far. All right, this is nothing to you, is it? Estelle blushed and placed her hand on Fritz's. When they reached the carriage, she said, thank you. Thank you for the dress and for coming to take me to the ball. Father will also be at the ball. Estelle was startled to hear that. Fritz continued, but you don't need to worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Later at the Imperial Palace, Duke Leston and the Duchess arrived. A few murmurs broke out. It's really the deposed Empress. Good heavens. Estelle's face was grim. I expected this anyway. Sebel von Eklund heard the noise and turned to look. His face flushed when he saw Estelle appear. But before he could take a step, Kaizen went first. He walked over and called, Estelle. Seeing Kaizen approach, Estelle bowed her head. Greetings to your majesty, master of the empire. Her face was lowered. Hey, I didn't expect to see you so soon. She said, Your Majesty, for you to hold the traditional charity ball in the Imperial Palace for my family. It is an infinite honor for our house. He nodded and replied, Estelle, after the ball is over, I have something to talk to you about. You said after the ball is over? That's right. Estelle glanced and saw Kaizen with an extremely grim face. Her heart ached. How ridiculous. He treated me so gently for a few months, and now this image makes me feel heartbroken. Don't forget, Kaizen has always been such a cold-blooded man. A man who never loved me, not even once. She bowed. I obey, Your Majesty. Sebel von Eklund stood nearby, his hand gripping a wine glass. A moment later, Estelle lamented, I'm so tired. I need to find a less crowded place to rest until the ball begins. As Estelle was about to open a door, she heard whispers. Have you heard? About the emperor preparing for a state marriage. A state marriage? Who could it be? Who will it be? That person, why? No, that's not clear either. It happened during the tour, right? Estelle held the doorknob and thought. They said a state marriage? Why so suddenly? She was startled and let go of the knob when she heard them say, This won't do. We have to go ask. The door opened. A group of nobles walked in, and Estelle successfully hid to one side. As she walked away, she discovered her shoe heel had broken. I didn't prepare a spare pair of shoes. Remembering the earlier words, the emperor is preparing for a state marriage. Her hand clenched her dress. What does that have to do with me? There are more important things for me, too. think about right now. She went out searching. Where did Hannah go? Sebel then had a chance to approach her. Lady Estelle. Sir Sebel, long time no see. Just then someone announced, from now on, the ball will begin. The ladies and gentlemen of the ducal family, 12 of you, please step into the center of the stage to help brighten this evening's ball. Estelle worried, the host has already announced the time for the first dance, and I still haven't changed my shoes. Sebel keenly noticed she was limping. Just then, Fritz came over and called, Estelle. Sebel whispered, Fritz. After hearing, Fritz turned to Kaizen and said, Your Majesty, could the melody of the first song of the ball be changed to a waltz? My late mother loved this waltz melody. Since today is a joyous day, I want to bring the music my mother loved. It would be even more meaningful if this melody is played as the first piece. Kaizen replied, if the host has such intentions. Furthermore, I may not be able to fulfill all my duties as the host because my ankle is injured. Therefore, I would like to entrust this duty to Sir Sebel for the first dance. Estelle called out, Brother. Sebel approached and said, Your Grace, this has never happened before. Fritz chuckled. I'm counting on you. Kaizen stood above, his hand clenched tightly. He looked down with a pensive face and said, I permit it. The melody began to play. Sebel shyly turned to look at Estelle. Lady Estelle, please place your foot on my instep. I will support you. Estelle thought to herself, my foot is quite difficult to move right now. So he changed the melody to a waltz so we could stand close and support each other. Estelle whispered, I'm sorry, what should I do? It must be heavy. Not at all. Then I shall be impolite. Suddenly, Sebel wrapped his arm around her waist and lifted her up to everyone's surprise, then gently set her down. Estelle let out an amused laugh. Standing to the side, Fritz smiled as he looked at the two of them. Estelle's foot rested on Sebel's instep. Sebel moved through each step of the dance without any difficulty. As a melody ended, applause rang out, clap, clap. Estelle said shyly in a low voice, Thank you so much. Could you lead me out of the hall like this? Of course. Seeing Estelle leave with Sebel, Kaizen's expression turned gloomy. Standing in a hidden corner, Duke Leston smiled sinisterly. What is that scene now? Now it's fine. Outside, Sebel said, There's no scheduled event in the garden today, so no one will come. I see, thank you. Sebel suddenly knelt down. Is your ankle injured, my lady? Not at all. It's just that my shoe heel is broken. You don't need to worry about it. Because you had to dance with a broken shoe, your ankle might be injured. Let me check if it's hurt. Sebel gently took off her shoe to check her foot for her. She said shyly, I'm very happy that you helped me out of that predicament. I will definitely thank you. What is there to thank me for? As it happens, I have a wish from the lady. Would the lady be willing to listen? Kaizen went out onto the balcony, his hand clenched tightly. He was annoyed, thinking of the image of Estelle dancing with Sebel. He thought silently, after this ball is over, I have something to say to Estelle. I have learned about Zier's birth. I heard she disappeared with her servant. Someone is watching her and Zier from behind. So during that time, you need my protection. That's right. You should have told the truth from the beginning. But I did useless things instead, because I thought you had another man. I know I have no right to be curious about it, but I can't stop thinking. Who on earth is he? Where did you meet him? How did it come to this? Were you with that man and raising your child together? For the past 6 years, what kind of life have you been living? I thought it was a time that I could never touch. No, your Majesty simply doesn't want to face your own choice. Thinking of that sentence, he snapped out of it. Now is not the time to reminisce about such things. Just then, he heard whispers. Have you all heard? They say the emperor is preparing for a state marriage. A state marriage. There is only one person capable of spreading such a baseless rumor. Belian, do you think that if I take an empress, I will no longer care about Estelle? Before I go see Estelle, perhaps I have a few more things to take care of. Suddenly his gaze froze. What is that? Outside the gate, a person was limping towards them. Then came Lyndon's panic, Sir. On Estelle's side, what do you want? Yes, Lady Estelle. Of course. I will do it if it's within my ability. Sebel smiled and said, What I want, I hope that the lady will not leave. Estelle froze. What? Please stay in the capital a little longer, my lady. Being by Lady Estelle's side is my wish. Estelle pushed herself up with her hands. Excuse me, Sir Sebel. Her foot tripped, causing her to sway and fall towards Sebel. A thud was heard. Estelle fell on top of Sebel. Suddenly, sounds of gossip erupted. Many nobles appeared there. Oh my goodness, how ridiculous. Estelle wondered. He just said that no one would come to the garden. Earlier, Claude had whispered something to Sebel. Estelle stood up. I'm so sorry, Sir Sebel. I may have put you in a difficult position because of me. The rumors showed no sign of stopping. How could they pull such a stunt at a ball commemorating his mother? What base behavior? The situation has become a joke, hasn't it? Florence stood behind the nobles, thinking I might not even have to lift a finger. Myself. Just then, Kaizen walked over and asked what's going on. The existing noise suddenly fell silent. While Kaizen was still dazed, a loud call came from behind. Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report. Marquis Callenboke, seriously injured, was being helped over. Estelle ran over frantically. Grandfather. His hand trembled as he raised it. I'm sorry, the boy. His hand gripped Estelle's shoulder tightly. Zir has been taken. Earlier, after the two of them hid in a carriage, they arrived at a place quite far away. Let's sleep here tonight. The two of them entered an ordinary inn. Upon entering the room, Zir jumped onto the bed after a tiring journey. Thud! Zir held his face and complained, it's so hard. His grandfather reminded him, Zir, you have to bathe before dinner, right? Yes. I miss Mom so much. At night, while Zir was nodding off, his grandfather detected movement outside. He picked Zir up and put him inside the wardrobe. Grandfather, Zir, stay still in here. The moment the wardrobe door closed, Zir rubbed his eyes and was astonished. Marquis Callenboke, holding a lamp base, defended himself against the strangers. He furrowed his brows. Didn't I shake off all the followers? He used his strength to push one of them and shouted, What is your purpose? Does that old fox want to take the child? Looking closely at the man opposite him, he froze. Wait, if it's Leston's subordinate. The man kicked him in the stomach, causing Marquis Callenboke to fall backward. He only had time to shout, No, Zir. Immediately after, the door of the wardrobe, where Zir was hiding, opened. Zir's eyes were already welling with tears from fear. After hearing the news from Marquis Callenboke, Estelle collapsed to the ground, wondering, who on earth was it? What is their purpose? Florence spoke up, pushing the public opinion. Who on earth would do such a thing? What's the benefit of kidnapping a child? The young master is very much like Lady Estelle, both gentle and very lovely. Huh? The kidnapped young master is the lady's son? Oh my, what disrespectful things are you saying, miss? That child is clearly. The boy is the son of Sir Zikmund Thoa, but he doesn't look like Zikmund at all. Is he really the Viscount's illegitimate child? Estelle's face paled as the matter was gradually exposed. It could be a mistake. At first, I also thought he was Lady Estelle's biological son. Kaizen ordered, quickly assemble the troops and search immediately. Damn it. Seeing the people gradually dispersing, Florin pursed her lips and cursed inwardly. Damn it. If this continues, everyone will soon forget the commotion from just now. She spoke again. Unfortunately, this is a regrettable incident. Hearing this, Kaizen clenched his jaw. The whispers started up again. The lady is really something. Do you mean the lady is that beautiful? In Estelle's mind now, she could only think of Rieur. Rieur has been captured. Once suspicion is deeply engraved, it cannot be erased. I don't know where that tide of curiosity will lead. Is this it? It's better to sacrifice one thing than to bite recklessly. A sure bait will certainly attract the attention of the hunter. I am the daughter of the ducal house of Leston and the deposed empress of the Rastial Empire. The unfortunate lady who holds the record for being empress for only one night. And now, I'm just an ordinary woman who gave birth to the child of a man of unknown identity. She said, That's right, As soon as she said this, she was interrupted by Duke Leston. Rieur is the son of the emperor of the empire. She turned back in shock to look at him. Father, Rieur is the son of His Majesty the Emperor. Kaizen was stunned to hear this. Estelle's lips trembled as she said, That's not true. Father, how can Rieur be a descendant of the Emperor? What nonsense are you spouting? Oh, my poor daughter. I can completely understand how you feel having to hide the child's identity. You are afraid. An empress deposed after just one day, now giving birth to the emperor's child. Who would dare to believe it? Even if you told the truth, you would be accused of fraud and trying to seize power. Just like now. Father, she said worriedly, how could you know about Rier's birth? Could it be that you were the one who kidnapped Rieur? So if Rier's eyes are discovered to have changed color. Kaizen interrupted, Stop it, Duke Leston. Your words have no proof whatsoever. According to what you're saying, Rieur is truly my descendant. If he is of royal blood, how do you explain the royal family's method of identification? Duke Leston sneered, It's the eye color. It just needs to be changed, right? Hearing this, Estelle collapsed on her seat once more. The people murmured, Is that even possible? I've never heard of such a thing. Where did this joke come from? Kaizen shouted, Right now, ensuring the child's safety is the top priority. The truth of the matter can be clarified later. Everyone gaped. According to the emperor's words, wasn't he implicitly admitting the child was partly his? Claude interjected, "Wait a moment. This isn't a matter that will end after verifying the truth. If what the Duke says is true, hasn't the Leston family committed the crime of concealing a member of the royal family? If it's a lie, then he must restore the identity of the royal grandchild and face the grave charges of the royal court." Kaizen was silent for a moment, then gave the order, "Linden, detain everyone involved in this matter. Do not let them out of your sight until the Duke's statement has been verified." "Yes, Your Majesty," Marquis Callenbox said with Diffie. "Culty, this matter," Estelle cried out, "Your Majesty." He walked past her and said softly, "I'm sorry. Right now, what you need to do is protect yourself. Cerbel, quickly summon the Lenbox Knights." "Yes, Your Majesty. From now on, the search for the child will begin. I know, His Majesty is protecting me through surveillance. As long as the child might be the missing royal, the most valuable target right now is me, the child's mother. But if I'm captured like this, there's no way to protect Rier." She cried out, "Your Majesty," then ran to Fritz. "Brother, please find out what father is plotting. Absolutely do not let things go according to father's will." Fritz pulled his hand away. "I'm sorry. Sitting in the carriage, Estelle burst into tears. "How hard have I tried to protect Rier, but I never expected something like this to happen. What will I do if the child isn't safe? If Rier is taken away by the royal family? If I never get to see Rier again? Rier, my child." Upon returning, Fritz asked, "Father, what do you ultimately want?" "TSK, keep your voice down. There are guards outside. Is Rier the emperor's son?" How could the child's eyes have changed color? How could you make up such lies? What about the liars? It's still better than letting them scorn a promiscuous whore who slept with a knight and gave birth to a child of unknown identity. Even if you are our father, if you dare to insult my sister. Crash. He smashed something. "You idiot. Do you still not grasp the situation? The emperor genuinely likes Estelle. That means this is our chance to have a real imperial grandson. A real imperial grandson? If Rier is truly of royal descent, that's great. But if he's not, then before it becomes evidence, we just have to kill him." At this moment, in a carriage, Rier was trapped inside a sack. Returning to her residence, she was sullen. The servants who heard the news were also extremely worried. She stayed up all night, her face becoming haggard. Just then, Henna came in to announce, "Lady Estelle, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Estelle knelt and called out, "Your Majesty." "Calm down, Estelle. I heard you didn't sleep all night. I know you're panicking, but you must also take care of your health, right? I am not important, Your Majesty, compared to that. I know. There isn't a moment that I'm not searching for Rier. It's not that I don't understand how you feel. The vanguard has already departed. I also plan to lead the remaining men to conduct the search. So before I leave, I wanted to come and see how you were doing." Kaizen sat firmly in his chair. Estelle said, "Your Majesty isn't asking me what mistake I made. If I hadn't secretly abandoned the child, this wouldn't have happened. And I've made a mess of the ball that Your Majesty prepared for my family." He replied, "I won't ask. I didn't trust you from the beginning anyway." She remembered his earlier words, "Rier is Your Majesty's son." Then she thought to herself, isn't His Majesty going to ask more questions? For example, is Rier really my son? Or not? Kaizen asked, "Estelle, I have one question for you. Do you want the entire continent to know that Rier is my son?" "Pardon, you once said that some things in this world can never go back to the way they were." "That's right. The things I did to you cannot be undone. Even if you never trust me again because of it, I won't hold it against you. But I will still take responsibility for the actions I took in the past. It might sound ridiculous to call it atonement, right?" He held out his hand and said, "Try me. What do you want? Whichever side you choose, I will never ask for the reason for the rest of my life. So, do what you want to do." Estelle hesitated. "Can I say it? Right now, if I tell His Majesty the truth, will he really protect my son for his entire life? My child with His Majesty. Take your time to think and decide by the time I return. If you have another wish." Estelle interrupted, "Your Majesty, if my requests are improper, would Your Majesty be able to listen to all the requests I make? Whatever you want, just take it. You are the one who has that right." That evening, Estelle was standing, waiting for news of Rier. A mysterious person appeared and threw something, breaking the glass of Estelle's room. Estelle was startled. Who is it?" Amidst the chaos, Estelle saw a piece of paper tied to a rock. Is this a letter?" Just then, the door burst open. "Lady, are you all right?" Estelle hid the letter. "I'm fine." It seems someone was just playing a prank by throwing a rock. Averting her eyes, she thought, what is this all about? She guessed that person might be my brother Fritz. A few hours earlier, while dining with the Duke, Fritz thought, this is strange. Father is so relaxed. If Father really intended to eliminate Rear, shouldn't he have sent assassins to that place? Why hasn't there been any action? Fritz stood up. I have no appetite, so I'll be heading to my room first. After returning to his room, Fritz observed, even without Father. But if I'm guarded this tightly, will I be able to send a message outside? Perhaps dealing with the child isn't for now, but after his whereabouts are found? No one but Father could plan something so meticulously without a trace. Could it be, if it's after the assassins are sent there? When exactly? What should I do? Rear's birth was mentioned at the ball this time. It was a very sudden situation. Moreover, Father has never paid any attention to this child before. If so, shouldn't he have sent assassins last night? Calm down. Let's try to think. Since Father entered his bedroom yesterday, he hasn't come out. Also, all the main doors and windows are being monitored. If that's the case, Fritz went out and said, I want to see my father for a moment. A moment later, the door to Duke Leston's room burst open. Looking at the empty interior, the guard said, the young Duke has disappeared. Duke Leston seethed. Oh, he figured it out. Fritz thought as he ran. I knew it. There's a secret passage in Father's bedroom. I have informed Estelle of the situation through the letter. Now, the thing to do is to find the child. I have to hurry. I must find the child before Father and the Emperor. Meanwhile, in a certain fishing village, Rear was being led away by a woman. The boy was pulled along at a fast pace, causing Rear to stumble. Hey! The person turned back, annoyed, and pushed him hard, yelling, you should watch where you're going, you brat. This brat. Marion frowned, looking at Rear. As Rear whimpered and sobbed, she dragged him away. Come here, hurry up. In a deserted place, she patted Rear's face. It's all done. She took out the vial of medicine that changes eye color. Rear's eyes sparkled as he looked at her and asked, Miss, when can I see my mom? I already told you. You can see your mom after you sleep for 10 nights. Marion gritted her teeth. Why on earth do I have to be here taking care of this brat? Florin, as long as it's not that girl. Remembering earlier, I can't believe it. That child is the former Empress's biological son. Is he planning to kidnap the child and use him as a hostage? So I hope you can help me come up with a plan to transfer the person to my place. I will arrange for a replacement to protect the nunnery. Don't disappoint our family this time. Marion muttered, I'm going crazy. Even if that woman is a thorn in my side, if she dares to cause this, the outcome won't just be getting locked up in a convent. But Marion thought of Marquis Cruzen's words. I am truly disappointed in you. Sister, you should feel lucky that you're only facing consequences at this level. After that, a few people came to see Marion. The sack containing Rear was brought over. Our mission ends here. There might be a security breach, so we hope the lady will not contact us again. The lady just needs to go to the designated location. After saying that, they left. Rear kicked and thrashed inside the sack. Marion approached and untied the mouth of the sack. Rear's red eyes blinked, startling her and making her fall to the ground. What? How did it become like this? They were clearly red eyes. Rear looked at her and called, Princess. Back to the present, in a fishing village. In a noisy tavern, Marion sat dejectedly while Rear was munching on a cake. Rear said to Marion, Princess, you should eat too. Marion asked in surprise, what? It's all right, you eat, kid. Also, I told you not to call me that. Rear, confused, asked with an innocent face, then should I call you miss? That's not it either. Marion glanced over and saw Rear looking dejected. Although I don't know the reason, it's fortunate that the kid has a good impression of me. Thanks to that, I can justify myself. At that time, she had said, I will take you to your mother. And those eyes, a type of medicine to change eye color, was hidden inside the teddy bear. Even the child knew about it, and the truth about his eye color was not to be revealed to the outside. I don't know the specific reason either, but that woman, I heard she brought a lot of unnecessary herbs at that time. So it turns out she was deliberately hiding the imperial grandson with medicine, and yet she pretended to be innocent and made me look like this? I will absolutely not let this go. Suddenly Rear called out, Miss Marion. Marion quickly covered Rear's mouth. This brat. Who are you calling? But you told me not to call you princess. All right, let's go. Gloomy eyes had noticed their presence. Reaching a deserted stretch, she asked, Kid, are you sure no one but me found out about your eye color? I was in the room the whole time. Sometimes when scared people came, I would just pretend to be asleep. Huh, that's good then. It's okay. It won't be long before we receive the next letter from Florin. If we go there in 2 days. Marion heard footsteps and whipped her head around. Excuse me. May I ask you something, miss? I'm very sorry, but I'm a foreigner too. I probably won't be of any help. Oh, is that so? What a pity. The person called out sinisterly, Lady Marian. Marian, who was running away, was startled. She sped up, pulling Rear along as she ran frantically. Who is he? Who sent him here? He knows my identity. What's the point of running away if my identity has already been discovered? Just then, someone from the opposite direction blocked Marian's path. Then, looking left and right worriedly, in a flash, Rear was snatched by that man. Marian called out worriedly, "Kid, this is strange. If he was sent to find the sun, his actions are too rough." The two sides stared at each other. Suddenly from behind, someone threw some cloths and ropes, covering the two men and obscuring their vision. Along with an urgent voice, "Run now." Marian scrambled forward and pulled Rear away. The other man turned around angrily and asked, "Who is it?" Rear ran into Marian's arms. She looked up and saw Leston fighting. With them, she called out silently, "Young Master Leston." Leston urged, "Run quickly, my lady." Marian snapped back to reality and quickly picked up Rear and fled. Leston fought with them and realized, as expected, these men are the assassins sent by my father. It's a good thing I arrived in time, but is it okay to let the two of them escape on their own? No, what's important now? Leston said, "Surely you wouldn't dare say you don't know who I am, right? I am the sole heir of the Leston family. If you dare to harm me, just you try." As soon as Leston finished speaking, he was hit on the head with a club from behind. Thwack! "Sorry, young master, we're just following orders." After there were the sounds of thwacks echoing through the alley. Elsewhere, Marian ran with Rear in her arms. "Where's this? Because I was just running, I forgot to look at the road." Due to her lack of observation, Marian tripped on a stone, falling to the ground, but not forgetting to hold Rear tightly. Marian's eyes widened as she asked, "Kid." Rear interrupted, "I'm okay." Marian let out a sigh of relief and stood up. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" "I don't know either." Her hands clenched tightly. "I don't know what to do. If we stay here, we might get caught by those men from before. There's only one day left until the day to hand over the child. Also, can I even get to the meeting point in this state? My identity has been discovered. They might have already put up a wanted poster by now. If so, they've probably already contacted my family, right? If Father and Florin find out about this situation, they will never cover for me. It's clear that I've committed this crime myself. What should I do? What should I do?" Marian remembered before that MY's sister is not as smart as I am. "Can you stop acting so pathetic?" "Me? Why is it me? Why am I so stupid?" Rear's voice snapped her out of it. "Lady Marian, are you okay?" She gritted her teeth and pushed Rear down. "Don't call me that. Even if you don't call me that." Suddenly, she collapsed and started crying her eyes out. Rear said in a small voice, "I'm sorry." After a while, she said, "You're so lucky. You receive love from your family. You don't lack anything." Rear's expression looked like he wanted to say something. Marian asked, "What is it? What's with that expression? Do you want to object to something?" Rear patted her lightly. "Humph, it's a secret." Then he whispered, "Sometimes I really want to go out and play by myself. I also want to make friends with many people like other kids. And also, it would be great if I had a father too." Marian seemed to empathize with him. Then she whipped her head away. Then she stood up and said, "Get up, let's go. Have you chosen where we're going?" "To your mother. This time, I will take you to your mother." Marian thought to herself, the kidnapping plan has gone too far. It's better to return the kid before things get more serious. I'll find the Duke I saw earlier and return the boy to him. Then I'll run away. Next, just as Marian thought this, she heard a rustling sound nearby. Marian turned and said softly, "Zir, behind us." Then pulled Zir and ran. "The village. We have to run to the village." Suddenly an arrow flew and landed with a thud below Estelle. Then another arrow flew by, startling her. At the mansion where Estelle was staying, the teacup in Estelle's hand suddenly fell and shattered. Crash. "Estelle, are you okay?" I'm fine. I'm not hurt anywhere." She glanced at her hand and wondered, why did the handle suddenly break? Marquis Kallenbach said, "I heard that Fritz's disappearance was from the camp gate. I hope it won't be too late." "Grandfather, actually, I have something I want to tell you. If he finds the child, if there's no other way to hide the identity of Zir, I intend to become the Empress once again." Marquis Kallenbach shot to his feet. "Child, that matter." "I'm sorry, Grandfather. I've made up my mind. That is the best way for me to protect Zir, the child who bears the identity of the imperial child of His Majesty." Back at the fishing village, Fritz stirred and woke up wondering, "Did I pass out? How long has it been?" "The child, did Zir escape safely?" Fritz stood up and felt a sharp pain in his leg. What did those men do to me? Fritz's foot had been beaten, swollen by them. Fritz worried, like this, I can't go save the child. Nearby, a figure appeared, silently observing Fritz. Scene change, somewhere near the coast. Marion held Zier in her arms, hiding under a tree. Nearby, Duke Leston's group of assassins were searching. Marion worried, I've reached my limit, I can't run anymore. The sound of a sword being drawn screeched. Marion held Zier tightly in fear after the sword strikes came down. The figure of someone holding Zier's bear appeared near where the two were hiding. Then came the dramatic sounds of fighting. Ugh, clang, clang. Marion opened her tear-filled eyes wide and looked back. It was the figure of the royal knights. Beside them were the dead bodies of the assassins. Kaizen, holding the teddy bear, looked towards the tree. Zier peeked his head out and called towards him, Your Majesty. Quick as the wind, Zier ran and hugged him. He reassured him, It's okay. It's okay now. Zier, over here, someone has requested to invite the lady to come with us. Marion pulled up her skirt, stood up, and started walking. Suddenly, the vial of medicine fell from her clothes and shattered. She turned back worriedly. Come to think of it, I put the medicine in. She turned back to see Kaizen staring at Zier, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed. The scene of Zier's eye color changing. Seeing that expression on Kaizen's face, Zier called, Your Majesty. Startled, he reached out his hand and pulled Zier into his arms. Yes, come here. Zier was lifted onto the horse with him to return. While Marion was locked up at the Imperial Palace, Estelle burst out crying and ran out, calling Zier. She ran down to receive Zier from Kaizen's hands. At that moment, Zier also blinked his eyes open and looked at her, calling, Mommy. Seeing Zier's red eyes, she froze. Kaizen soothed, Go back to sleep for a bit. With a trembling hand, she held Zier tightly and thought, Do you want the whole continent to know that Zier is the son of whom? If I wanted to, I wouldn't have thought of hiding him. Estelle turned and said, Hannah, grandfather, please help me take the child to the prepared bedroom. I have something to discuss privately with His Majesty. Your Majesty, do you still think you will give me anything I wish? 4. That's right, a king does not jest. She bowed her head, even the request to marry me once again. I do not wish for love or to be an ideal couple with you. What I want is the position of Empress. You mean you want to become Zier's legal guardian? Yes, is that not possible? Kaizen shook his head. How could it not be? With those words, he knelt down. Estelle von Eckland, that position has always belonged to you. It was just unreasonably stolen from you 6 years ago. Therefore, if you want it, that position is always yours. Become my Empress. Estelle bit her lip anxiously, wondering if this decision was really the right one, to become his wife again, to trust His Majesty one more time. Even if it's the wrong choice, this time will be different. I won't just let things happen. The next morning, while Zier was sleeping, Blin came and licked his cheek. Seeing Zier open his eyes, Blin yelped joyfully. Zier sat up and hugged Blin tightly. Estelle saw this and asked, Are you awake? Zier turned around and called out, Mom, then rushed to hug her tightly, Mommy. Suddenly Zier froze, covering his mouth tightly. Estelle smiled. Zier, you don't have to call me Annie anymore. You can call me Mom in front of others now. So, is the play over? He recalled her previous words. Later, we will act in a play. The play is that you will call me Annie. She smiled. That's right, the play is over. Zier's eyes widened with joy, and he hugged Estelle tightly, calling out, Mommy. Now, let's get up and get ready. There's a place the two of us need to go. Where are we going? Zier, listen carefully. She began to explain everything clearly to Zier, then changed Zier into a luxurious outfit. Now let's go inside. The door opened, and in the temple where Kaizen was waiting, Zier cautiously walked step by step towards Kaizen. He knelt down and opened his arms. Zier, come here. Seeing Zier hesitate, he continued, It's okay, don't be afraid. Afterwards, Zier was held in Kaizen's arms as a small needle pricked his fingertip, making Zier flinch. A drop of blood fell into the cup, and it immediately flashed with a brilliant golden light, to the astonishment of those present. A declaration was made. The bloodline confirmation ceremony is complete. The boy is the biological son of His Majesty the Emperor. Amidst the whispers and discussions, he turned and declared, Therefore, this matter is no longer up for debate. Furthermore, I will enter my son into the royal family registry as a prince. Everyone was stunned by his declaration. Estelle von Eckland will be instated as the Empress. Afterwards, with a heavy heart, Marquis Kallenbach told his granddaughter, "At that point, you just need to take good care of Zir. I'm fine. When I made this decision, it actually made me feel more relieved. I feel very sorry that you have to enter the palace because of us." He also decided to stay with us for a while. He's afraid that if he stays alone, someone will use him as my weakness. Lady Estelle, Lord Marquis, the carriage from the Imperial Palace has arrived. Everyone moved their belongings to the carriage. The carriage clattered away. Arriving at the Empress's residence, Estelle stood before the mirror and said, "This still doesn't feel real." Someone beside her spoke up, "My lady, let me help you continue preparing." "All right, I'll leave it to you." A moment later, at the ceremony venue where Kaizen was waiting, Estelle, wearing a splendid gown and holding a bouquet, walked towards Kaizen. He looked at her with an affectionate gaze, and the image of their wedding from 6 years ago reappeared. After the necessary wedding rituals, there was the sound of applause from below. Standing outside the door, Sebel von Eklund bit his lip, recalling the image from earlier in the garden. Scene changed to a party. Kaizen held a wine glass, looking around for the figure of Estelle. On a balcony somewhere, Estelle was looking quite tired when someone entered and said, "Long time no see, Empress Estelle." "Ah, Count Eklund, I apologize for disturbing your highness. Actually, I just wanted to congratulate your highness." She smiled shyly and replied, "Thank you." Even though she was smiling, it was noticed. Eklund continued, "But you don't seem happy." "Goodness, I'm so sorry. It's because the Empress looks so much like Jacqueline." Estelle asked in surprise, "You knew my mother?" "Yes, we were friends. The Count was my grandfather's deputy commander, so of course I know him well." "But he said they were friends?" "Ah, it's not proper to call someone of high status a friend, but because we were the same age, we were very close." "I see. Count, could you visit the Empress's palace sometime? Would that be all right?" "Of course. Consider it my way of returning the favor for the gift you prepared for me before. Besides, I want to hear more about my mother." She thought to herself, since Count Eklund is the Minister of Military Affairs, in charge of the army, there's nothing to lose by building a good relationship with him. Perhaps I'll need powerful backing later on. Eklund smiled and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will visit one day soon." Returning after a long, tiring day, she soaked in the water, lost in thought. The wedding ceremony was over just like that. The feeling of getting divorced and leaving the Imperial Palace feels like it just happened yesterday. Let's get a divorce. Estelle, you never loved me anyway, right? I don't want to pressure you anymore. Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor has suddenly passed away. That day before dawn, the sad news had spread throughout the Imperial Palace. If the Emperor hadn't suddenly passed away then, what would have happened? Was he really waiting to divorce me? No, if so, then why? On that night, I still couldn't understand his heart. Our first night for the second time has final. Ly arrived. Scene changed to somewhere else. A book is thrown forcefully to the ground. Damn it. Count Claude was holding his head in frustration, recalling, "Now, strip Count Belliangras of his advisor position." Back in the bridal chamber, the two main characters slowly approached each other. There's no other way. Even though this is the second time, today is still the honeymoon. If a newlywed couple doesn't stay in the same place, there will be gossip. As Estelle went to sit on the bed, Kaizen called out, "Estelle, can you come here for a moment?" She broke out in a sweat, turned back and asked, "What is it?" "I want us to leave a contract for this marriage." "A contract? Does your Majesty have any conditions for me?" "That's right. In return, if you have any conditions, tell me as well." She thought to herself, "I thought this would be easy. After all, since I've secured the position of Empress, it's only natural that I have to accept conditions." "Yes, I understand. Would you like to propose first?" "First, about the duration. The term of this marriage will be 3 years. After the term ends, if I request a divorce, I hope your Majesty will approve. This is the marriage you wanted. If that's what you want, I have no intention of stopping you. But the divorce and Zir's status as a prince are two different things. In the worst-case scenario, you will leave the Imperial Palace and leave Zir behind. You know that, right?" "Yes, I know. If it's for Zir's position, then it's better for me to stay in the Imperial Palace. But I'm the only one who could take Zir away in certain situations. I can't just be imprisoned in the position of Empress forever." "I understand. Second, please appoint my brother as the governor of the Western region." "You mean the position I took from your father a few years ago? If I give the position to the son who has a discordant relationship with him, the Duke won't. Let be. I will persuade my father, and if my brother successfully inherits the ducal title, it would be best to dismiss him from the governor position." Kaizen paused and said, "You're planning to remove your father from the position?" of Duke? Isn't that beneficial for your majesty? Next, there are no more. These are all my conditions. Now please tell me your conditions. He put down the pen. My condition, from this moment on, my request is that you can ask me for support with anything. Even if you and I divorce again. I know well that this marriage is just a transaction based on needs. Therefore, I want to make the most of this transaction. Me supporting you without making any demands sounds very hard to believe, doesn't it? That's why I wrote this contract, but this transaction. Elsewhere, a door burst open and a person ran in, calling Count. The person turned around and shouted, "What are you doing here so late without permission?" I'm so sorry. But right now outside, the scene changes back to Estelle's room. The next morning, she stretched and woke up, looking at the necklace beside the bed. She thought, I must have fallen asleep unexpectedly. The night before, you sleep first. I still have official duties to attend to, so I'll be leaving. As for this, I think it's best to return it to you. This is the blue moonlight, the royal family's heirloom passed down to the empress through generations. 6 years ago, when I left the imperial palace, I left it behind. This second time, I'm sorry for making you unwillingly enter this marriage. This is the second time, isn't it? Hearing those words, I suddenly realized. I used to think that he never loved me, not even for a second. This man, maybe he's not as good at expressing himself as I thought. However, in the end, nothing happened on the first night of our honeymoon. That should be fine, right? She opened the door and was met with the sight of Kaizen curled up on the long sofa. She was bewildered. Why? Why is His Majesty here? Could it be that this man? He slept here all night because he didn't want malicious rumors to spread? Even though it's our second marriage, if we weren't in the same place on our wedding night, there would surely be talk. I clearly had the same thought, but still. She held her head, looking at Kaizen, breathing steadily. Her arm reached out towards him. He startled and sat up, calling Estelle. She flusteredly pulled her hand back, spoke quickly, and ran off. Did your Majesty sleep well? Then I'll go prepare breakfast. Kaizen quickly stopped her. Just leave the breakfast preparation to the servants. But by then she had already run off. He could only smile helplessly. A moment later, breakfast was served, an awkward 3-person meal. Only Zir was excited about the meal, his eyes sparkling as he reached for a cake on the table. Kaizen understood and pushed it towards him. Here, do you want to eat anything else? Zir drooled, looking at the cake, then looked up into Kaizen's eyes. Suddenly Zir puffed his cheeks and turned away sharply. Both Kaizen and Estelle were confused by the boy's action. Kaizen continued to push another dish towards Zir, but the boy held up his hand to stop him. Fighting his craving, Zir asked, "Mommy, why is His Majesty here?" Estelle was bewildered. "Zir, what are you saying? From now on, we will live with His Majesty." Zir replied, "I don't like it. I just wish His Majesty would visit us sometimes." At this point, only Zir was left in the room. Outside, Estelle said, "I'm sorry. I thought he would understand the situation." Recalling that moment, Zir, listen to me. Actually, His Majesty is your father. You are the son of His Majesty the Emperor. So that's why His Majesty has red eyes like me. But if so, why didn't he live with us before? Zir hesitated for a moment, then said, "Is it because His Majesty doesn't like living with us?" It's not like that. It's just that His Majesty couldn't live with us because he was too busy and there were dangerous things. But isn't His Majesty the strongest person in the world? Even so, it wouldn't be that dangerous for him to come to our house. Later, when Zir grows up, I will explain it to you in detail. My son, can you understand for me? Yes. In the dining room, Hannah was trying her best to calm Zir down. Kaizen looked in and said, "It's okay. Zir also needs time to get used to it. I just need to wait until the child opens his heart." Kaizen left with a tired look. His legs began to stagger. Marquis Kallenbach approached and bowed. "Greetings to your Majesty, Master of the Empire." "It's all right. You don't need to be so formal." Saying this, Kaizen recalled Marquis Kallenbach's previous scolding that if you didn't look like my son, I wouldn't have bothered with etiquette and would have been rude already. Remembering this, both of them awkwardly turned their faces away. Kaizen said, "I want to apologize for my rudeness in the past. I heard you supported her a lot while she was raising the child. I didn't know about that. It's understandable that you're not pleased with me. I truly want to apologize one more time." No, Your Majesty, please don't do that." Marquis Kallenbach frowned, thinking, even if I have to get along with the Emperor for the child's sake, I don't feel any goodwill at all. Just then, someone said, "Why is everyone here?" Both turned to see that the speaker was Duke Leston. Kaizen turned and asked, "What business brings you to the palace?" "Your Majesty's words make me feel so sad. Of course, it's for my daughter. Oh no, I came to have an audience with Her Majesty the Empress." As he spoke, his mouth curled into a smirk. Kaizen felt annoyed. His joyful expression is really irritating. Suddenly, he changed the subject to Marquis Kallenbach. "Father, how is your health? I was planning to come and ask after you anyway." Marquis Kallenbach's face darkened. "Since when did I become your father?" "Ha ha, you're my father-in-law. To me, you're like my own father." Kaizen also furrowed his brows, analyzing. Kallenbach is the Duchess's father, so he's also Leston's father-in-law. Duke Leston is Estelle's father, so he's also Kaizen's father-in-law. Kallenbach and Kaizen turned sharply to look at each other, finally found some common ground. "Huh? We both hate this man to death." Inside the room, Estelle stretched tiredly. "Phew, I expected it to be like this anyway, but I'm still dead tired." The Empress's work was delayed as guests flocked in. Before long, someone else arrived. "Your Majesty the Empress." Another guest has arrived. Who is it this time? It's Count Eklund, the Minister of Military Affairs. He's earlier than expected, isn't he? Show the Count into the drawing room. "Your Highness, please forgive my sudden visit. It seems your Highness is getting busier, so I came to see you quickly." "Not at all. You are a guest I invited." "Is the prince adapting well?" "It probably still needs time. Children at this age are usually very sensitive to changes in their environment. My son was the same." "You mean Sir Sebel, right?" "Yes, actually. That child is not my son, but my biological nephew, because his parents passed away when he was too young, so I adopted him. He's grown up now, but back then he was also very sensitive and shy." "I see. So how did you two adapt to each other?" Count Eklund beamed. "I taught the child swordsmanship. Spending time, finding something you can do together with the child. This is the fastest way to get a child to open up." Estelle's eyes widened as if she had realized something. The next day, watching Zier play with the dog, she murmured, "Swordsmanship? Isn't that too early for Zier? It's fine to delay other education, but I think the sooner he learns swordsmanship, the better. Zier is a prince with a weak constitution. We don't know when or where he might face danger. We must teach him to protect himself." Recalling Count Eklund's words, the prince is said to like animals. "So what about horse riding?" "Ah, that's right. Zier would probably love that." "I'm so sorry. I invited you here to return the favor, but instead, you've helped me solve my worries." "Not at all. If your Highness needs someone to talk to, you can call me anytime, then I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Estelle realized something. Looking back, it seems my face and the Count's both have a light blue color, don't they? What a miraculous coincidence. At some meeting, this will be very difficult. Even Count Claude has been dismissed from his position as an aide. Even if he was looked down upon by everyone as incompetent, wasn't he the only one by His Majesty's side? That's not all. Look at the Cruzen family. When the eldest daughter was arrested for being involved in the prince's kidnapping, the position of Secretary of State is also being threatened. I heard that lately Count Eklund, the representative of the military, has been visiting the Empress. No, isn't he an enemy of the Leston family? He's just a turncoat, what else? What's the point of a hand that only holds a sword like that? TSK, what to do? The Empress is gathering powerful people. We need the power to restrain that side, but currently, there's no one capable enough. The Cruzen family and his daughters are considered useless, but how can we put forward other candidates now? From the beginning, there was no one as outstanding as the Empress. It's not that there are absolutely no candidates. What? If the other side is in danger, we just need to retreat, right? Let's plan a counterattack together. In Estelle's room, she looked at Kaizen sleeping on the sofa with pity. His Majesty has been sleeping like this for several days. If anyone found out that the Emperor of the Empire had to sleep in his office, people would go crazy. I need to find a solution quickly. Ah, and there's one more thing that needs to be resolved. Oh, Your Highness. Estelle gestured for silence. Hannah, do something for me. Yes, please tell me. When you're done with this morning's work, bring Lady Marian to me. A moment later, Marian was brought in. Lady Marian, do you know why I called you here? Estelle's voice made Marian jump. Her lips were pressed tightly together. It must be because the verdict has been decided. Estelle looked up. She's more dejected than I expected, isn't she? That's right. The Cruzen family completely ignored her. The kidnapping of Zier was also the eldest daughter's plan. They even said they would abandon her for the crime she committed herself. But that's not going to happen. Estelle said, "That's right. We have reached a verdict. The punishment for Lady Marian." Marian heard this and frowned nervously. Estelle continued, "is to become a lady-in-waiting in the Empress's palace." Marian looked up in surprise and asked again, What did you say?" Are you teasing me right now? Why? It's not at all rare for a noble lady to work in the Empress's palace. But now, the current situation. Estelle's face became serious. In that case, according to imperial law, shouldn't I physically torture you and then throw you out on the street? If that is what you wish, then let's do it that way. But I intend to give you a chance. Although you made a mistake, you still reflected on your own in the end and even protected the child. To be honest, if it weren't for you, Zir wouldn't be so safe and sound. Marion bit her lip, thinking lies. If he hadn't been kidnapped in the first place, there would have been no danger. Estelle continued, therefore, I want to keep you by my side and give you a chance to reflect. Not everyone can work in the Empress's palace, and your status will still be guaranteed. Think about it carefully. You know very well that this is the most lenient punishment possible. This is clearly a trap. That cunning woman is obviously plotting something. But, Marion's body trembled as she replied, thank you for Her Majesty the Empress's mercy. At this time, in Zir's study, Marquis Kallenbach observed Zir drawing something. It was a family portrait. He praised, you draw so well. Zir has very good observation skills, doesn't he? Suddenly, Zir pressed the pen hard on the drawing of a person. Marquis Kallenbach asked, that's His Majesty the Emperor. A line divided the picture in two. Marquis Kallenbach asked again, Zir, do you like life in the palace? I like it a lot. It's spacious here, and I can eat delicious food every day, and also, suddenly Zir paused, but it seems like Mom doesn't like living here. Since we came here, Mom doesn't seem very happy. Can we go back home with Mom? Sigh. The boy's observation skills are really good. No, we can't. Your mother has now married His Majesty the Emperor and has become the Empress. Now she has to live in the palace. Grandpa, do people get married because they like each other? That's right. Then why did Mom and His Majesty get married before, but then act like that marriage never happened? What are you talking about? Mom and His Majesty said to pretend the previous marriage never happened, and then they got married again. Who on earth told you that? An ugly grandpa. Marquis Kallenbach cursed inwardly. That shameless man. Has he been coming here these past few days and telling the boy things like that? Kallenbach explained, Zir, that happened before you were born. Because the two of them had some business. They were just temporarily apart. Is that so? Then, did Mom like His Majesty in the past too? Isn't marriage something between people who love each other? So Mom must have liked His Majesty before, right? Kallenbach broke into a sweat. Honestly, I can't lie. That's right. Estelle used to like His Majesty very much. Seeing Zir's excited face, he recounted, Grandpa, today, please help me give this flower to the Crown Prince too. Although he didn't say anything, because His Majesty's ear tips were pink like the flower I gave him, I could tell. His Highness must like me too, right? Every letter was filled with happy stories with the Emperor. I thought it would be fine. TSK, Kallenbach sighed. TSK. If I had known things would turn out like this, I should have stopped the engagement from the beginning. If so, why do both Mom and you hate His Majesty? Now, this question made Marquis Kallenbach freeze. Zir, why do you think that? It's not like that. What about you and Mom? Zir's eyes were filled with scrutiny, waiting. Kallenbach cried inwardly for help. Estelle, help me. Just then the door opened, and the grandfather and grandson stared blankly as Kaizen peeked his head in. Your Majesty, when did you get here? Zir quickly turned his face away to avoid him. Kaizen's eyes widened as he stammered, I need to see Zir. May I take him for a little while? I have a gift prepared outside. Hearing about a gift, Zir was swayed at a gift. A white horse was brought before the boy. Do you like it? Zir tremblingly reached out his hand, then hugged the horse tightly. Wow, I really like horses. But Mother doesn't like me playing dangerous games. If she doesn't like it, I don't want to do it either. You don't have to worry about that. Your mother has already given her permission. Really? Of course, this gift was something your mother planned. He recalled her words from before. Your Majesty, what do you think about teaching Zir to ride a horse? Zir loves animals. Perhaps doing so will ease the awkward atmosphere between you and him. Seeing Zir standing motionless by the horse, Kaizen spoke. Well then, how about you try riding it? Kaizen lifted Zir onto the horse. Imagine you're standing on the saddle. Once you get used to it, then hold its reins. Zir did as Kaizen said, while he took the lead rope and walked the horse slowly with a clip-clop sound. He silently assessed. He really has a knack for it. When Estelle first learned to ride, she couldn't even sit steadily on the horse's back. In this, he's just like me. Zir asked brightly, Your Majesty, what is this little horse's name? It doesn't have a name yet. You can name it. Zir laughed with delight. Wow, haha. He asked, Is riding a horse that much fun? Yes, Your Majesty, At this point, Zir stopped, remembering the painting from before. He jumped down from the horse with a thud. I don't want to ride anymore. Why the sudden change? It's not fun. He was surprised to see Zir's mood change so quickly. Zir, if you're not feeling well, I'll have a servant take the horse away. In the future, if you don't want me to, I won't come to see you so suddenly anymore. So, you don't have to endure anything. I've never endured anything. Is that so? In that case, Zir, tell me, are you going to stop playing with this little horse and return to the palace? If so, I'll call a servant to take the horse away. Zir thought to himself, I really want the little horse. Kaizen smiled and said, all right, you've thought it over, haven't you? He turned and gave an order, help me teach the prince to ride. I have to leave first. As you command, your majesty. Kaizen walked away, whispering in disappointment. Estelle's suggestion was useless. His feet suddenly stopped as he thought, I forgot to warn them not to let the child hold the reins. Just then, Zir pulled the reins, causing the horse to rear up and run. He called out worriedly, Zir. Zir's face showed clear panic. Your Highness the Prince, please calm down. Since it's a small horse, if you don't pull the reins. Zir stumbled and pulled hard on the reins, making the horse rear up high and neigh fiercely. Zir was thrown off the horse. Fortunately, Kaizen managed to catch him in time. Are you hurt anywhere? Zir let out a breath and replied, that was so much fun. The subordinate tearfully led the horse back, bowing his head repeatedly and saying, I am at fault, Your Majesty. I deserve death. Just then, someone approached and called out, Your Majesty. With an uneasy expression, he said, you must come with me. What is it? The person stammered, glancing around, because there were still others present. It's about, phew, I understand. Let's go. As Kaizen took a step, Zir pulled on the hem of his robe. Your Majesty, can we meet again this evening? Seeing his expression, he chuckled. Of course. Zir, I'll see you later. Travel safely, Your Majesty. A moment later, Kaizen asked grimly, so, what was so important that you had to call me all the way here? His fearsome expression made his subordinate break out in a cold sweat. He presented a letter that we request an audience with Your Majesty at the earliest opportunity. The delegation of the Persian kingdom. Kaizen snapped, what is this? What on earth are they plotting? The Persian kingdom was one of the border regions of the Lastial Empire. As it was a reclusive nation, there were only occasional trade exchanges with no major issues. And now, they're sending a delegation? Out of habit, he ordered Belian, gather and report all recent major and minor movements of the Persian kingdom for me. With no response, he startled. TCH, relay the order to Count Este. Act in secret. The other representatives should begin preparations to respond appropriately to the delegation. Yes, Your Majesty. He recalled Belian's words, Your Majesty. Are you truly refusing me? Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Right now, Your Majesty has lost the ability to judge because you are blinded. He thought to himself, have I really lost my ability to judge? If I were a blind man mixing private matters with public affairs, then this kind of nonsense would happen. By evening, he went to Rio's place. It's very late. The boy must have been waiting for a long time. Seeing a servant ahead, he called out, wait a moment. I wonder if the prince is asleep yet? Hearing him, Henna turned around in alarm and called, Your Majesty. About that, seeing Kaizen, Marion trembled with fear. Kaizen's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing Marion. He hastily pulled Marion aside and asked, why are you here? Marion trembled and stammered, gasp, gasp, I was wrong, Your Majesty. It's not like that. Hearing the noise, Estelle came out and said, I was the one who called her here. He froze and called out, Estelle. Inside the room, he asked, explain everything clearly. Previously, you promised to entrust Marion's punishment to me. That's right. This is the punishment I decided on, for Marion to become the Empress's handmaiden. Kaizen shot to his feet. Do you think that's reasonable? What did that woman do to Rio? Yes, I knew Your Majesty would not agree, but I was planning to discuss this with you today and officially proceed with the formalities. Before, I didn't expect Your Majesty and the young lady to meet like this. This was my oversight. It is my fault. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't trust you, but if I have fallen in love with you again, I hope that instead of trusting you, you will become arrogant. But I don't want you to have to bear everything on your own. Is this my greed? I don't understand what your majesty is saying. I know your majesty is worried about me, but she has been miserably abandoned by her family. She is not smart enough to devise a perfect plan without her family's help. To prevent any unforeseen situations, I intend to help her avoid assassins. I believe that if I could explain my intentions, your majesty would permit it. This is no longer about how to deal with that young lady. The decision not to punish her immediately, but to keep her by your side, is truly dangerous for you. Right now, the Cruzen family is recuperating. Their power could become formidable at any moment. They might pose a danger to you and Rio. If that's the case, then it's better to see that young lady as the Cruzen family's weakness and decide to keep her under your control. That's very logical. Logical, I understand, but I hope that when you marry me this time, you won't have to suffer anymore. That's all I wish for. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm like a fool. Seeing his reaction, she was bewildered. He ran his hands through his hair repeatedly and said, "The cat's out of the bag, isn't it? What do you think of this? I'll let her have a trial period for a few days. At the same time, I will order someone to monitor her. Do you think you can place her in the position of a lady-in-waiting? In exchange, during this time, Rio will be with the Emperor again. Wouldn't this be a better solution?" "Ah, yes, that would be good too. Thank you, your majesty. Then I will take Rio with me, starting tonight." Estelle hesitated. Please take Hannah and Blinn with you. The child will be shy moving to a new environment. All right, I will pass that on to the child and Hannah. You should rest. With that, he went out and slammed the door shut. She staggered and plopped down onto a chair, thinking I was so surprised. I thought I had gotten used to Kaizen's displays of affection. Why would he say such things? I hope you will be less weary in this second marriage. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm like a fool. This is as if Kaizen is in love with me. Don't be mistaken. Kaizen's feelings don't matter. I won't trust him again. I can't make the same mistake a second time. After all, feelings like that, no matter how much, can be thrown away. She murmured, "Right now, I just need to focus on raising Rio." Scene change. Rio's eyes lit up at the splendor of the Emperor's palace. Wow, the Emperor's palace. Do you like it? I love it. I've never seen a place this beautiful. If you want, you can live here from now on. Then where will your majesty live? Will you live in the Empress's palace with Rio? He stared blankly, then laughed with amusement. Ha ha, if only there were possible, it would be great. Jumping onto the bed, Rio rolled back and forth with delight, enjoying the comfort of the bed. Then Kaizen placed a teddy bear next to Rio's head and said, "If you like it so much, you should go to sleep." A second later, they stared at each other without a word. Noticing Rio's expectant gaze, he bowed his head, smiled, and said, "Is there anything else you need?" "A storyteller. A fairy tale. The story in a fairy tale." Kaizen dodged. I'm not familiar with fairy tales. You don't know any. Kaizen stiffened. Since he was taught how to be an emperor from the age of 4, it was understandable that he knew nothing about fairy tales. Rio continued. "Even that mean old man told me fairy tales." Rio sighed. "Well, it can't be helped." Suddenly, Rio crossed his arms slyly and said, "Then tell me the story of you and Mother." "Me and Estelle. I'm curious about the story between you two. When did your majesty and Mother start liking each other?" With an expectant gaze, Rio waited for Kaizen's answer. Kaizen had a headache, thinking, Estelle never liked me. Even half the truth is better than telling a lie, right? He began, "The day Estelle and I met was the first day Estelle came to the Imperial Palace. It was probably to see if she was qualified to be the prince's fiancée. The first time I saw Estelle by the lake." Kaizen's eyes widened at her beauty, and he wondered, an elf? Hiding behind a bush, Kaizen saw Estelle practicing in front of the water. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Not the future master of the Empire. The Crown Prince. His face flushed red, and he ran away. Hearing a noise, she turned her head to look, but Kaizen was no longer there. That's when I learned about her. The Duke's daughter, the one destined to be my fiancée, was that little girl. Not long after, at the Duke's ball, I proposed to Estelle by placing the royal family's treasure, the blue jade necklace, around her neck. Rio listened with a fascinated expression, then sat up and asked, "A proposal is asking someone to marry you, right?" "That's right. So what if Mother didn't like it?" "That would never happen." He thought to himself, the engagement was something we couldn't decide for ourselves. I was pleased with Estelle, but Estelle seemed to be reluctantly happy about her father's decision. There was no play acting at all. "Tell me more specifically about the proposal scene. You want to hear it?" "I can't imagine the scene with Mother and Your Majesty, but I like hearing it. It's like a fairy tale." Kaizen frowned helplessly, using his hand to caress Rio's chubby face. Then they both lay down on the bed. As Kaizen was caressing Ryo's face, the boy mumbled, "Your Majesty, it's not that Mother didn't like you. Before, Mother liked Your Majesty a lot." He was surprised. "What are you mumbling about?" "Ryo," he asked again, but was met with Ryo's silence. In the room, only the sound of the boy's snoring remained. He lay down, smiled bitterly, and thought, "Estelle liked me? No way. The year we were 11, it was the anniversary of my mother's death." While Kaizen was crying, Estelle appeared and called, "Your Majesty." He pushed her hand away and said, "Don't come near me." From that day on, our relationship began to crack. I hated and tried to hate Estelle. Sometimes, just sometimes, I felt regret and sought her out to talk. But even so, there's no way Estelle could have liked me. The married life of a prince. I made Estelle tired. I mustn't be mistaken. She has taken over my life twice already. A few days later, gossip began to spread in the palace. Has it already been a few days? I heard His Highness, the prince stays only in the palace, in his own room every night. Did they have a fight? From the beginning, the remarriage was just a smokescreen. Then the Empress also entrusted her brother with managing the West, didn't she? That's why there are more than just one or two people who want to follow the Duke's family's connections. In any case, Duke Leston must be quite worried. The prestige he just regained is in danger of collapsing at any moment. Everything is returning perfectly. Estelle, what are you doing? How can you keep your man's heart like this? A few weeks ago, in the meeting palace, Estelle said, "I need father's help." Now, right at this moment, yes, right now, I will become the Empress, and Ryo will be the sole heir to the Empire's throne. But besides you, father, there is no one who can help us. The Emperor likes you. How long will this take? If not long. I'm not young anymore. Estelle silently despised him. There's really nothing left to say. Then she replied, "His Majesty has become the manager of the West and has promised to transfer the position to my brother, Fritz." What? Why give it to Fritz and not me? Because it's not permitted to be transferred to you, father. Although you won't directly manage the position, it's understood that the Duke will be able to restore his former power. Therefore, please, father, for my sake and the prince's, we can only trust you. As he walked away, he thought, did you think I couldn't take advantage of this? First, I'll go to the Empress's palace to find out the situation. Duke Leston went to Estelle's room, and his gaze froze. From outside, he pushed the door open forcefully, startling Estelle, who called out, "Father." With a foul expression, he shouted, "Estelle, get ready. You must capture the Emperor's heart by any means necessary." At the same time in the main hall, a girl with red hair appeared. A delegation from the Persian kingdom had arrived to see the Emperor. It seems an unexpected figure has also come, hasn't she? The girl smirked and replied, "Your Majesty, I am Daphne, the third princess of the Persian kingdom. Although it's a bit sudden, are you not planning to welcome me as your concubine?" Saying so, she looked at Kaizen with full confidence. He replied bluntly, "I refuse. What kind of joke are you playing, princess?" "Haha, I'm not joking, Your Majesty. Your humble servant is truly hurt. If it's true, what do you think? Based on a royal marriage between the Persian kingdom and the Rastial Empire is a proposal for exclusive trade. In the past, both our nations have traded by land. However, because the border area between our two lands is very dangerous, passage has not been smooth. That is true. 3 sides of the kingdom are sea. The other is a massive, inaccessible mountain range. Although its seaports have developed as a nation with much sea, entry is very difficult. We are willing to open an air route exclusively for the Rastial Empire. Exchanging passage as one family probably won't work. How about it, Your Majesty? You can have all of the above conditions, just by making me your concubine." His hand clenched into a fist. A concubine? All right, this is too good a deal for just the position of concubine. This is clearly a condition that this princess does not have the authority to decide. Who is behind her, and what are they plotting? Your Majesty, this is a matter that requires no thought. The benefits the Empire would gain from exclusive trade. That's right, Your Majesty. It's not uncommon for previous emperors to take in concubines. Indeed, Your Majesty. On the contrary, we need to think about future descendants. Kaizen was stunned by the noble's buzzing discussions. He understood. Oh, that's it. Are they worried about Estelle and the Leston family having too much power? They want to bring in an external force to restrain the maternal side. He gritted his teeth. How ridiculous. I truly thank you for your kind heart, princess, but it seems this matter cannot be decided so easily. Prepare a palace for Princess Daphne. The Empire will consider this matter during the princess's stay here. She thought to herself, it seems it won't be easy, but she still put on a radiant expression. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I'm satisfied. In the following days, good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Your Majesty. It is an honor to be with Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it seems I've gotten lost. Could you lead me back to my palace? Kaizen's face darkened with annoyance. Ask a nearby servant for directions. Princess. Ah, Your Majesty, let's go together. Duke Leston said worriedly, is the Empress just going to let this be? I don't know what you're talking about, Father. It's only natural for the Emperor of the Empire to receive a noble guest from another country. Are you being serious? You really don't mind? Daphne schemed. I'll have to try another way anyway. Elsewhere, while Hannah was playing with Rio, someone called out, Hannah, can you help me for a moment? Yes, of course. Prince, can you stay here by yourself? MHM, you can go. The door closed with a click. Rio stretched his legs and whined, I'm so bored. It was fun when I was with His Majesty. After I returned to the palace, Her Majesty the Empress didn't come anymore either. I've been playing in my room all these days. He remembered Hannah's words, especially, do not go to the West Villa. While pouting in boredom, Rio heard a flapping sound from outside. A little curious, Rio sat up and looked. Glancing at the still closed door, he had an internal struggle as he thought of Hannah's angelic face. But right after, Rio jumped up and snuck out. Hannah, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. The sound of Rio's running footsteps echoed with a pitter-patter. Rio was delighted by the scenery around the Empress's palace. Suddenly, Rio's gaze froze when he saw something what's that over there? Where is this? This is the West Villa that Hannah told me not to go near. The pitter-patter of footsteps approaching startled the person sitting inside. Rio peeked his head through the window. Peekaboo. Lady, what are you doing here? Marion turned around, startled. Here. With a worried expression, Marion glanced around and then pushed Rio away. They are not allowed to come here. Go back quickly. If you're discovered, it'll be a big problem. Ah, okay. Rio let out a chuckle. Lady, why are you suddenly using honorifics with me? Now you are a prince. The prince is not allowed to come here. If I'm discovered with the prince, I will be scolded. Why is it so strange? The lady is not a bad person. That's enough. Your Highness, please leave. I will pretend I didn't see the prince here. Saying so, Marion drew the curtain and slumped down. Rio tried to call out, Lady, I don't know the way back. Marion pulled the curtain aside. If I draw a map, can you find your way back on your own? Yes. Marion turned back, thought for a moment, then turned back again, and asked, but why are you here alone? Where did the maids go? Well, they're busy. Ah. The princess from another country made a request to be a concubine and is staying here. Because of that, I'm stuck in this place. I guess the time when that woman pretended to be my world will end soon. All right, but if that's the case, what will happen to the kid? Here, Prince. Is His Majesty the Emperor still treating you well? Yes, very well. Then that's good. You said it back then. It would be great if I had a father. That's right, but I shouldn't have wished for that. What? I really like His Majesty, but mother and grandfather don't like him. Hannah doesn't either. So I pretended to hate His Majesty too, but His Majesty looked so sad, so I shouldn't have been so greedy. Being here has made things more difficult. As he spoke, Rio's tears started to fall. Marion was stunned. What? I didn't mean to ask about this. Comforting a crying child is my weakness. Marion reached out and cupped Rio's cheek. Don't cry. Rio leaned his head against Marion's hand. I'll come again next time. I told you not to come. It's fine as long as I don't get caught. At the Western Territory, someone was secretly rummaging around when they were discovered. Bang! Who's there? Discovered. He threw a book hard at the guard and struggled to run away. The man stared after him in bewilderment and suspicion. That person. Scene change. Duke Leston shouted, Who did you say it was? His face was stunned. I knew it. I guess the kid would stab me in the back. Fritz, after escaping, thought to himself, damn it. Even though I searched the entire Western Territory, I still couldn't find evidence of father's corruption. This won't do. First, I have to return to the capital. I have to protect Estelle. Meanwhile, the Duke put down his pen and said, Which way was it? My disobedient son. 122 here. In the Empress's palace, Rio looked out the window and asked Estelle dejectedly, Mother, can I go outside today? What should we do? It's raining heavily today, so you can't. Instead, later you can wait for grandfather to take you to visit the stables. Rio replied without any interest. Okay. Estelle wondered. I thought he would be thrilled to go see the horses. Why is he so gloomy? Rio thought to himself, I have to go see the lady too. At that moment, Hannah came in and called, Your Majesty the Empress, it's time to begin your morning duties. She kissed Rio on the cheek. That I'm going now, Rio. Then, arriving at her workplace, a book suddenly fell onto the table. That thing. The Foundation and Understanding of Medicinal Herbs. I brought this book because I wanted to be helpful when I came to the Imperial Palace. Because the Empress's work was so busy, I never opened it once. The first time I learned about medicinal herbs was to protect Rio. But the more time passes, the more interesting it gets. Grethel, you taught me to say that I have talent. In fact, I made use of it at the right time. Now, the position of Empress is not too stressful. But compared to back then, it was so uncomfortable. Maybe I should send a letter to Grethel. Before the wedding, I was in the mood, so I forgot. I must repay her for the time she helped me, right? Thinking that, she called out, Is anyone outside? Bring me the new mail that has arrived. Yes, here's the mail, Your Majesty. Duke Leston helped get the tea leaves, so I have prepared it. This tea helps relieve fatigue. The tea. All right, thank you. The sound of tea being poured. The maid with a suspicious expression poured the tea into the cup, then turned and left. Estelle unsuspectingly lifted the teacup to enjoy it. A moment later, the rain outside became a downpour. Estelle began to feel dizzy. She wondered for a while now, my mind has been feeling dull. A sharp pain made her clutch her head in discomfort. What is this? It's like I took the wrong medicine. Her face flushed. She panted as she recalled. Duke Leston sent the tea, so I prepared it right away. Estelle staggered. Her heart pounding, she reached for the teacup. She tried to pour out the contents of the teapot to analyze them. If there was poison, it could only be in the tea. If it were a liquid potion, it would be uncertain, but if it were a herb, it would surely have been mixed into the tea leaves. A few ingredients appeared before her eyes. Estelle picked up a flower, found it. What herb is this? I don't know. She hastily opened a book. If you ingest a poisonous herb, you must know exactly which one it is to find an antidote. The ordinary doctors of the Empire are not knowledgeable about herbs. I can only find out myself. Thump! Estelle collapsed to the ground. Her whole body trembling, she wondered why father? Fritz, could it be that he was caught while following father? If so, if I was wrong. In her pain, she vaguely saw that flower appear on a page of the book. Estelle read intermittently. Angelica, its effect. Oh, what a relief. As she finished speaking, she collapsed. Just then, Kaizen entered, calling Estelle. Seeing her on the floor, he ran over and shouted, Estelle. After that, she was taken back to her room by Kaizen. The doctor said it's because of Angelica. Angelica is an herb that promotes pregnancy. It's not used much recently, but it was very popular a few decades ago. This herb is not dangerous, but using it with a conflicting herb will lead to a high fever. And these are the notes from the book the Empress was looking at. I have prescribed medicine to reduce the fever, so the Empress will recover soon. Kaizen nodded. You may leave first. Don't let this matter get out. The maid from before was quickly summoned. She said, recently, Her Majesty the Empress has been worried about not being able to conceive, so Duke Leston. His fingers tapped as he thought. So was the Duke's scheme. He's probably afraid I'll take a concubine. He thinks that with just Rio, it's not certain he will become the successor. TSK, I already drew a clear line from the beginning. I have no intention of taking a concubine either. Estelle opened her eyes, looked at him, and asked, Why is that? Why won't you take a concubine? He called her name loudly. Estelle, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lie down. You still have a high fever. She replied, flustered, yes, then turned away to avoid his gaze. She still wondered, why won't you take a concubine? He still hasn't given me an answer. That evening, after a long sleep, she sat up and saw Kaizen sitting nearby. She approached and called, Your Majesty. He stood up and turned her back towards the bed. I told you not to get up. I'm fine now. Estelle took his hand and placed it on her forehead. See for yourself. Suddenly she was startled. A habit I often do with Zier. He paused for a moment, then pushed her to sit on the bed. Even so, you must rest. He wondered, I don't know if the rising temperature is from Estelle or my hand. She replied, I can't sleep anymore besides. Looking at the table, she asked, why is there a chessboard? Zier asked me to teach him. I haven't played in a long time, so I wanted to practice again. Then let me play with you, Your Majesty. Your body hasn't recovered. If I get tired, I'll say so right away. He smiled and replied, all right, then even if you lie because you don't want to lose, I'll turn a blind eye. You think I will lose? I know your skills well. You're probably worse now than when you were a child, right? Back then, I had only been learning chess for a short time. This time, you don't have to intentionally lose like you did back then. You knew. Your Majesty intentionally lost for my sake, Fritz told me later. Kaizen rubbed his head. Honestly, all right, this time I won't intentionally lose. After playing chess together for a while, Estelle placed a chess piece down and said, checkmate. Kaizen's eyes widened in surprise, while Estelle burst out laughing. Don't laugh. Hasn't your skill improved a lot during our long time apart? It seems like it will end quite easily. So let's make a bet on the new game. A bet? Yes, to grant the winner's wish. All right, he thought to himself, if it's your wish, I would listen even without a bet. In a new game, Estelle said, Your Majesty, why didn't you answer my question from before? Of mine? What did you ask? Why won't you take a concubine? That's a matter of course. And above all, this isn't something to discuss with someone who is sick. Why is it a matter of course? There's a long story behind it. I don't want to bring her into the inner palace. It's best not to have a force opposing you and Zir. But not for you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, if it were me, I would keep Princess Daphne by my side. He frowned and asked, What? Why do you keep bringing this up? Because I think Your Majesty made an unsatisfactory choice. You still don't know the exact situation. Let's not talk about this anymore. If it were the usual Your Majesty, you would accept a dangerous problem. Even if there might be risks later, you would consider the immediate benefits first. Before any damage is done, you would have dealt with all the dangerous elements. So that is a choice unlike your personality. And this time, Your Majesty did not make that choice. Your Majesty, I know it's because you love Zir. Estelle, but Your Majesty, would you be willing to suffer a loss later for my and Zir's sake? By sacrificing the interests of the Empire. What sacrifice? You're exaggerating. Is that so? Your Majesty, haven't my chess skills gotten better over the past 6 years? Except for the first few months, I've always played chess very well. But I always lost because of Your Majesty. You said you would play without intentionally losing, right? Kaizen looked at the current board and recalled Estelle's earlier words. Let's make a bet on the new game. Grant the winner's wish. Why won't you take a concubine? He panicked and tried to stop her. Estelle, wait. He lunged forward, sprawling over her, a compromising position. Estelle shyly avoided him. She placed the chess piece and said, checkmate. May I state my wish now? Estelle, wait. My wish is, please do not take a concubine. Your Majesty, he paused and asked, what? At least until Zir is grown up, capable enough to protect himself. I know I'm overstepping my bounds, but I don't want Zir to be in danger. But I'm not asking for anything too difficult for Your Majesty, am I? So, during this time, I hope you will not take a concubine. That is my greatest wish. Please grant my wish, Your Majesty. Kaizen was stunned and then asked, is that all? Is there nothing else? Even if I take another woman as my wife besides you. Her face blushing, she looked up at him. He lunged towards her. His hands gripped her, pressing her down onto the bed. The tightening grip startled Estelle. His hand gently stroked her hair. Then he lifted her hand and kissed the back of it, making Estelle's heart burn and pound. In a nearby room, Daphne, who was sitting on her bed, suddenly turned and screamed loudly. Over here, as Kaizen and Estelle were about to take another step, he heard his subordinate calling, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Kaizen left the Empress's palace and ran to ask, what's wrong? Linden turned back flustered and called, Your Majesty. An intruder has broken into Princess Daphne's room. Daphne was standing to one side, crying, over here we have caught the suspect. The captain, the Duke, and Zir, young Master Fritz. What? You're the young Duke? Kaizen frowned. How are the three of you involved in this? He asked. Does the princess remember the intruder's features? No, because the princess was sleeping at the time. Fritz struggled and explained, Your Majesty, I only came to see the Empress. Duke Leston interjected, I have something very important to say, Your Majesty. But if I say it in such a crowded place, I worry it will endanger my child's safety. I propose that your majesty open a formal trial for this case. Then I will tell everything I witnessed there. Estelle panicked when she heard the news. Zir, why are you running outside at this hour? We clearly saw His Highness go to bed. After that, all the servants were standing guard at their posts. Don't arrest an innocent person. Who could stop this kid if he was determined to run out? Determined to run out? Yes, isn't that right? Does the Empress really not know? Recently, the prince has often been running to the Western Villa. Zir, having been discovered, had tears welling up in his eyes. Estelle thought to herself, if it's the Western Villa, that's where Lady Marian lives. Zir, is it true? Mother won't scold you. I just want to know the exact situation. Zir trembled and stammered. That is, Estelle saw Duke Leston's hand tightening on Theo's and became suspicious. I was wondering why the child was so scared. She pulled Zir into her arms. Father, did you perhaps threaten Zir? Threaten him? I just intended to spend some quality time with the prince. At this late hour, you forced a child to go out? Even if you are my father, this has gone too far. I know you secretly put herbs in my palace. Do you know that I can hold you responsible for that? Even my own family says such hurtful things to me. Didn't the Empress say she would trust me completely? Estelle was startled. He continued, deceiving me with meaningless words. It seems the Empress is secretly doing something behind my back, isn't she? Is the Empress also just like her brother? That. She staggered. What are you talking about, father? What did my brother do? Is this incident related to my brother too? He smirked. What did he do? He was just unlucky. The Empress doesn't need to worry. As long as His Majesty opens a trial, everything will end smoothly. Could this father really harm his own child? His hand had squeezed Zir's so tightly it left a red mark. Trust me. Estelle hugged Zir tightly. Now I understand. Father suddenly sending the herbs and even taking Zir outside. It was all a warning to me, because he found out my brother was secretly working behind his back. Now that he's been discovered, it's too much to investigate further. Right now, I've escaped his suspicion, but I won't be safe. The person who reported Zir's movements to father is clearly in this palace. I'm completely cornered. Grandfather, what should I do? Don't worry too much. I will get to the bottom of this no matter what. Everything will be fine. The trial is scheduled to take place in 4 days. I heard it's very difficult to see Fritz. Luckily, he wasn't put in prison. Have you spoken to His Majesty? Yes, but Your Majesty, I asked him not to get involved in this until that day. If there's any mistake, it could affect the diplomacy between our two countries. It's truly difficult. At least if Zir wasn't involved in this. How could such a good child end up like this? He's been so well behaved all this time. Isn't he a smart child? He also knew we weren't well off, so he had to endure every single day in the East. Only when we came here and things stabilized did he show the lively nature of a child his age. It's natural for a child to cause trouble, isn't it? Yes, I overreacted. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? I'll be right back. Sitting down before a grave, he said, Jacqueline, my beloved daughter, is it all right for me to go see him now? A gust of wind blew past, and he vaguely saw Jacqueline's figure. All right, it's time for me to use what I've ignored from my past mistakes. I will gather all my courage. After that, he went to see Count Eklund. It's been 30 years since we last met, hasn't it? I didn't expect the Marquis to prepare a seat for me in advance. Have you been well all this time? All right, you still look healthy. Marquis Kallenbach bowed his head. I'm sorry. Please don't do that. Why are you apologizing to me? Because I have no face to see you. Because of me, you... Please don't say that. Whether it was then or now, I have never resented the Marquis. Remembering that time, Commander-in-Chief, that's not it. I never made such a mistake, Commander-in-Chief. At that moment, there was a rustling sound nearby. Eklund turned to look and then shouted. Jacqueline, Marquis Kallenbach, seething with murderous intent, turned back and grabbed Eklund by the collar. Get out of my territory immediately. A subordinate of mine who doesn't admit his mistakes has no right to stay in my place. 2 years later, it really wasn't his fault. I personally destroyed the path ahead of that promising young man, the young lady and her aide, because I had to protect my daughter. I heard you also refused compensation this time. It can't compare to the past 2 years, but just thinking about your future, I couldn't accept it. Thank you for coming all this way, but I don't need compensation. Look at me, Eklund. In the end, it's enough that you never stopped investigating and uncovering the truth. And, if possible, please send my congratulations to the young lady's wedding. That compensation is enough. Returning to the present, Eklund said, the Empress is a wonderful person. She looks just like her mother. Yes, her way of life is also very much like her mother's. I know it's shameful, but I came here today to ask for your help. You know this, but the current situation is not good. No matter how we try to cover it up, everything points to Her Majesty the Empress as the one behind this. Can you help us? Eklund leaned in and replied, "Of course. Thank you. Truly, thank you." Eklund recalled Jacqueline's words. "Your eyes are so beautiful. Aren't they like the grass of early spring?" Scene change. In the dark of night, a cloaked figure quietly leaves. He seems to be up to something. Elsewhere, Daphne is enjoying herself. "Don't you worry. The culprit will surely receive their just punishment." Thank you. In contrast to her satisfied mood is Estelle's worried state. The day of the trial, Estelle stood before the door and sighed. Kazan took her hand and called, "Estelle." She smiled brightly and replied, "Shall we go in?" announcing His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. The two took their places. Daphne wore a triumphant smile. "Well then, from now on, the trial begins." Daphne cried, "I was sleeping when suddenly," a servant said, "I saw a stranger." Another, "At that moment, someone pushed me to run away." "Your respected Majesty and Empress, this incident is all a play by Princess Daphne. I have proof." After saying that, he called, "Come in." The crowd began to murmur. Daphne gritted her teeth. "How dare you try to frame the princess of a nation?" "Frame her? That's what my poor son should be hearing." A person was brought in. Someone below widened their eyes in surprise, then stood up and quietly left. But he was blocked. "Where are you going, Viscount Bergen?" Viscount Bergen said, "On behalf of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Princess Daphne, this is evidence that the two of them colluded. We have secured all the secrets and witnesses exchanged for this. If I spoke out in a situation without concrete evidence, I was afraid everyone present here would think I was doing it for my son, so I have remained silent until now. I hope Your Majesty will understand me with a generous heart." Claude stood in a corner and thought, "It's over, isn't it?" Daphne screamed, "Your Majesty, I've been framed." Silence. Kazan ordered. "The trial will resume after confirming the authenticity of the evidence presented by the Duke." Estelle ran after him, calling, "Father." She waved her hand, ordering, "Step back." Duke Leston turned around and sighed. "What's with that expression?" "I told you to trust this father of yours." Her lips pressed into a tight line. "You said you knew everything from beginning to end, right?" The princess staged a play, so everything was found out. Her hands clenched, trembling. "You knew everything, but you let this trial happen. You deliberately made yourself a suspect, controlling the Emperor's actions to your will and using Zir as a hostage. Such trivial matters are not important. What's important is how much this father has helped you." Estelle shouted, "Father." He reminded her, "There can be no concubines in the harem. Remember that, my daughter." His finger pointed straight at Estelle's face, startling her. "You must become a perfect, unwavering empress. You must do it for me." After he left, Estelle staggered. "I can't believe father would force me like this. I can't let father have his way forever. If I don't cut ties now, I will surely be controlled." But, remembering before, "I'm sorry, Estelle. Even though I found the expense ledger hidden in the Western Territory, this still isn't enough." Her lips pressed into a tight line. She turned and walked to the table. Her eyes widened when she discovered a stack of documents. "What is this?" The next day, Estelle sat enjoying tea with Duke Leston. He said, "It's only been a day and you've already called for me. You seem a bit hasty, don't you?" Estelle smiled brightly. "What's there to be hasty about? I have a father who is always by my side helping me." "Ha ha, this obedient attitude is good. You've finally realized this father's grace, haven't you?" "I'm always grateful for your help, father. So I have something to say. Since you're helping me anyway, could you pass the title to Brother Fritz?" Leston froze. "Now, what are you talking about?" "I'm saying you should pass the title to brother and step down from the position of Duke." As she spoke, she pushed the stack of documents forward. "That," he thought to himself, "that's the secret expense ledger of the Western Territory. Ha ha, you believe in those ledgers and pull this stunt? What can you do with those dusty old books? Please calm down and read it. Father, I prepared it for you." Only then did he look at it seriously, then snatched it up to examine it. Estelle slowly sipped her tea while listening to the rustling sound, the sound of pages being turned. The Leston family's territory in the West is vast. According to imperial law, large territories must pay a huge tax corresponding to their income. In contrast, small territories can be granted tax reductions. You took advantage of that very point, deliberately dispersing assets to smaller surrounding territories to reduce taxes, or in other words, tax evasion. When Kazan ascended the throne, although he dealt with illegal acts during the time of the late emperor, that move was quite bold. His hands trembled. How did you get the tax records of the late emperor? Estelle recalled last night. Do as you wish. So you're on the same side as that Fritz. Do you think you'll be safe if this gets out? It's not treason, so I probably won't lose my position as empress. Brother will be able to take care of himself too. If this can't convince you, father, then I can expose many more things. The failed assassination attempt at Dan's castle and the kidnapping of Zir. Do you think I don't have evidence of those incidents? Don't lie. If you had evidence, the emperor wouldn't have let it slide until now. You can think positively if you want, but this wasn't a problem from the start. If we do this, our family will become the emperor's maternal relatives in the future. That's what you've always dreamed of. The only difference is that Brother Fritz will become the Duke instead of you. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, fine, I'll do as you wish. Fritz has grown up, so it's not strange for him to inherit. I had to pass it on to him eventually anyway. But you will definitely regret what you did today. With that, he went out, slamming the door. Estelle sat quietly, bowing her head. It's done. Father is not one to give in so easily, but taking away the title of Duke is a great achievement. After having his title taken and being restrained, Father will slowly be kicked out of the political world. Duke Leston has lost his livelihood. That's it for now. Then, if I find a reasonable excuse to push Father out of the family and exile him, at his age, it will be difficult to rebuild his power. What a relief. Without that document, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. Do as you wish. The handwriting is so familiar. The person who wants my father to fall, able to view the tax records of a late emperor that no one else can access, has enough power to get the necessary information. There's only one person. I guess I'll have to meet and talk to him. Hannah, summon this person for me. A moment later, you're waiting for me? Estelle turned around, stunned. Lady Florin, why is she here? I thought for sure that Bellion was trying to mend his relationship with Kazan. Did you come here for a reason, my lady? The Empress personally summoned me, so I rushed over. Right away. Could it be because of that matter? As expected, the two of them have joined hands. Shouldn't we sit down? It seems this will be a long conversation. No, I don't intend to stay long. Then I'll ask you directly, why did you help me? It would have been more beneficial for you to use the evidence you gave me, because I presented the Duke's weakness, not the Empress's. Although I may be overstepping the relationship between His Majesty and the Duke. I've heard it's not good, not from His Majesty's side, but from the Duke's side, aiming for the throne. If that's the case, aren't my and your Majesty's goals in this matter the same? My family has also gained a bad reputation lately, so it's difficult for me to step forward. Estelle thought to herself, I understand that, but just calling her intelligent isn't enough. If I hadn't returned, she would have been in the Empress's position. In any case, I can't be at ease yet. This marriage contract has a term of 3 years. After that, if I request a divorce, I hope you will accept it at any time. She said, Lady Florin, do you not intend to be on my side? It doesn't mean become my person. I can't completely trust you either, my lady. So I am proposing an alliance. Right now, I need someone who can help me more than anything. The palace does too. You are very intelligent and also have the qualifications. If you wish, I will create an official position for you. You don't necessarily have to be the Empress. There are many places where a talented person like you can work. Florin let out a snort of laughter. Ha ha ha. The Empress speaks with unusual naivety. I refuse that proposal. I shall take my leave now. Please forgive my rudeness for taking my leave. On my own. Just as Florin turned her back, Estelle called out, My lady. Florin tried to walk quickly to leave the place. After walking some distance, Florin coughed. Her face turned pale, her breathing ragged. Remembering the past. Back then, Florin was also in the same condition as now. At that time, Florin's gaze never left Estelle. Estelle probably doesn't remember, but we have met once before. I thought on the first day I saw her. Born with a noble status, the position of crown princess helped complete that status. Nobility is power. Unlike me, someone who cannot be healthy and has a weak body, if it were her, she could have everything she wants. Florin was often talked about behind her back. The older sister is beautiful, but the younger sister is too pale and skinny, so she's not graceful at all. Stiff and not the least bit lovely. Because she's so weak, will she even be able to marry? I want to be like that person. I worry about being abandoned and killed at any moment. I want to escape this tragic situation. Not a pawn that people like you can just throw away. I want to become you. Oh dear, the accessory is dirty. I'll have to throw it away. A few days later, the investigation related to Princess Daphne was completely terminated. All the evidence my father submitted was revealed to be true, and several ministers, including the Minister of the Interior, admitted to the charges and were arrested. Princess Daphne was sent back to her country. The kingdom, for the benefit of the empire, in exchange for the princess's hypocrisy, had to give up the exclusive trade rights that were extremely disadvantageous to the kingdom. Estelle said, "What? Brother Fritz is taking over as the Minister of the Interior? The vacant positions must be filled. But isn't this a bit much? This is a position given to Fritz because I acknowledge his abilities. There is no talent who can adapt so quickly to work. Regarding this incident, I am thinking of ways to protect Rio in my own way. If Fritz replaces the Minister of the Interior, then whenever you leave the Imperial Palace, I will be a little more at ease." Her hands clenched. That. Also, about Rio being appointed as the Crown Prince. I want to hear your and Rio's opinions. I have no intention of forcing Rio to live the life of a Crown Prince. I will do my best to support him so that he can live the life he wants. But the longer we delay the investiture of the Crown Prince, the more talk there will be about the legitimacy of the succession. What do you think? Rio. Rio reached out and grabbed Estelle's skirt. "Mother, did you call me?" Both of them looked at the boy in bewilderment and then burst out laughing. She picked Rio up in her arms. "That's right, Rio. I wonder if you have any wishes. What do you want to do, and what kind of person do you want to become in the future?" Rio thought for a moment and then said, "I want Mother to be happy. His Majesty, Grandpa, and Hannah too." Rio mumbled, "Is it too many if I add Blin and Levin?" Hearing this, Kaizen and Estelle looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, the two of them moved closer and hugged each other, causing Rio to be squished in the middle and cry out. Not long after, Rio was officially appointed as the Crown Prince, and Kaizen prepared one more thing. He had requested the return of the territory of the Kallenbach's family that had been confiscated by previous generations. The administrators will arrange and send the documents in the next few days. The Marquis Kallenbach was stunned. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Suddenly, he added, "There's no need to thank me, because the confiscation was unfair from the beginning. However, as the heir to that territory, I hope you will designate Estelle. When we divorce again, I'm afraid Estelle will refuse to accept assets or alimony. Do as Your Majesty wishes. Furthermore, Your Majesty, what is it? No matter how I think about it, Duke Leston's side is very suspicious. He is not someone who would back down so easily. But those two seem to be slowly pushing the Duke out. If his maternal grandfather becomes a criminal, for Rio, the label of a traitor's grandson will follow him for the rest of his life. I understand His Majesty's intentions, but at the very least, the Duke Leston I know is a figure who could become a major concern. Is it too heartless of me to just treat it as an incident and let it go for now?" The Marquis Kallenbach said, "Oh no, it's nothing." And so, summer ended and autumn arrived. Hannah held a fruit basket excitedly. "It's harvest season, isn't it? These are specialties sent from many places." Suddenly, Marion turned to leave, but was immediately blocked. "Where are you going?" "I'm just going to the restroom for a moment." "Please be careful. My lady, you are still under surveillance." "I understand." As Marion left, she heard whispers. How shameless. There's no other way. The Crown Prince sees her as his savior. Marion's face darkened as she walked quickly, thinking, "When I found out Rio secretly came to see me, I thought the matter with the maid was over. Remembering that time, I know it wasn't your fault, my lady. Still, isn't this too generous?" "No, don't be fooled, foolish Marion. Abandoned by your family. What more can you expect? To study." Sigh, until now, there's still no news from Gretel. When autumn comes, I will prepare for my life when I am no longer the Empress. And one of those preparations is studying herbal medicine. I could find pharmacists in the capital to teach me, but the only one I can trust and learn from is Gretel. Even so, I'm still not sure if I can leave. I hope you'll be happy, Mother. I'd never thought about that. Before leaving the Imperial Palace, I was busy living the life of a crown princess, and after leaving the palace, I was busy with the life of a mother, without any obligations. This is the first time I'm planning my life with a completely clear mind. Sometimes I feel like I will live a life bound by the past. This autumn, I have an urge, a thought that everything will be better. In the evening, Estelle called. "Your Majesty, could you come in for a moment so I can help you?" "Thank you. What is it?" "I want to have a heart-to-heart with you." She asked, "Your Majesty, 6 years ago, why did you marry me? I've been constantly curious. I know the situation back then was very complicated, but I want to know for sure. From the very beginning, did you ever think of marrying me?" He said hastily, "Wait, that's not it. That Estelle, He paused, thinking about something, then turned to leave. I'm sorry. Estelle held his hand. Your Majesty, please don't run away. Your Majesty, why do you always run away like this, leaving me alone? He pulled his hand away and replied, That's right, I always just run away. That day too, Estelle. Because I was so ashamed, I ran away. You did nothing wrong. With that, he left. This scene was like the scene from 6 years ago. After asking for a divorce, he went out and slammed the door, remembering her words. Yes, I agree to the divorce, Your Majesty. The moment she gave that answer, Estelle, on the contrary, looked calm. After suppressing it for so long, her face looked more at ease, as if brushing off long-accumulated ashes. Thank goodness, divorcing me wasn't a wound for you because you didn't try to keep me. If you had held on to me, even just a little, I wouldn't have been able to leave you. To me, you were the only thing. Kaizen in the past, as a child, had his favorite teddy bear taken away. For a reason. Kaizen, you will soon become the crown prince. You must survive. Someone approached and called. The Empress Dowager. She left with the bear in her hand. A few whispers from the maids at that time. The Empress Dowager is really something. Why is she so close to the prince? It's unsettling. Back in the present, a subordinate said, Your Majesty, it's time for breakfast. Thinking of her words. Your Majesty, why do you always run away like that? He replied, Relay the message that I will be there, so just start. Without me. He tapped his head with his hand. Pathetic, foolish, idiotic thing. I'm determined not to hurt. Estelle again. The dining room door opened. Estelle turned her head to look, and Rio called out excitedly, Your Majesty. He let out a sigh and walked in. You've arrived? Yes. Sorry for being late. He sat at the table, thinking to himself, I thought she wouldn't come. The meal ended, and she stood up, saying, Your Majesty, can we talk for a moment? Of course. As they walked, he kept his head down, avoiding her. Noticing this, she leaned forward and called, Your Majesty. Her amused face associated Kaizen with Rio's face, which had a similar expression. This is the first time Kaizen has appeared so nervous, isn't it? He should just tell the truth. Or should I tease him a little? With that thought, she lowered her face and said, Your Majesty, for the time being, when it's just the two of us, please don't talk to me. Kaizen froze upon hearing this. What? When Rio is around, just act as usual. I don't want to talk to Your Majesty until I feel comfortable. If you don't like that, then answer yesterday's question. Estelle. Wait, then I'll be going. Whenever you intend to talk, please let me know. Estelle, wait, Estelle. From then on for the next few days, Estelle continued to tease Kaizen. Hannah asked with curiosity, What's going on with those two? The Marquis Kallenbach sighed with a headache. Good grief. Anyway, it seems like a married couple's quarrel. Rio overheard and was startled. A married couple's quarrel? That night, Rio asked seriously, Your Majesty, is something going on with you and Mother? His face darkened, and he replied, Go over there, Rio. Rio shouted, Your Majesty, trust me and tell me. After all, I've been Mother's son for 5 years. It's not that I don't trust you. That's why. Kaizen changed the subject. The book I brought today is very interesting. I want to read it to you so badly I can't wait any longer. Then after you finish the fairy tale, you must tell me. All right. Kaizen lay down, thinking. He'll fall asleep after I finish reading anyway. The sound of the page turning, flip, and so the knight entered the swordsmanship competition. Your Majesty. So, does our country have a swordsmanship competition? Yes. In the old days, a swordsmanship competition was held during the Harvest Festival, but now it's been replaced by a hunting competition. Rio was stunned. Hunting. In his mind, he immediately remembered the corpse of the large bear at the villa before. Rio turned away sulkily. I hate hunting. The bear died. Kaizen was alarmed. If you don't like it, I'll hold a different competition. That's right. Let's hold a swordsmanship competition instead. Is that okay? Of course. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, for now, everyone will have to work overtime together. Suddenly, Rio's eyes lit up at a page in the book. The knight's sincere confession opened the door to the princess's heart. Your Majesty, this one. The next day, Kaizen paced back and forth, thinking about something. Estelle thought with annoyance, how many minutes has he been like this? It's so annoying. Suddenly he spoke up. That Estelle. She turned and replied indifferently. Is something the matter, Your Majesty? Please don't talk to me when it's just the two of us. He cleverly picked up Blin as a shield. There's something I want to discuss with you. It's about Rio. Can I come in for a moment? I understand, so please put Blin down. He put it down and petted its head. Sorry. Approaching her, he said, Have you heard that the hunting competition at the Harvest Festival will be changed to a swordsmanship competition? Yes, I've heard. Did Rio say he hates the hunting competition? That's right. In that swordsmanship competition, what if we set a condition that the person who displays outstanding ability in the competition will become Rio's swordsmanship instructor? A swordsmanship teacher? I had decided to find a swordsmanship teacher for Rio for self-defense. But there wasn't a suitable teacher, so it was postponed. That's a good idea, but can we filter out those with ill intentions? I will check their identities thoroughly, and I will add a condition that if there are no good candidates, no one will be chosen. Furthermore, if there isn't a big difference, the person I have in mind will probably be chosen. Who is the person your majesty has in mind? Sir Velian von Eklund. At least for now, he is one of the most capable people in this empire. But him, she silently recalled. He had a scandal with me at the ball. Will it be okay? It's not me, but your opinion that is important. Although time has passed and things have gradually been forgotten, if he is chosen, some malicious rumors will erupt. If that makes you uncomfortable, just pretend I never said anything. But if you care about me, I hope it won't affect the recruitment. I hope it won't be like that. Besides, Sir Velian has taken a liking to the boy recently. He will protect Rio sincerely. I will think about it a little more. All right, then I'll be going. Estelle looked up and wondered, is that all? I thought he was going to tell me the reason for the divorce. How long does he plan to hide it? When will he finally tell me? At the training ground, the Marquis Kallenbachs was in a bad mood. So annoying, so annoying. They definitely have feelings for each other, but there are no signs of their relationship progressing. Count Eklund replied, those are also memories of youth. Isn't the surrounding situation too complicated for them to be honest with each other? That's an old saying too. They've even remarried, but why are they still not making any progress? In my opinion, those two probably don't know each other's feelings. How about you secretly give them a hint, Count? I don't want to get involved either. The Emperor must be punished for making my granddaughter suffer, right? Haha. If that's the case, there's no other way but to wait for time to solve it. It's just that the Empress shouldn't suffer too much. The Empress is similar to my lady. My lady? You mean Jacqueline? This guy. Could it be that you made my daughter suffer? No, that's not it. It wasn't because of me. It wasn't because of you. He remembered the scene of Jacqueline crying in the past. He asked, have you met Jacqueline again? Count Eklund was stunned and stepped forward that matter. Suddenly, Duke Leston approached and called out, Father. Kallenbachs wondered to himself, Duke Leston, why is he here? His hand clenched. He glanced and said, I've warned you not to call me that. Ha, Father, you still speak so unpleasantly. Can we talk for a bit? Kallenbachs glanced at Eklund, then turned and walked away. Follow me. Kallenbachs was secretly relieved. Luckily, he didn't hear the content of the conversation. Leston walked away with a look of annoyance on his face. A moment later, the door opened with a slam. You're back? Leston entered with a dark, murderous aura. He slammed his hand on the wall. Bam. That woman Jacqueline. Leston opened the door to a room, the former Duchess's room. Remembering Kallenbach's question to Eklund, have you met Jacqueline again? Leston tore the room apart, furniture falling and clattering. Was she secretly meeting that lowly knight again? Looking back now, it seems being attracted to lowly things is hereditary. After a while of smashing things, he panted heavily. That's right, she was only the Duchess in name. But there's no reason she would let her secret be discovered so easily. Let's see. In here there are both cheap and expensive things. Leston walked slowly, observing everything in the room. His gaze stopped at the dressing table. He remembered seeing Jacqueline secretly doing something here in the past. Leston furrowed his brows and walked to the table. He pulled out each drawer to check, and then he saw something. A few days later, Hannah ran over in a panic, calling Your Majesty the Empress, His Majesty the Emperor. Afterward, she went to the Emperor's palace and asked, overwork? Yes, for now he needs a rest, so please limit visits as much as possible. It will probably be difficult for him to attend the upcoming harvest festival. Estelle looked at the pile of papers and thought, these are the documents His Majesty the Emperor was handling. He said he was sorry for pushing more work on me while I'm busy and told me to be sure to convey his apology. There's so much. She picked up a stack of documents. It's strange. They've all been neatly processed. Already, she began to feel puzzled. From a distance, Rio was secretly observing. By evening, she sighed. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. Sitting on the bed, she was surprised to see Rio. The boy was facing the wall, deep in thought. She reassured him, don't worry too much. His Majesty will get well soon. Was I too harsh on a busy person? For the 6 years I was gone, Kaizen handled all of this alone. Even if he doesn't show it, it must have been very difficult. And I know there's a good reason why Kaizen has remained silent this long. As I thought, it's related to my father. My head is a mess right now. Waiting for Estelle to to fall fast asleep. Rio secretly opened his eyes and smiled with delight. Finally, the harvest festival arrived. Estelle looked into the distance, thinking, in the end, we can't hold it without Kaizen. She turned to look and saw Rio looking downcast and listless. As Estelle was looking at Rio with a puzzled expression, someone called, "Your Majesty the Empress." "I'm sorry to bother you. A young pharmacist from the East wishes to see the Empress." Estelle was surprised. A pharmacist? Could it be Gretel? She went out and saw a young woman waiting. The girl turned with a bright face and greeted Empress Estelle. "It really is Gretel." Estelle ran and hugged Gretel tightly. "When I was in the East, the pharmacist was the one who told me I was pregnant. We immediately became friends. She even helped me change the color of Rio's eyes. It's really been too long." "It has. As soon as I saw the letter you sent, I was so surprised and rushed over. You've really become the Empress. Has everything been resolved well?" I never told Gretel my story, but looking at my father's position or the color of Rio's eyes, she must have guessed some of it. Even so, she never asked me for all the details. Right now, she's probably worried about whether I became Empress of my own free will. Gretel sighed. "Yes, it's been resolved well." "Is that so? That's such a relief." To hold a harvest festival, we decided to postpone the joy of our reunion. Even so, seeing her happy face has made me stronger. A knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock. Fritz entered and said, "I've come to escort you to the carriage. I heard His Majesty the Emperor is ill. Will you be all right on your own?" Of course. She thought to herself, the festival begins with the Imperial Parade. This is also my first official appearance since I remarried. The story of me and Kaizen is famous everywhere, and Rio's existence has also been revealed. Fritz said, "Don't worry, no one will speak ill of you." "So everyone is cursing the Emperor instead?" Fritz shook his head. Of course, but she smiled. "Thank you for comforting me. I'll do well, so don't worry." Estelle was helped into the carriage by Fritz. Then came the welcoming cheers of the people. Long live the Empress. Estelle sat in the carriage, waving to her subjects. She remembered the night before. Gretel was excited. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many herbs. I even went all the way to the south. I've also created many new formulas. I can't wait to hear about them." Gretel wondered, but why is the Empress studying herbal medicine? "It seems like there's no need for it anymore." She replied, "Just think of it as a hobby. I've thought for a while that it would be good if herbal medicine were more widely known." "Why is that?" "Because there aren't many pharmacists in the Empire." So from now on, I'll be the Empress's teacher, right? The Empress is my disciple?" "Haha, that's right." Gretel rummaged in her bag. "This was supposed to be a secret. I'm only showing it to my special student." A vial of medicine and a sprig of a flower were taken out. Estelle asked, bewildered, This is an herb and powder I found in the southern mountain range. It can detoxify any poison." Estelle's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? A normal antidote has a different formula depending on the poison used. That's why it's so difficult to deal with an unknown poison. I'm still experimenting. I couldn't bring it back because it withers quickly if it's outside its specific environment. Making it into a powder is also difficult to succeed." Estelle calculated, if this can really neutralize all poisons, it will become a lifeline that could save so many lives. Gretel continued, "It's a pity. If only I had a proper research facility." Estelle seemed to think of something. "Oh," she recalled, "the South. Your Majesty. May I add one more condition? If Your Majesty permits, I would like to build an educational institution there." "That's right. In exchange for ceding the Southern Territory, they had agreed to establish a charity school there," she replied. "Anyway, perhaps there's a way." Back to the present where the tournament was taking place. The swordsmanship competition will begin now. A bustling atmosphere surrounded them. The swordsmen were ready. Marquis Kallenbach looked at Estelle and asked, "You've been out of it all day. Is it because preparing for the festival was too difficult?" "No, it's because I was talking with Gretel until late last night." "If that's the case, what a relief." The qualifying round is starting. The swordsmanship competition consists of a preliminary round that even commoners can participate in, and a final round where those with real skills will compete against each other. Both rounds use blunted swords to ensure the participants' safety. Next is Eklund's turn. Eklund appeared to the crowd's welcome. He was surprised to face a masked person. The sound of two swords clashing, clang clang. Marquis Kallenbach thought blankly. Even though Eklund is old, not just anyone could defeat him. Who is that swordsman, anyway? The match was intense. Eklund realized something. This is strange. I've seen this swordsmanship somewhere before. He fought back with all his might as he thought. At this moment, he also thought of one person, Kaizen. The sword fell to the ground, accompanied by applause. From a stand-out, I give up. As expected, I'm old and don't have the strength anymore. Eklund glanced at Estelle. I don't know what exactly this situation is, but I'll have to leave this to fate. Eklund walked over and shook Kaizen's hand. It was an honor. If you make it to the finals, please come find me. I have something important to tell you about the Empress. With that, he left. Kaizen watched him go, completely puzzled. During the Harvest Festival, time passed quickly. The qualifying round ended, and from tomorrow, the final match would proceed. Currently, there are two candidates with the potential to win. One is Cerbel von Eklund. The second is the Masked Man. Elsewhere, Duke Leston was scratching his head, thinking, the Emperor hasn't appeared throughout the Harvest Festival. After the Harvest Festival ends, the succession can't be delayed any longer. I'll be stripped of my ducal title at their whim. Before that happens, I must. That's right, I can use that after all. On the last day of the Harvest Festival, Estelle, Zier ran over, calling Uncle Fritz. Fritz also received Zier with a warm hug. He said today is the last day. It would be nice if we all went sightseeing together. I heard the swordsmanship competition is very fierce. Yes, the response is better than for the hunting competition. Perhaps it will be held annually from now on. The Crown Prince has done us a good turn. Oh, Your Majesty the Empress. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a guest. No, it's fine. Gretel, this is my brother Fritz. This is the person I told you about before, Gretel. Gretel bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Duke. Fritz also bowed in greeting. Gretel blushed involuntarily. Would the three of you like to see the festival first and then go to the swordsmanship competition? I have something I need to take care of for a moment. Gretel refused. Huh? Oh, how could I dare? Zier spoke up. I want to go. Fritz also said, I'm fine with whatever. Estelle turned and whispered to Gretel, don't feel pressured. We haven't had a single day of fun, have we? Well, I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, I'll see you later. A moment later, the first finalist was decided. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the proud captain of the Lembox Knights. Please give a round of applause for Cerbel von Eklund, the only son of Count Eklund. Next, we will choose the next person to advance to the final. This is the second semi-final match. After the introduction, Kaizen brandished his sword and rushed forward to attack. Estelle glanced at the excited Zier and thought, since it's the last day, the quality of the matches has also improved. It should be fine to let Zier watch. He's been begging me for days to let him see the swordsmanship competition. A clang rang out. Zier's face turned pale, and he quickly rushed forward. Zier shouted loudly, it's dangerous. Clang. Down below, Kaizen tilted his head, dodging the blade. He stomped his foot and pushed back, sending the other man's sword flying. The man fell to his knees, defeated. Kaizen was victorious. At that moment, the mask on his face cracked. The crowd was in an uproar. Wait a minute, that's His Majesty the Emperor. Is it really His Majesty the Emperor? Really? It's too far, I can't see clearly. The Emperor's eyes really are red, aren't they? Kaizen was now revealed, the mask no longer on his face. He looked at the mask and thought, so this is why Zier's plan went awry. Back then, Zier had said, a knight's sincere confession is the key to a princess's heart. Your Majesty, here, with this, Mother will surely open her heart. Hide your identity and then confess publicly. He turned to look at Zier. No matter how absurd the plan was, I didn't want to disappoint the boy. Up above, Estelle and Zier were also looking towards him, but it's enough that the boy is this excited. Kaizen waved to the crowd and went. Inside, Count Eklund said respectfully, congratulations. You told me to find you when I reached the finals, but you came to me first. Haha, that was a bet with a clear outcome. In this empire, how many people possess abilities like Your Majesty? That's right. So, what was the important matter concerning Estelle? These are not the Empress's words, so you may not believe them, but I want you to know this. Your Majesty, throughout your engagement, the Empress loved you with all her heart. Did you really not know? He asked blankly what? Elsewhere, Zier asked in a low voice, Were you surprised when the knight's identity was revealed, Mother? This kid, judging by his reaction, he knew everything. That's right, this was Zier's idea, wasn't it? She replied, is that so? It's just like Zier's favorite fairy tale. Ah, yes. Estelle thought of something. Oh, that's right. Knight Linden, please double-check the security for the final match as a precaution, so that no one finds out about His Majesty's participation. Yes, I understand. Due to the Harvest Festival, we don't have enough knights for protection. I hope this is just a needless worry. A moment later, the competition continued. I never expected my opponent in the final match would be Your Majesty. I asked for your guidance. Your Majesty, I also ask for your guidance. Well then, the final match officially begins. The two swords flashed, clashing with a clang. Cerebel reminded him, you had best. Clang clang, focus. Callan Box assessed, this is a match worth watching. Down below, a few strange figures appeared. One of them stopped and took out a bow. He drew the bowstring, aiming toward Estelle. Linden spotted him and turned to shout, what is that? Kaizen, who was in the middle of the duel, also froze. The arrow left the bow and flew. Kaizen and Cerebel shouted in unison, Estelle. The arrow shot straight toward Estelle. Then there was a piercing scream. Aya. Estelle hugged Zier tightly, nervously peeking out. The arrow had missed. The soldiers below were in chaos. The assassin has committed suicide. Protect the Empress and the Crown Prince. His Majesty the Emperor. Up above, Estelle called out in alarm, Your Majesty. Cerebel, holding his sword, called out, pale-faced, Your Majesty. He gritted his teeth and clutched his stomach. Don't worry. It only grazed my clothes. I'm not injured, he thought, but the weapon used in the match was definitely a sharp sword. How did this happen? Kaizen's vision blurred. Then he collapsed. Cerebel threw his sword and ran over, calling, Your Majesty. Cerebel struggled to hold Kaizen up. He swayed and then fell to the ground with a thud. Your Majesty. Knight Linden, His Majesty. Linden approached and said, Cerebel, put His Majesty down and step back. Cerebel froze. What? You are now a suspect in the assassination of the Emperor. Cerebel faced the scrutinizing gazes of everyone. Get away from His Majesty immediately. Lock down the capital immediately. Kaizen was quickly taken to a room for treatment. The physician examined the wound and then turned to look at Estelle. He staggered to his feet, his whole body trembling as he said, It's poison. Estelle covered her face upon hearing the terrible news. A similar poison was found on Sir Cerebel's sword. Because we don't know what kind of poison it is, it seems difficult to neutralize it right now. Who? Why? No, there's no basis for this. Suddenly the door opened and a person said, You're calmer than I thought. Estelle looked out and called, Father. Movement in the capital must have been sealed. I had no intention of hiding anything from the start. Estelle asked, This was all you're doing, wasn't it, Father? He smirked. Estelle rushed to run outside, but he slammed the door shut. Where do you think you're going? Get out of my way. I will order your arrest. If I'm charged with attempting to assassinate the Emperor, what do you think will happen to you and the Crown Prince? That has nothing to do with you. Slap. He slapped Estelle without hesitation. Stop doing such foolish things. The Emperor is going to die anyway. Kaizen is going to die. How can he be so confident? How? Ah, because it's a poison that can't be neutralized. Is that it? Father, you're only just understanding those words now? My poor daughter, you won't be able to do anything. Do you really think I'm the one behind this? Just listen to me. If the person you want to protect is the Crown Prince. Estelle froze as she thought of Zier and Kaizen. Lying on that bed, the image of their happy family of three shattered. Ah, it's over. She lowered her face and replied, I understand. I will do as you say, Father. Ha, that's my girl. I trust you'll know what to do from now on, Your Majesty. Oh, and I'll be getting rid of your brothers soon, too. What? Oh no. I wonder if the word brother is even appropriate. This father will take care of it himself. So for now, you just need to know that. I'll be in touch with you soon. What do you mean by that, Father? He said nothing more and walked straight out. She tensed up and screamed, Father! The door slammed shut. Those words came back to her. Have you met Jacqueline again? The thing hidden in the dressing table after hearing. Those words, it was an old diary, half torn. It was written inside. He has left. Jacqueline stroked her belly. I don't know what to do anymore. What should I do? How can I protect everyone? He proposed to me, and I decided to marry him. Although Father objected, he finally accepted. I thought it was a good thing. That person, too. That person was the same, because he had light blue eyes. Duke Leston punched the wall, bam. His teeth clenched, making a grinding sound. After that was the part that was torn out, and I couldn't read, but I realized something more important. How dare she use me to hide the fact that she already had a child? It would have been enough to just give birth to a son. That would have been better. Thanks to that, I remembered old memories. They could have made the Emperor look like that. With a demonic smile, he said, Everything is going exactly as I wish. Elsewhere, Estelle was frantically flipping through books, searching for information. outside the gate, "Excuse me, young Duke, but no one is allowed to enter the palace at this time." Fritz was worried. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let Estelle go ahead." Fritz said, "If I can't, then at least this lady, she is the Empress's guest in the palace." The guard shook his head. "No exceptions." A voice cut in, "Let that lady in. This is an order from the Empress." Hannah was holding Estelle's order. Fritz called out joyfully, "Hannah!" A moment later, "Your Majesty, I have brought Lady Gretel." "I've been waiting for you, Gretel. Can you come with me?" "Of course." Estelle led Gretel inside. The people inside wondered, "Your Majesty, who is the person beside you?" Estelle nodded, signaling for Gretel to act. Gretel walked straight in, startling the other person. What's going on?" Lyndon stopped her. "Please step back. No one is to touch His Majesty's body." Estelle spoke up. "Sir Lyndon, Gretel is a capable pharmacist. She might know what poison His Majesty has." Lyndon paused for a moment. "Your Majesty, may I make a small request?" "Of course." She worried silently. "Does he know something?" After everyone had gone outside, Estelle asked, "Aren't you going to sheath your sword?" "Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. Before I came here, I heard that Duke Leston met with you. Can you explain that situation?" Her gaze was stern. "As I thought, you suspect me? I understand. If His Majesty were to pass away now, the ones who would benefit the most are my father and me. If you suspect me, you can accuse me right now. It's fine. Lyndon, you are the captain of the Royal Guard, so you have the right," Estelle said as she stepped closer. Lyndon was startled. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please step back, but—" "Lyndon, Your Majesty, please step back." Estelle rushed forward. "If you are hesitating now, even for a moment, if you, Sir Lyndon, still believe that I would never harm the Emperor, then please do as I say. Sir Lyndon knows as well. Right now, besides me, no one can help. His Majesty." Lyndon dropped to his knees. "Your Majesty, please save him. Please save His Majesty the Emperor. Thank you for believing in me." A moment later, "It's no good. I suspected a few herbs, but this is the first time I've seen this type of poison. Can you use this?" Estelle took out the vial from before. "This? No, this is still in the experimental stage. If we leave him like this, His Majesty won't last a week. I will take responsibility. Even if we can neutralize the poison, this much isn't enough. It will take 2 weeks to find a new antidote herb. Moreover, there's no guarantee we can find it. It's okay, Gretel. Gretel has always saved me in difficult situations. I'm counting on you." The medicine was mixed into a bowl of water. Gretel fed it to Kaizen. After drinking it, Kaizen's expression relaxed, no longer scowling. Gretel said joyfully, "It seems to be effective." Estelle said urgently, "Gretel, can you go find the antidote right now? If you tell my brother Fritz, he will help you." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Gretel left, Estelle called, "Sir Lyndon, summon all the ministers to the palace immediately." "I understand, but why?" "I'm going to make a declaration." Gretel went to find Fritz. At the same time, the ministers were in an uproar, a summons in this situation. Claude, who was with Florin, was also worried. Marquis Kallenbach was responsible for protecting Zier. The boy was crying even in his sleep. The ministers were summoned, and Estelle declared, "From this moment on, according to imperial law, as the official representative of the Emperor, all powers of the imperial family will be entrusted to the Empress." Before that, Estelle had slammed the table and said, "I want to find out the exact distribution of military forces in the Empire. To assassinate the Emperor in the middle of the capital, anyone would need help from behind. That backer must be able to deal with any unexpected armed situations. The forces near the capital are only the Royal Palace Guard Knights and the Capital Defense Force. What if we don't limit it to the capital area? Right now, the Lenbox Knights and other knights are stationed in the north. We also have the Rosewood Knights in the south. Whose command is each force under? The Royal Guard could be commanded by me and the Emperor. The Capital Guard is part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Externally, it is commanded by Count Eklund, the Minister of Military Affairs, but it's not absolute. The Lenbox Knights are very loyal and would not betray their leader, Cerbel. If so, then it's possibly Rosewood, but they are of the same mind as Marquis Cruchen. That means there's no reason for them to join hands with my father. The reason behind it hasn't been revealed, but I can predict it. If it's as we think, yesterday's enemy could become today's ally." Lyndon shouted, "That's—" She interrupted, "It's not entirely impossible. The problem is there's no way to verify it. Try to find out for me the attitude of Marquis Cruchen and the Rosewood Knights. And can you call the Lenbox Knights to the capital? Move a few of them here without the enemy noticing." Lyndon nodded. "They will be helpful for Cerbels." honor. Until the antidote reaches the palace, for 2 weeks, there must absolutely be no civil war. The enemy has prepared everything. If they find out we're taking countermeasures, they will use force immediately. I will keep that in mind, Your Majesty. And more importantly, until then, we will not let Kaizen die. I will do whatever I can. It's best to delay the progression of the poison for as long as possible, because even with the antidote herb, we don't know how long it will take to neutralize the poison. Her hand clenched tightly. Please endure it, Your Majesty. At mealtime, Hannah called, Your Highness Zir. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Zir asked, dejected. Today, too. The Empress said she will definitely come in the evening. Please don't be too sad. That's right, Zir. Your mother will come. Zir asked, If His Majesty dies, just like this, will I become the Emperor? Hannah called out in alarm. Your Highness, Marquis Kallenbach asked. Who told you that? Tears rolled down Zir's face as he blamed himself. His Majesty was hurt because of me, Zir said. I don't want His Majesty to die. The door suddenly opened, and Duke Leston walked in, calling, Your Highness. Marquis Kallenbach was annoyed. Who is being so rude? Get out immediately. Hannah's expression froze, and she stammered. Duke, why are you here? How dare you aim for the Emperor? Leston approached and said, Please be careful with your words. If anyone hears, they might misunderstand. Our lovely crown prince, the blood of a traitor. Kallenbach hugged Zir and glared at Leston. He picked Zir up and turned around. Let's go back, Zir. Tisk, it's not good to treat the future emperor so childishly. I just came to give a gift to the sad crown prince. Well, Your Highness, I heard you like candy. Kallenbach shouted. Who would accept that? Zir interrupted. I want to accept it. Give it to me. Kallenbach tried to stop him. Zir. He was worried. Zir has never accepted anything from the Duke before. Leston clutched his stomach and laughed. Ha, how thoughtful, Your Highness. This stubborn kid has finally submitted to me. Zir took the box of candy and opened it. Suddenly, the boy poured all the candy on Leston's head. Leston, with candy poured on his head, was stunned. Then he coughed. Hannah, escort this bad old man out. And for the time being, do not come here without permission. This is an order as the crown prince. Kallenbach was stunned. This kid, I thought he was Estelle. They really share the same blood. As Leston was leaving, he bumped into Marion. Where are you looking? Wait, this is... Marion said in a small voice. I'm sorry. Leston realized, the eldest daughter of the Cruchen family. Marion was startled and recognized him. Duke Leston. Marion stood up and bowed. Leston glanced at her scrutinizingly. TSK, you look healthier than your sister. I heard you have no dignity at all. With that, he turned his back and left. Marion, feeling looked down upon, shouted, What was that? Marion returned to her room with teary eyes. That was truly awful. Looking at her bed, she noticed, why is there a piece of paper here? The paper read, 3 days from now, come home in the middle of the night. Marion immediately thought of Marquis Cruchen. Father, is father looking for me? At this time in the prison, Claude went to see Sarah Bell. Bellien, why are you here? No, it's because it's you that you came, right? Even though we're not good friends, my loyalty to His Majesty is certain. If you think so, then you should have listened to my warning, right? Sarah Bell, like me, has an unremarkable background, but he is one of the talents personally selected by His Majesty. Even though we're not particularly close, we could be called friends. I clearly warned him. Don't trust Estelle and Leston. The Empress is not that kind of person. Even after all this, you're still so foolish. If that's the case, I have nothing more to say to you. Claude turned to leave, but Sarah Bell called out. Wait, I think my father knows something. You mean Count Eklund? Yes, I can't meet him directly, so please find him for me. I'm sure my father will help me. Oh, what a hopeless case. If there's a price to pay, then just pay it. Bellien, help me escape from prison. His Majesty the Emperor has fallen, so it's not surprising if a civil war breaks out. To protect the safety of the royal family, we need the power to control the rebellious forces. Not for the Empress or the Crown Prince, but for the Emperor's return. Claude thought for a moment, then replied, After confirming the information from the Count, I will decide. Then turned and left. The person behind this assassination is definitely Duke Leston, but that's the only thing I can be sure of, the person behind him. As Claude was leaving, someone called. Sir Bellien, have you met your friend? Yet? I don't recall telling you the specific date and time, my lady. Why are you saying such sad words between us? Anyway, aren't we cooperating for the same goal? That's right. I want to get rid of the Empress and her relatives. And you want that position, my lady. But the more I know, the more I can't believe it. It's better not to talk about Count Eklund. I hope nothing like this happens again. I'll be leaving first. Florin smiled mysteriously. Ah, if he keeps thinking differently like this, it will be difficult. Indeed, I'll have to change my cards slowly. That night, Estelle quietly got out of bed, but was held back by a hand. Tears welled up on his eyelashes as he called, "Mommy." She looked at her son with a gentle gaze, then quietly closed the door. At this moment, someone called, "Your Majesty." Hannah said, "Just a moment ago, Lady Marian secretly left the Imperial Palace at the Cruzen residence. Please come in, my lady. I have been waiting for you." After being taken to the dressing room to have her makeup redone, Marian was surprised. "Wow, it's been so long since I've had my makeup done like this." Then a servant led her to a place. The door opened, and inside, a cheerful Marquis Cruzen said, "Come in, my daughter." Marian entered and called out to her father. She nervously sat down next to her sister's chair, thinking to herself, "Perhaps this is where I am welcomed." Marquis Cruzen said, "Oh my, you've come at just the right time. The Duke has been waiting for you." Seeing Leston enter, Marian's face darkened. Why is Duke Leston at my house?" The atmosphere became silent. Marian's hand trembled as she thought, could it be that father intends to join hands with the Duke? But in the current political world, the Cruzen family has long been excluded. So why will my family and him? "Father, what on earth did you give the Duke?" Distracted, Marian dropped her fork. I'm sorry." Marquis Cruzen clicked his tongue in annoyance. "TSK, my daughter still has many shortcomings, so I hope the Duke will be generous and overlook them." Leston looked over and replied, Your daughter is truly beautiful, but she is too young for me." Marquis Cruzen said loudly, "How can that be? If the Duke wants an outstanding heir to succeed you, shouldn't you have a new wife who is young and healthy like my daughter?" Marian was stunned to hear this. What, is father planning to trade me to him? Marian shot up from her seat and was immediately yelled at by Cruzen. "Marian." Leston slowly wiped his mouth, thinking, "Of course, if I want to get rid of Fritz, I also need new air. In any case, it's not that thing." Marian struggled and ran away. Florin burst out laughing. "Sister, if you go out now, do you think you can ever come back?" Marian froze, her hand gripping the door bar tightly. Cruzen hurriedly said, "I'm truly sorry, Your Grace. It's because I haven't taught my daughter well." Leston interrupted. "The young lady is still young, so she probably doesn't understand yet." "I understand that. Let's talk about the marriage later. How about we discuss more pressing matters now? If it's a pressing matter, how about destroying the evidence? The only suspect is currently imprisoned. I heard he's planning to escape. Isn't this a great opportunity to deal with him? Where did you get this information?" "I have a very excellent assistant." "The details of the plan." Marian stood outside, listening to their conversation, then left. Marian tried to run back to the palace as fast as she could, and on the way, she met one of Estelle's men. He said, "Be quiet and follow me, my lady." A moment later, at the Empress's palace. "Come in." Estelle closed her book and looked up at Marian. She asked, "Is there something you wish to tell me, my lady?" Marian took off her hat and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. I have learned of their plan as you commanded." Estelle recalled a few days ago when Marian had come to her first. 3 days from now, go home at midnight. Why are you telling me this? Marian clutched her dress tightly. "I know you won't believe me, but no matter how foolish I am, I know my family wouldn't call me back with good intentions. Instead, the Empress has given me chances many times. At that time, Estelle had said, 'I will keep you close to me and watch your repentance.' I know it's not your fault." After listening to Marian's report, she said, "So those two have joined hands? I still can't trust her completely, but if she is sincere, that's also good for me. Thank you for not making me regret giving you a chance. Can you tell me more details about the story?" Marian's eyes lit up. "Yes, of course. Their next target is Sir Bell. A week later, they will pretend to help him escape from prison and take him outside. The plan is to make it look like an accident and kill Sir Bell. Many days later, Sir Bell was rescued from prison. I escaped from prison this easily." Sir Bell wondered, did Bellion and father talk things over? Suddenly, the guide stopped and drew his sword. "Damn it, is it a trap?" Then came the clashing sounds of swords. Clang, clang. At the Imperial Palace, Estelle was worried. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" The plan is simple. If Sir Bell's assassin escapes, Sir Lyndon's soldiers, who are lying in ambush there, will attack and pretend it was a mistake to let Sir Bell escape. Even though I know, I still feel uneasy. Kaizen has been in a coma for over 10 days. Have Brother Fritz and Gretel found the antidote herb yet. They might be pursued, so I can't contact them hastily. The research on the antidote in the Imperial Palace still has a long way to go. Where did Father buy this poison in the first place? Estelle touched her neck, and her fingers brushed against the necklace. She suddenly realized, the blue moonlight. I've been touching it unconsciously. It's a habit from when I was the crown princess, feeling tired every day. At that time, the necklace Kaizen gave me was my comfort. The blue moonlight, before it became a royal treasure, was the proof of our relationship, a testament to a promise that the place beside him was mine. What's the meaning of wearing this now? No, I can't waver. No matter how complicated the situation is, one thing is certain. The truth is that I want to save Kaizen's life. Just then, Hannah rushed in breathlessly. Hannah, what's wrong? Count Eklund has been arrested. When Sir Lyndon arrived, the Count had already killed the assassin. It happened after Sir Bell escaped. With a determined look, she thought, he is not someone who does things without reason. She said urgently, I will go see the Count. Who else knows about this? Hannah replied, Sir Lyndon and I, and a few soldiers who were at the scene. Now that the assassin tasked with delivering the message has been killed, Father will soon find out. I will go right now, so prepare a private place for me. When Estelle went to see Eklund, Lyndon was already standing there. I have been waiting for you, Your Majesty, Estelle requested. Sir Lyndon, please step aside for a moment. Standing in the prison cell, Eklund said, First, give that to the Empress. Lyndon handed the object to Estelle. She took it and wondered. A book? No, it's a notebook. The front is torn. Lyndon bowed and left. Only then did Estelle ask, What is this? He replied, That belonged to Jacqueline, a part of the diary that the Empress's mother wrote. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? He continued, and before you read it, I have something to tell you. Jacqueline and I were once in a romantic relationship with each other, so this is why you both become sensitive whenever the Count is mentioned. I understand. Can I read it now? Eklund nodded. Yes. Estelle opened it to read. Inside, it was written, He has returned. I think it's a miracle. The baby is like an angel. His name, I should probably name him Fritz. After Jacqueline gave birth, the doctor said, The young master is very healthy, but the lady has become very weak. Another pregnancy could be difficult. Leston frowned upon hearing this, then still forced himself on Jacqueline despite the doctor's warning. Jacqueline struggled. I don't want to. Please. After he was done, he stood looking at Jacqueline and said, You must give birth to a daughter. Did you think I brought you here to be cared for? Give birth to a daughter so she can become the Empress. Jacqueline thought in despair. I want to die, but if a woman like the Duchess commits suicide, the child, our Fritz, I must find a poison no one knows about, one that makes a person gradually lose strength and die. If it doesn't exist, I must create it, right? Can I escape this hell? As Jacqueline was watching the free-flying pigeons, someone called her. Jacqueline, it was Eklund who had come see her. Back in the present, Eklund said, Your mother's diary doesn't end there. Please turn to the last page. Estelle quickly flipped to the last page. It read, My husband has found out about the poison. Estelle froze. Wait a minute. Mother gave birth to me and passed away not long after. If this diary is real, then Father has had this poison for a very long time. And in the year I was born. Eklund continued, Around the time His Majesty was born, that diary came into my hands. Although it was hastily torn and only half of it remained, and since no letter was enclosed, I didn't know if he wanted to destroy the evidence or to let people know the situation. I could only guess that she had been cornered to that extent. Estelle was stunned. It can't be. Eklund said, Your Majesty, in the year His Majesty was born, the symptoms of the poison appeared just as they did in the diary. Wasn't there someone who gradually lost their strength and passed away? It was the late Empress. Estelle was utterly shocked upon learning the truth. Eklund lowered his head sadly. I was also very scared at that time. While I was hesitating, not knowing what to do, Jacqueline passed away in the pain of childbirth. I felt guilty and disappointed. Until the very end, I did nothing at all. And this is all that I wanted to convey. I leave the judgment of me and that diary to the Empress. Estelle closed her eyes tightly. All the situations fit together with frightening accuracy. The unidentified poison, the source from which Father obtained the poison, until the moment that poison was used. If all of this is revealed to be true, what should I do? My father really killed Kaizen's mother. If he is also being killed, does Kaizen know about this? 6 years ago, why did he divorce me? All of his actions that hurt me. She recalled, You never loved me anyway, did you? Don't come near me. You did nothing wrong. If he was hiding this truth, he threw me away after knowing everything. And after knowing everything, he still kept me by his side. I really can't let him die. Her hand clutched the notebook tightly as she said, "We will continue this conversation later. I have to leave first due to an urgent matter." With that, she turned and left. Eklund called after her. "Your Majesty." She stopped and asked, "You're not hiding anything else from me, are you?" "Of course not. I have told the Empress everything I know." She looked at Eklund for a moment, her gaze growing heavy, then ran off. Elsewhere, Leston looked out the window and said, "No news about the assassin. Did it fail?" "It's faster than expected, but there's no other way. Send word to Marquis Cruzen. Call the Rosewood Knights back to the capital." On Estelle's side, she had also anticipated this. If one wants to assassinate the Emperor in the capital, they would need someone behind the scenes to help. It's not impossible that we'll have to face a surprise armed situation. If so, it's likely the Rosewood Knights. Until His Majesty the Emperor wakes up, a civil war must absolutely not break out. It's time to end this. Afterward, Lyndon received news. "What did you say?" The Empress's prediction was correct. The Rosewood Knights from the south are advancing towards the capital. Lyndon ordered, "Request the Lenbox Knights to light the signal fires. We need to reorganize the army outside the capital, but we have only gathered half of our forces. At the very least, we need a commander." Lyndon wondered, "Sir Bell, where are you right now?" After returning, Estelle looked up the information again. "I see. The ingredients of the poison Kaizen was given my mother's poison, and the ingredients of the poison Kaizen took. It really is the poison my mother made. The problem is there's a slight difference between the information I have and the actual combination of the poison. This gap must be filled to completely neutralize the poison. And that gap is the antidote herb. The antidote herb can fill that gap. Now, all that's left is to wait for my brother and Gretel to find the antidote herb." At this moment, someone knocked on the door and called, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." She rubbed her head worriedly. "What is it?" Lyndon said. "The biggest problem is that the two people searching for the antidote herb and the Rosewood Knights are both heading towards the Imperial Palace from the south. Even if they're lucky enough to meet, if a battle breaks out on the outskirts of the capital, both of them will be held up. Moreover, Father's also openly opposing my brother. Remembering Leston's words from that time, sooner or later, your brother will be kicked out." "Oh no, why call him brother? Now it's really happening. It's not certain if Kaizen can be saved. Brother and Gretel, please return safely." At this time, in a place near the capital, Fritz and Gretel had returned. "We can finally see the capital's border. But why are the Rosewood Knights here?" The leader of the Rosewood Knights shouted, "Make way. We have received orders from the Imperial Palace and have come." The capital's guard knights replied in a panic. "The capital is currently under lockdown. The Empress's order is to not let anyone in or out." Gretel, sitting behind, whispered, "Young Duke." He turned back and asked, "Lady Gretel, what is the condition of the antidote herb?" Gretel shook her head. "Not good. The more time passes, the faster it will wilt. This won't do. Let's try to find another way." Fritz turned his horse, creating a noise. A Rosewood Knight turned his head and asked, "Who's there?" The leader recalled Leston's words. "I haven't seen my son's face for days. He must have secretly left the capital. If you find him, don't hesitate to shoot him dead." An arrow quickly flew towards Fritz, embedding itself in a tree trunk. He ordered, "Go after them and confirm. Please do not act on your own. This is the Guard Knights area." That person could also be the criminal who failed to assassinate the Emperor and escape from prison, couldn't they? In the first place, if the Guard Knights had done their job well, there would be no need to ask for help. Fritz's horse suddenly neighed loudly and struggled. Fritz thought to himself, "I can't believe I have to waste time here like this. Can I create a diversion?" Another arrow flew forward. Just as it was about to hit Fritz, a sword blocked it. Seeing the fluttering flag, Fritz realized that is the Lenbox Knights. The person took off his helmet and said, "It seems you needed help, so I intervened. It's Knights, Sir Bell. After escaping the pursuit with my father's help, I rode straight for the outskirts. The basic principle of suppressing a rebellion is to strengthen the capital's security. If it's the Empress I know, she would surely think the same. I didn't know that even the Knights were lying in wait. What a relief. Even so, I can still be of help to the Empress." Sir Bell dismounted and asked, "Are you two on your way to the Imperial Palace? We will clear a path for you." The path clearing began with the clang of swords. At the Imperial Palace, Estelle was worried. When she suddenly heard a familiar call, she turned around, her eyes wide with astonishment to see a disheveled Fritz. "Return." Estelle rushed over and asked, "Brother, are you hurt anywhere? What about Gretel?" "I'm sorry. Estelle, the antidote herb. Estelle's face paled as she waited for Fritz's next words. The Lindbach's knights did their best, but they weren't as fast as the antidote herb's wilting speed. The horse was exhausted from the long journey and couldn't carry two people anymore. So where is Gretel now? I asked Knight Sir Bell to protect her. Linden was astonished. Did you say Sir Bell? Fritz nodded. If it weren't for Knight Sir Bell, I wouldn't be here now. As for the antidote herb's condition, it would be better for you to check it yourself. Looking at the wilted flower, she thought, the condition is more serious than I thought. The more time passes, the more useless it will become. Can I do it? Thinking of Kaizen lying in bed, she clenched her fists. There's no more time to hesitate. If I want to save Kaizen, I must do it immediately. After preparing the medicine, Estelle brought it to Kaizen. She lifted him up to give him the medicine, worrying, if the medicine is wrong, he could die. Or, if the medicine has no effect, he could also die. Tonight, will Kaizen die or live because of me? All night long, Estelle sat by Kaizen's bed. This is the first time I've felt a night to be so long. Oh no, there was one time before. Remembering that time, Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor has just suddenly passed away. You must go now, he said in a cold voice. Be quiet. Tell them to proceed according to the laws of the country. But Your Highness, he raised his voice. Crown Princess Estelle has just fallen asleep. Hannah bowed. I understand. As Hannah went out, Estelle turned and glanced at Kaizen. At that moment, his trembling hands were clasped tightly in front of him. That night, what kept me from waking up might have been a vague sense of the tragedy that was about to befall us. The next morning, you're awake? I have something to tell you. Last night, the Emperor passed away, so let's get a divorce. Estelle, this marriage was what my late father wanted. I don't want to be married to you for even a moment. Throughout that long night, to sever my feelings, he hurt me so much with those sharp words. I didn't realize it was such an obvious lie. Why you and why me? Can we only lie to each other? At this moment, Kaizen began to gasp and call out, Estelle. In his dream, Kaizen saw Estelle crying. Estelle, why are you crying? Don't cry, Estelle, I beg you. A knife plunged into Kaizen's heart along with a cold voice. Don't forget, Your Highness. One day this beautiful knife will pierce through Your Highness's heart. Until then, keep it in Your Highness's arms. In his dream, he always tried to comfort her. Don't cry, Estelle. What must I do so you won't cry anymore? It would be better if you told me and cried with me. I wanted to say this for a very long time. From that moment, Kaizen woke up and wiped her tears. With tears streaming down his face, he said, I love you, Estelle. Don't leave me. Estelle paused, looking at him for a moment, then replied through her tears, Yes, I love you too, Your Majesty. After saying that, they leaned their heads against each other, sharing a warm and passionate kiss. After 10 minutes of agonizing kissing, Kaizen changed positions and pushed her down onto the bed. At the climax, the pain from his wound struck, making him clutch his chest. Estelle quickly jumped off the bed. Lie down. I'll go call a doctor. Estelle, wait. He grabbed her hand to stop her. I have something to tell you, a lot of things. Estelle turned back and replied softly, Please rest for a while, Your Majesty. She thought to herself, I also want to talk to Your Majesty about so many delayed matters. After that, the doctor came to examine him. You were lying down for too long, so you're a bit weak, but the symptoms of the poison are gone. Estelle was happy inside. The antidote herb worked. She went to the doctor's side and asked, The news that His Majesty has woken up, can you keep it a secret? Of course, but why? Kaizen pulled down his sleeve and replied, There are things that must be done. Elsewhere, a servant reported in a panic, Marquis, there's big trouble. The Lindbach's knights and the Capital Guard have gathered. It's said they have subdued our knights. Marquis Cruzen slammed his hand on the table. Bam! How could the Capital Guard be on the same side as the Emperor's assassin? He worried, it won't be hard to find the connection between me and the Rosewood Knights. If the truth about moving the Knight Order to the capital without permission is discovered, that family will be in danger. Another person rushed in, calling out in a panic. Marquis, something big has happened. The soldiers outside. Linden led his troops in and ordered, arrest them all. Marquis Cruzen's face turned pale. Duke Leston, I shouldn't have trusted. Duke Leston. Elsewhere, a sword was pointed directly at Duke Leston's neck. Give it up, father. If you come along quietly, you can protect the family's honor. Ha ha. How surprising. I guess now you don't even want to lie about your bloodline anymore, do you? Fritz froze. What on earth does that sentence mean? Count Eklund said, as pitiful as it is, you have guessed wrong completely. It's over. Duke Leston, sweating, asked what? As he was being restrained, he kept screaming, you two, will you know? Speak, speak. After completing his mission, Lyndon came in to report. Duke Leston has been locked in the palace as ordered. Since all outside contact has been completely blocked, there will be no chance of secrets being leaked. Next is the case of Baron Bellion. Count Eklund has his testimony that he received help from Duke Leston, and I am reinvestigating the matter. Lady Marion is being treated with respect as a witness. So all those involved have been captured except for one person. Kaizen asked, who is that? It's the second daughter of Marquis Crochan, Lady Florin. I will continue to go out and search. As Lyndon went out, Estelle turned and asked, Your Majesty's condition will be announced at sunrise tomorrow. Are you still okay? There's no problem. More importantly, are you honestly okay? Even if it means assassinating Duke Leston like that. Yes, that should have been done immediately. She thought sadly, but if that happens, it will be difficult to clarify the crime of the Empress's assassination, Your Majesty. Just then, Marquis Kallenbach appeared. He said to someone hiding behind the door, This boy, I told you not yet. I'm sorry, you just had to give a signal. The Gur's eyes widened in surprise, his eyelids welling up with tears. When he saw that Kaizen was awake and looking in his direction, the Ur walked step by step towards Kaizen. Kaizen, without hesitation, pulled back the blanket and called the Ur. Estelle reminded him, Your Majesty, not yet. He shook his head to signal Estelle, then got out of bed and opened his arms. The Ur, come here. Tears rolling down his cheeks. The Ur quickly ran towards Kaizen and hugged him tightly, calling father. Both Kaizen and Estelle were extremely surprised to hear the boy call him that. Six Eyes turned towards the boy, silently thinking, what did he just say? The Ur was now sobbing in Kaizen's arms. Father, sob, sob. Kaizen glanced at Estelle, then wrapped his arms tightly around his son. I'm sorry for making you worry. The Ur sniffled and replied, You're not in pain anymore, right, father? That's right, I'm fine now. Don't be in pain anymore, father. Father. Witnessing the family of three's reunion, Marquis Kallenbach smiled happily. In the following days, we spent time together. With his hands on his hips, said, you can't sit up already. This much is fine. The doctor said I have to supervise you and not let you sit up. As he spoke, he jumped onto Kaizen's lap and lay across it, ensuring absolute safety. Now, you have to eat well to get better quickly. Eat up, father. Kaizen shyly opened his mouth and complied. Seeing Kaizen chewing heartily, the Ur clapped and praised. You're doing great, father. In the evening, the Ur fell asleep and Hannah came to carry him. Estelle said, You've worked hard, Your Majesty. The Ur insisted on taking care of you himself. It's okay. I also wanted to spend time playing with him. Recalling earlier, don't overwork yourself. What about your meals? Did you sleep well, father? He said, It's truly a strange feeling because sometimes I feel like I'm being scolded, haha. The palace has become much safer. The investigations into the rebel faction are proceeding well, and if there are any shortcomings, are there enough people? As for that, after Your Majesty's health has stabilized, we can fill those vacancies. For now, you must focus on recovering. He nodded. You've been through a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of pain hit him sharply. Estelle worriedly asked, Are you okay, Your Majesty? It's just an after effect. Don't worry too much. He took her hand affectionately and said, It's not so bad that I can't talk to you. I have things I want to do, a lot of them. Are you really okay? Yes, so stay by my side tonight. He began to recount. I think I was about the Ur's age at the time. At that time, I was told that my existence was a misfortune in the imperial palace. My mother had a terrible accident while she was pregnant with me. She couldn't recover her memory, as if she had amnesia, and passed away. As the crown prince investiture ceremony approached, the opposition grew stronger. Kaizen, you will now become the crown prince. You must survive, Empress Dowager. As soon as she was called, the Empress Dowager left with Kaizen's teddy bear in her hand. The whispers back then, the Empress Dowager, really, why is she so close to the prince? Such bad luck. Your Majesty, the crown prince's reputation is getting worse, which is not good for the royal family's authority at all. It's a bit embarrassing for Your Majesty to say it yourself, isn't it? At times like these, if Your Majesty were to arrange an engagement with a prestigious family like ours, wouldn't that help the crown prince? The late emperor was nothing more than a puppet of the noble faction. It was only a matter of time before he did the duke's bidding. That's why I was engaged to you. Immediately after, all related rumors disappeared. It was all planned. Duke Leston created the puppet show that was performed between you and me. When did you find out that truth? At 11, in my mother's diary. Thinking of Kaizen's attitude at that time, don't come near me. She thought to herself, I had no idea about that at all. I made my debut in high society after getting engaged to Kaizen, and the only friend I had at the time who was my age was Hannah. Returning to the present, she asked, I was very hateful, wasn't I? He smiled and replied, of course I hated you. But at the same time, I thought that if I could be with you, becoming the Duke's puppet wouldn't be so bad. Estelle mused, at the time of our divorce 6 years ago, we were much younger than we are now. Kaizen, in that situation, suddenly became emperor without any support. Right after I left the imperial palace, every day in the capital was like a battle. Every time I heard about it, I hoped deep down that Kaizen had let me go to protect me. But now I know the decisive reason we had to part ways was something else. She said, there really are many things I didn't know, especially that your majesty fell for me at first sight. Kaizen said shyly, you're still teasing me at a time like this? Estelle laughed with delight. Ha ha ha. Even though I knew, I didn't know how to bring it up. He had protected me alone for 10 years, and the heaviest reason in our relationship. His face blushing, Kaizen said, if it makes you feel better, you can bully me as much as you want. Estelle stared at Kaizen's face, red as a ripe tomato, and burst out laughing at his embarrassment. What's this? We don't need to be in such a hurry, do we? Because we have a lot of time in the future. At that time, I had a very naive misunderstanding. Somewhere, Florence said, that's right, help me with this. This is what will be her ruin. Back at the Imperial Palace, There let out a loud sneeze. Marquis Kallenbach's draped a coat over their... Oh my, the weather's gotten much colder. It will start snowing in the east soon. Estelle, sitting nearby, said, That's right, because the east is where winter comes earliest in the Empire, isn't it? Ha. Sooner or later we'll have to go back to our home in the east for a bit, since we haven't prepared anything for winter. If we leave it as is, the house will get damaged. Litter said excitedly, Home? Are we going back to our home? We'll go together when His Majesty's health has recovered. Kallenbach asked, Is that all right? Yes, we have to travel to the south once anyway. If we want to build an apothecary to grow the antidote herb, the land that the Empress Dowager left me, I've decided to build an apothecary and a charity school on that land. Through this incident, the effectiveness of the antidote herb has been proven, giving the royal family a reason to invest in it. And the new apothecary manager is, of course, Gretel laughed excitedly. It's really like a dream. A place where I can research herbs without limits. I'm so glad that Gretel is happy. I hope you'll help a lot in the future. I'm the one who should be more thankful. As Gretel reached the door, she was still saying, Well then, I'll go review the plans right now. The door opened, and she accidentally came face to face with Fritz. Both of them blushed in embarrassment. Excuse me, may I pass? Not all. Please go ahead, Lady Gretel. Seeing this scene, Estelle chuckled. Kallenbach interjected, The atmosphere between those two has been strange lately. Just then, Hannah ran in from outside, calling out loudly, Your Majesty, something big has happened. Hannah hid a piece of paper behind her back. You should probably go outside and take a look. Estelle looked at what Hannah brought back, her face changing color, her mind in turmoil as she screamed. At the same time, outside the palace, everyone had in their hands the thing that Hannah had brought back. Linden also looked at it, and the servants began to whisper. Kaizen crumpled the paper and asked, Who dared? Who did this? Estelle became the target of gossip and judgment. On that paper was written, the indictment, the tragic love of a noble lady and a low-ranking knight, and the suspicious death of the late empress. The indictment spread throughout the capital in just one day. It's the story of my mother, Count Eklund, and my father. The story was described by mixing in turmoil and love, but instead of directly revealing their identities, it provided enough clues. Perhaps they are trying to let the story spread further through speculation. The more people talk, the more the family's reputation will decline. Marquis Kallenbach said sadly, Why did he drag the innocent Jacqueline into this? Estelle silently analyzed. The truth about the origin of the poison was known only by my mother, my father, and Count Eklund. The indictment has another reason for mentioning my mother. Estelle said, He wants to humiliate me. If I prove my birth in this situation, it would be like boasting that the Empress is the daughter of a traitor. It's truly unpleasant, but he really knows how to use his head. If I remain silent or coldly refuse him from now on, the stain of my birth will follow me for the rest of my life. Not just me, but also the legitimate heir to the royal family. She said, "You just need to pay attention to the so that he doesn't hear such useless stories." Marquis Kallenbach nodded. Another day passed, and the main characters of the indictment were identified as our family just at that moment. For the royal family to bury this matter and to expose the past, the ringleader officially revealed herself. Florin appeared and said, "Your Majesty, I am here to request a public trial." Hearing this, Kaizen sat up abruptly. "You can't, Your Majesty." Florin spoke again. "I will not deny the fact that my father participated in this rebellion. But I did my best to stop the evil actions of my father and Duke Leston. And in that process, I learned this terrible truth. 26 years ago, the poison that killed the late Empress. The truth is that the poison is the same as the one used in this rebellion." Those who heard this began to whisper among themselves, "Your Majesty, please open a trial. Through the trial, we must expose the sins of the Empress, Duke Leston, and the Duchess." Kaizen's eyes turned red, seething with killing intent. Florin was restrained but still smiled provocatively. Kaizen stepped closer to her, grinding his teeth. "Move her to the prison." She thought worriedly. "I was worried it would become a normal scandal. I guess I've touched upon the Emperor's long-held shame." Even while imprisoned in the dungeon, her expression did not change in the slightest. Florin thought that Duke Leston and Count Eklund had hated each other for a long time. It was strange that such a count was friendly only with the Empress. While looking into the connection between the Empress and the Count, I learned of the old scandal between the Count and the Duke's wife. The truth is that 26 years ago, the two met again in the suspicious death of the late Empress. Furthermore, the Duke's attitude was strangely full of confidence. Remembering that time, Marquis Crochin asked worriedly, "But what if the Emperor recovers?" Duke Leston replied confidently, "Don't worry, because that will absolutely not happen." That was clearly the confidence of someone who had already verified it. If the Empress is dragged down by Duke Leston, the Emperor will have no choice but to be on the defensive. The more that happens, the more people will believe the contents of the indictment. Let me struggle to my heart's content, because it seems luck is on my side. At this moment, Estelle rushed over and asked Lyndon, "Has His Majesty heard the news?" Lyndon hesitated. "About that, His Majesty is now in the palace with the Duke." Inside, Kaizen pointed his sword at Leston and said, "You will die here today. No one will know of your death, but you must die knowing your sins. Your crime is that you dared to assassinate the emperor of an empire, and the crime of murdering my mother and hiding it for over 20 years. He mumbled, "That's right, so you know everything? If I had known you were this smart, you would have died with your mother back then." Kaizen raised his sword, about to strike him. Leston immediately asked, "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Kaizen was stopped by his question. He spoke again, "Above all, I can't believe it. You lost your temper and rushed into something that should have been handled secretly. It seems something has happened out there. For example, Your Majesty desperately wants to hide it, but all the sins have been exposed. Do you want to protect the Empress and the Crown Prince? If I disappear now, the suspicion will become even more certain. Just for a moment, I don't know how many more years it can be hidden. This humiliation will eventually come back to haunt you. If Your Majesty is a smart person, you will know which choice is better." Kaizen shouted, "Shut up." Leston loudly proposed, "Please declare me innocent, Your Majesty, with Your Majesty's own hands. After being judged innocent, I will live properly for my daughter and my grandchild. I promise you that." Kaizen frowned and replied, "You mean to tell me to believe those words? If you don't believe me, what other choice is there? Unfortunately, Your Majesty has fallen in love with my daughter. Your Majesty should not have brought that child back." After the conversation, Kaizen wearily left the room. Seeing him, Estelle called out, "Your Majesty." Looking at the sword in his hand, she froze and asked him. Kaizen shook his head and replied, "Not yet." She asked again, "What are you thinking?" He turned around. "We'll talk about that later." Estelle quickly grabbed his hand. "No, we have to talk now. If we don't, we will repeat the same mistake as before." "You're right, but from now on, you won't like what I have to say because I have no intention of verifying any of Duke Leston's crimes." "Your Majesty, those words, that is something I decided before remarrying you. I don't want you to be hurt again because of the matter between me and the Duke." "Your Majesty, if so, then the wrongful death of the late Empress There is no wrongful death here. It's all a fabrication. No, that's not it, Your Majesty. Kaizen interrupted. Estelle, that's enough. Estelle collapsed to the ground and shouted, I have evidence that can prove my father murdered the late Empress. He was stunned. What? When Your Majesty was unconscious, that evidence happened to fall into my hands, and I found out. Kaizen's hand went limp, dropping the sword. That truth. Why do you know that truth? He clutched his head with both hands. That was the one thing I hoped you would never know. How? Your Majesty, the truth can't be hidden forever. Let's not hide anything anymore. All this time, we've only been hiding things from each other, haven't we, Your Majesty? Estelle pulled Kaizen's hand away. His eyes were filled with tears as he asked, Then what should we do? What do you want to do? She gripped his hand tightly. Let's solve this together. And this will be the end of this long ordeal. Later at the imperial court, the buzz of chatter. I can't believe Kroshin, a rebel like that, would accept his daughter's request. Because she made a scene in front of the imperial palace, there was nothing that could be done. Of course you don't know. The contents of the accusation might just be the truth. From outside, a guard announced loudly, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Kaizen entered majestically from outside. He went to the highest seat and sat down. Many people wondered and whispered, Is the Empress not participating? Kaizen's voice rang out. From now, the trial to identify the traitors will begin. Marquis Kroshin shouted, I was framed. I was only following Duke Leston's orders. I had no idea he was planning to harm me. Another person said the two of them met several times. The related correspondence. Marquis Kroshin interrupted. Can't you be quiet? The court clerk reminded, Be quiet now. Then he asked the Duke, Will you defend yourself against these accusations, Duke Leston? Leston looked up. Your Majesty, as the Empress's father, how could I plot treason? Although I had the opportunity to meet privately with the traitorous Marquis, I thought it was a chance to resolve old misunderstandings between us. But I never expected him to have such a wicked plot. It was clear from the beginning that he was using me to implicate the Empress. Marquis Kroshin hastily interjected, That's not true, Your Majesty. It was Duke Leston who prepared the poison used in the assassination. Try searching his residence. The clerk said, It has already been conducted, but nothing was found. Leston gloated silently. What a fool. There's no way I'd leave evidence around until now. At this rate, I'll be acquitted without any problems. Florence spoke up, Your Majesty, with all due confidence. If we accept Duke Leston's position, I think there is a step that must be prioritized. If he claims his innocence on the grounds of being the Empress's father, then isn't it right to prove the blood relationship between the two? The attendees of the trial began to whisper and gossip. Leston slammed his hand on the table. How dare you doubt the Empress's parentage? He gritted his teeth and thought, the girl is definitely my child. From pregnancy to birth, I monitored the entire process, but Florence spoke again. It's a pity that you've guessed wrong. What? A few opinions were raised. That lady's words have a point. If the result is not a blood relation. The clerk banged the table and reminded, Silence, silence. Kaizen's eyebrows knitted together as he glanced towards Florence. She thought to herself, You can't escape. Don't hide anymore and show yourself, because I will drag you down myself. Scene changed. Thur woke up and went to look for Estelle. Mother, Hannah called out, Your Highness Thur, the Empress. Realizing something, Thur ran off. Your Highness, wait a moment. Thur went outside and called loudly, Mother, Grandfather. Thur ran and hugged Kaizen. The boy cried and called, Father, I can't find Mother and Grandfather. Somewhere, a carriage rattled along. Marquis Kallenbach asked, Are you okay? We left in such a hurry that we couldn't say goodbye to the Estelle was silent, then clenched her fist and replied, I couldn't let him know. I hope Hannah will comfort him. She looked outside and thought to herself, Actually, it's because of anxiety and fear. Thur and Kaizen are worried. I don't know if this plan will work. All the people involved have been arrested, but their minions are still hiding in the Empire. The road ahead is clearly a thorny path, but if it's for the three of us, I can. Do it. The carriage then arrived at the Eastern Territory. That night at the Imperial Palace, Thur was sniffling. Kaizen asked, Are you feeling a little better now? Yes. Then let's go to sleep now. Kaizen hugged Thur and lay down on the bed. The boy hugged his teddy bear, dozing off when he suddenly sat up and called, Father. Kaizen was startled by the call. Thur sat up and asked, How many nights do I have to sleep before Mother comes back? Kaizen paused for a moment, then soothed him. Let's see. If Thur doesn't cry and waits patiently, then Mother will come back on the day of the first snow. Thur crossed his arms and turned his face away. You're lying, Father. I'm not at an age to be fooled by those words anymore. He looked at Thur and smiled. The boy also glanced at at him, then hugged him and asked, "You miss Mother too, right?" "That's right. I miss Mother a lot too." Hearing that, the ear laughed with delight. "That's good then. I've been studying hard to figure this out. If you want to live together, you have to make an effort together. Cherish the time you have together. If you miss someone, you have to show it. If you're far apart, you have to make an effort to get closer." "You said you researched this?" He recalled hearing for the secretary earlier. Lately, the Crown Prince has been frequenting the library. "Is there interested in reading?" "More than that." He said he had to find something. When Kaizen arrived, he saw the talking to the dog. The boy said, "I forgot, Bing. If Mother and His Majesty want to live together for a very long time, what should they do?" Remembering this, Kaizen smiled. The said drowsily, just what if?" Kaizen held the boy in his arms and listened to the whisper, "Even if Mother doesn't come back on the day of the first snow, then let's go get her together. If the two of us go together, Mother will definitely come back because she loves Father and me too." "That's right, there. Until then, let's wait for Mother with Father." Saying that, he kissed the forehead. A new day began. A knock sounded along with an announcement. "Today's trial is over." Amidst the noisy chatter, Florin thought to herself, "This is strange. It's been 2 weeks since the first trial, but the Empress hasn't appeared even once. Was she plotting?" Over here, Duke Leston was being led away by the knights. He frowned and thought to himself, "I can't delay the paternity test forever. The more time I drag on, the more contempt there will be. But if the result is that I have even one biological child..." A knight's voice cut off his train of thought. "Ah, Captain Linden, you've all worked hard. Go on ahead." The knight replied, "Thank you, Captain." Meanwhile, Duke Leston glanced around, scouting the area. This is the path to the abandoned palace, so it's not often used. At this moment, Linden was leading someone away. Seeing the person's face revealed, Duke Leston was utterly astonished. He turned his head and screamed, "Send a message to His Majesty the Emperor. I will conduct a paternity test right now." That person recalled a time before. When Duke Leston entered, Estelle's mother introduced, "Husband, please say hello." This is back to the present. This person spoke, "It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Until the Duchess passed away, I was the lady-in-waiting who cared for her. Not long ago, I received this letter." Kaze took it and opened it to look. For days later, come to the eastern outskirts of the capital. Kaze silently recognized Estelle's handwriting and the imperial seal. The lady-in-waiting added, "The 4 days in the letter was 3 days ago. No matter how long I waited, the Empress did not come. I wonder if she anticipated this situation." Kaze was lost in deep thought. At the end of the letter, there were also contingency measures in case the meeting did not happen. He clenched his fist and continued his train of thought, a way to seek help from the Emperor. The meeting place was designated in the eastern outskirts, so Estelle's final destination is highly likely to be in the east. Did something happen on the way back? If a search party is sent, Estelle's disappearance will become officially known. That path would ignite a wider controversy. If I act hastily, I will lose my reputation. If I delay, Estelle could be in danger. Kaze shut his eyes tightly at this difficult choice. He told the lady-in-waiting, "I understand. First, you need the protection of the imperial palace." Outside, a knight knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty." While escorting Duke Leston to the abandoned palace, he caused a disturbance. He said he wants to conduct a paternity test with the Empress immediately. Otherwise, he will prove his blood relationship with his grandson, His Highness the Crown Prince. Before that, Duke Leston was constantly making a fuss. "Call the officials here immediately." He silently cursed at Estelle. That brat didn't even show her face at the trial, and she's pulling these tricks behind the scenes. This is the best way. They love their child dearly, so they will try to end the trial to protect the Crown Prince. So the level of risk is worth taking. Thinking this, he yelled with all his might, "Call the officials. You must tie me up so I cannot escape, so that in the end I will have no choice but to concede, because blood is thicker than anything." Over here, the maid stood before the Emperor's door and knocked. "Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty." Suddenly, she overheard the conversation inside. Then she gossiped with the other maids. "What? So the Empress really ran away in the middle of the night?" The blonde maid from before gestured for them to be quiet. "Sure, I don't know. But the Empress and her maternal grandfather, the Marquis, those two are definitely not in the palace." "Right. It's also strange that she's been in seclusion for this long. What will happen to the poor Crown Prince? Anyway, you all better not talk about this." That night, that maid secretly wrote a letter with the content. "She is not in the palace. She left with an elderly man." That letter quickly reached Florin's nanny. She recalled Florin once saying, "Nanny, please observe the movements outside the palace." Then she pondered to herself, where has the Empress gone? Scene change. Zion was drawing a picture of a horse when he spoke up. Father, can we go horseback riding? Marian immediately refused. The weather is getting chilly, so you must be careful with outdoor activities. Zion said sternly, even if it's an order from the Crown Prince? Marian replied firmly, yes, you cannot. The little boy pouted and thought to himself, to go get mother, I have to be good at riding horses. Thinking that, he put on a sulky attitude, which softened Marian's heart. I will ask Hannah if we can use the indoor riding arena. Zion cheered happily. Wow, you're the best. Marian went outside. Wait a moment, Your Highness. Just then, she met a maid, and Marian called out, you there? Can you watch over the Crown Prince for me for a moment? I'll be right back. She replied yes. Marian let out a sigh of relief and said thank you. But right after that, the maid's expression changed, and she whispered in Marian's ear, but haven't you heard the news? Don't get too close to the Crown Prince, because he's now a kite with its string cut. Marian was startled and shouted, wait. Zion, inside, heard this and looked towards the door with curiosity. Marian asked in alarm, what does that mean? That's the rumor all over the palace. The Empress ran away because she was afraid her origins would be exposed. Duke Leston is demanding a paternity test with the Crown Prince. Everything will be revealed at the next trial. That's why no servant will get close to the Crown Prince. You probably haven't heard, have you? I'll be going now. I can't stay here for long either. Marian's face darkened. Did she say a secret about his birth? Does everyone believe this baseless rumor? His Highness Zion is no different than usual. From the beginning, there's no way the Empress would leave. His Highness behind. Could it be that Florin wrote such an accusation? Because of my family. Marian shuddered when she heard a voice call, Lady. Marian. Hannah, Your Majesty. Hannah asked what's wrong. Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Kaze's sharp gaze made Marian freeze. For a moment, she trembled and stammered, then shouted, there's a bad rumor spreading in the palace. How could that be? Kaze asked, can you find the person who leaked the information? Hannah bowed and replied, yes. The Empress's palace is restricted, so only a few, very limited number of people can enter, so we can find them quickly. Kaze ordered grimly, punish severely those who spread false rumors and all those involved. And give an order to Linden, tell him to send someone to the Eklund estate. Very quickly, Count Eklund came for an audience. I heard you summon me. The reason you summoned me, I already know. Your Majesty, Then he said something to Kaze. Thank you for answering truthfully. I wanted to be sure before I leave. You're leaving? That's right. I will keep it a secret. I will be back soon. Kaze put on a black outfit, along with a face covering, and went to Zion. The boy was riding a horse, and seeing him approach, he called out happily, Father. Then he ran quickly to Kaze's side. Seeing the sword hanging on his person, the boy asked, Father, where are you going? Kaze lifted the boy up into his arms. Father is going to bring mother back. Zir asked, confused. The first snow hasn't fallen yet. He made up a reason. If the first snow falls, it will be very hard for mother to return. Somebody get her first. Zir asked hesitantly, can I go with you? Then he confidently showed off, I'm very good at riding horses now. I've been practicing very hard to go get mother with. Father. Seeing Zir waving his arms and chattering, Kaizen lightly touched Zir's forehead and said, what should we do? Perhaps Zir has to stay at the Imperial Palace. Both mother and father want to return soon. If that's the reason, how long do I have to wait? Even if it's long, it won't be more than a week. Linden stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, if it's a week. Kaizen heard this, understood the meaning, and interrupted. That's right. That's the time left until the next trial. Standing before the three of them, Kaizen said his farewell. I'm leaving. Zir gloomily raised his hand and waved. Marian comforted the boy. Your Highness, it's cold, isn't it? Let's go back now. Zir replied faintly, but there's that thing. Did father leave because of the paternity test? Why do I have to take a paternity test with that mean old man? Tell me, I hate not knowing things. Earlier, Zir had pressed his ear to the door and heard them talking, but he only heard bits and pieces of the conversation. The Empress has fled. Leston, paternity test. At that time, the boy wondered, paternity test, what's that? I've definitely heard it before. Before entering the Imperial Palace, I did that with father. Father and I are a family. That's why we did it. Suddenly, Zir realized something. His eyes filled with shock. Scene changed to Kaizen. He galloped his horse into the forest as if flying, his mind racing. According to the results of the secret pursuit, Estelle was indeed heading east. There are a total of 3 possible places to go from Estelle's last location. Among them, the place where she is most certainly trapped is only that place. Noma Mountains. To reach the capital, one must cross the treacherous mountainous terrain, and this is an area that has recently had heavy snowfall. There's a risk of avalanches everywhere, and a request for military support has also been sent to the capital. Just in time for this, because the search can be conducted under the pretext of snow removal work. However, the Emperor cannot take the lead. A commander who can be trusted and entrusted is needed. For example, someone like this. Commander Cerbel said respectfully, "I have been waiting for you. Your Majesty, as per your Majesty's command." The army consists of many low-ranking soldiers who rarely enter the palace, and I have carefully selected a few elite knights. The elite knights will help your Majesty with the search, and it has been confirmed that the others do not know your two faces. Kaizen nodded and said, "If they recognize us, it will become very awkward, so be careful with your words so nothing leaks out." "Of course, your Majesty, but do you really think you can hide your identity?" Kaizen said confidently, "Don't worry, because there's a way to absolutely not be discovered." The scene changes to a village nestled among high, snow-covered mountains. Estelle looked out the window thoughtfully. "Because of the heavy snow, I've missed the appointment date. I wrote countermeasures in the letter as a precaution, but if it gets any later than this, that will become meaningless too." Suddenly, she was startled and turned her head. Marquis Callan burst through the door, panting. "I heard there's contact from down the mountain. The imperial family has sent troops to clear the snow. The name of that army's commander is Cerbel." Estelle exclaimed in surprise. "Sir Cerbel? There's absolutely no way that's a coincidence. His Majesty sent him." He thought so too. But if they want to climb this high mountain, it will take them several days. Is there no way to shorten the time? Estelle thought worriedly. "How can we make contact all the way up here?" The Marquis said while shaking his head. "All the way up here?" Estelle said, "We have to ask." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly went outside. The Marquis was helpless against Estelle's stubbornness. "What, this child?" Estelle ran out into the cold, snowy weather. "If I can't shorten the time it takes to climb, then I can just go down. If we go together, we can return faster." A moment later, the door swung wide open. The old woman exclaimed in shock, "Oh my goodness. Heavens, you're frozen. Hurry inside." Estelle entered and said, "I'm sorry for startling you. I heard there was contact from down the mountain." "Yes, that's right." Estelle grabbed her hand and asked urgently, "Do you know where the person who contacted you is? If that person hasn't gone down the mountain yet, can you go with me? I have to get down the mountain quickly." "Oh dear, that anything is fine. If there's a way, then really anything is fine." Suddenly, Estelle noticed the flapping sound of wings. A pigeon, a carrier pigeon. Unexpectedly, she knelt down. No, there's really no time left. The old woman quickly helped her up. The fire in the room was still burning brightly to warm the house. "First, warm yourself up. Your hands are frozen solid." Estelle took the cup of water, trembling. "Thank you." The old woman looked at her, let out a breath, and said, "If you go behind the village, you will see a small stream. The water there is warm all 4 seasons. That water is used for drinking and daily use for the whole village. All who come and go from this mountain range pass by that stream, even when the path up the mountain is blocked by snow, because only the area around it doesn't freeze. But it is very narrow and steep, so it's not a place that everyone can pass through. It seems like someone is waiting for you down a mountain, right? Who could it be? Family?" The old woman continued teasingly, "Or a handsome lover, fitting for a beautiful lady like you." Estelle smiled and replied, "It's my husband and son." "Oh my, you have a child already? You don't look it. How old is your son?" "After this winter, he will be 6 years old. Until now, this is the first time we've been apart for so long. I left without even saying goodbye to him. He must have been waiting for a very long time." Estelle thought as she looked out the window. The old woman noticed her mood at this moment. She said, "Although I don't know what's going on, it's urgent, right?" Estelle replied hastily, "Yes, it's a very important matter." "Oh dear, I don't know if telling you this is the right thing to do." Estelle still spoke in an urgent tone. "Please, just getting me to the mountainside is enough." Suddenly the old woman asked, "Do you know that there is nothing sadder for a child than to know their mother is in trouble? Because you are the mother of a child, I am telling you this because I trust you will not act rashly." Estelle replied, "I promise." She began to tell her, "All over this mountain, there's streams of water flowing just like the stream behind the village. Among them, there are cases where the water flows downwards, but on that path, the snow does not fall heavily. In weather like this, it's still possible to travel. However, the warm water only flows down to the mountainside, so from there on, it's no different from a normal mountain path. There is a small village at the end of the stream, but 9 times out of 10, one will surely get lost before arriving. There is only one way to distinguish that waterway. That way is to follow this tea leaf. This tea leaf only grows around the groundwater of the Nomen mountain range. It is a special type of tea. It only grows to a maximum height of a person's waist, so it is very difficult to distinguish from bushes and has no special features. Estelle asked in surprise, "Is it possible to find the way like that?" She looked at the cup of tea and hesitated. A moment later she realized and spoke, "It's the replant." The old woman asked loudly in astonishment, "How did you know?" "When I lived in the East, I studied herbs." Estelle was happy, as if a hope had been lit. "Maybe I can find the way. Can you help me get down there?" The old woman went outside, looked up at the sky, and asked, "I wonder if the heavens will help." Just as we're about to leave, the snow has stopped falling. Then she placed the pigeon in her hand. "It will probably be heavy, but take this friend with you. When you get lost, if you tap it 3 times, it will fly to the nearest village." The Marquis and Estelle looked at the person before them and said, "Thank you so much." Then they began to find their way down the mountain with footprints in the thick snow. The old woman said, "Can you find a replant among these plants?" A moment later, Estelle approached a bush. She pointed and said, "It's this plant." The old woman was surprised. "You really found it." On the way back, it will take about 2 days to reach the mountainside. If the snow falls heavier, or if it seems like you can't go on any further, you must seek help. Estelle hugged her maternal grandfather tightly. "Don't worry, I'll send a letter by pigeon as soon as I arrive." The Marquis said, "If there's no news after 3 days, I will come looking for you." Estelle thought to herself, "I've had to ask a cruel thing of my grandfather, but if I were alone, I couldn't act so recklessly like this. I only trust you. It must be that only the ground here is not frozen and is still normal." Just like that, she followed the dirt path, walking alone. After walking a while, she held out her hand. "Ah, it's snowing again." She reassured herself, "I can still go on, I just need to reach the mountainside." Think of Zion and Kaizen. On the other side of the road, 2 people are waiting for me. Scene changed to Kaizen's group. The snow removal of Nomen Mountain will begin now. The goal is to ensure smooth passage and rescue. People on the mountain, move in your designated formations. "Yes, sir." Commander Cerbel continuously coordinated the group of knights. "Move from this side. Be careful." Suddenly someone shouted, "There's a person here." That person was completely covered up and sitting on the snow. It was Lady Florin's nanny. She spoke gratefully. "Thanks to the soldiers, I am saved." Kaizen walked over and asked, "How did you get here?" "I was on my way back to my home on the mountaintop and stopped." Kaizen immediately said, "We are also on our way up the mountain. You should come with us." "Thank you so much." She was suddenly surprised when she looked into Kaizen's eyes. Then she quickly turned her face away to avoid him. Kaizen then also left. She thought to herself, "For a moment, I thought that person was the Emperor. It could be a mistake, since I've never seen the Emperor's face directly." A shout rang out, "Let's keep moving." Changed to Estelle's situation. She began to pant, huff. Her face flushed in the cold snow. She thought with a shiver. The path is gradually becoming more treacherous. Finding the replant has also become difficult. Have I reached the point where the water stops flowing? If so, there must be people nearby. Just then, she faintly heard someone's conversation. She turned to look and discovered they were soldiers. She froze and raised her hand, but quickly stopped, wary. "Wait, I have to be careful. They might recognize my face and could also be spies disguised as soldiers. If the soldiers are searching around here, then Sir Siebel must not be far away. If I find him, it will be much safer." Estelle quickly turned to leave when she heard them say, "There are footprints here." Estelle was surprised to see that on the opposite side, there were also soldiers. She had no choice but to sit down behind a large tree trunk. The soldiers said to each other, "These are fresh footprints, not long old. Based on the size of the footprints, they must be a woman's." Estelle sat quietly, her chest pounding with each thud from the extreme. Tension. Someone is chasing me. What is their intention? A familiar voice faintly echoed, "Follow me." Estelle quickly turned her head to look, but only saw 2 soldiers. She wondered, did I miss here? That's right, there's no reason for Kaizen to be here. She discovered that the replants were only concentrated on this side. Is there stagnant water nearby? Suddenly a voice rang out that startled her. Commander Siebel. Estelle immediately turned to look in the direction the voice came from. But at that moment, someone appeared behind her, a rope tightly gripped in his hand. Then he suddenly tightened it around Estelle's neck and pulled hard. She laughed maliciously. I didn't expect to find you even before the soldiers. My luck is really good. Estelle looked up and realized this person was Lady Florin's nanny. As she tightened the rope, she said, I have no ill will towards you, Empress. Estelle fumbled to open the birdcage. She told herself, no, stay conscious. The pigeon finally escaped the cage. It quickly attacked the woman's face. Estelle took the opportunity to escape. The woman said, don't do useless things. Estelle ran, panting and thinking, which direction did I hear the sound from? Sir Siebel is nearby. I have to get help. She tried her best to call out, Siebel, Sir Siebel. Commander Siebel heard it and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He called out in surprise, Empress. At this moment, Estelle froze. She remembered from before, the replants are only concentrated on this side. Is there stagnant water nearby? She looked at her reflection in the transparent ice, stunned. Since when was this no longer solid ground? At that moment, the ice cracked and immediately broke. Estelle slowly sank into the cold water, memories flooding back to her. Even though in the past, I once fell into a lake in winter. At that time, Kaizen, at this very moment, a desperate scream rang out. Estelle, Empress Estelle. Kaizen held her up and called out in alarm. Estelle. Rewind to a few minutes earlier. Kaizen and the group of soldiers were walking when the sound of flapping wings echoed. He turned around and a pigeon flew towards him. He thought in surprise, a carrier pigeon? Seeing Kaizen standing there stunned, a soldier turned back bewildered. At that moment, he heard Estelle's voice. Sir Siebel. Kaizen realized it was Estelle. Estelle is nearby. He dashed like the wind to where the cry came from, just in time to see her fall into the cold water. He screamed, Estelle, and jumped in. Back to the present, he held her in his arms, frantically calling her name. This ligature mark on her neck is... Siebel had also caught the culprit and dragged her over. She was still clutching the rope in her hand. Kaizen gritted his teeth. Damn it, there's a spy. Then he looked down at the limp Estelle. Kaizen felt as if the sky was falling. Everything turned dark. Estelle, wake up. From this moment, I couldn't feel her breath anymore. He shook her and called loudly, wake up, Estelle. Kaizen's hands trembled, his heart pounding with the thought, no, this can't be. He began to place his hands on her chest and press with all his might, then gave her rescue breaths. It's not working, but Estelle showed no signs of waking up. Tears began to stream down Kaizen's face. He tremblingly pulled her into his arms, after which only a cry that tore through the sky could be heard. Estelle. Elsewhere, Hannah reassured Zir, don't worry too much. Your Highness, they'll be back tomorrow. Hannah, good night. Hannah went out and closed the door, tears unknowingly falling from her eyes. His Highness hasn't had any energy for days. Do we have to keep this a secret until the very end? Remembering earlier, Zir had said with teary eyes, why do I have to take a paternity test with that mean old man? Tell me, I hate not knowing things. At that time, Marion bowed and said to Hannah, I explained that the Duke did something wrong and is acting unreasonably. Because he doesn't want to be punished, if he says his Highness is his relative, then no one can treat him arbitrarily. Inside the room, Zir picked up the bear and whispered, Rebin, what should I do? After asking, he pressed the bear to his ear as if to listen to it speak. Suddenly he said, I know. Zir immediately went to the door and said to the knight, I want to go to Sir Lyndon's place. Then Lyndon ran over and asked, Your Highness, what do you need at this hour? Zir spoke up, Sir Lyndon, I have a favor to ask of you. The next day at the temple, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone wondered the appointed time has passed. Why has no one arrived? Suddenly, the door opened with an announcement. The Crown Prince is entering. Duke Leston was surprised. His Highness the Crown Prince? Then he smirked sinisterly. It really is His Highness the Crown Prince. He smugly turned to Zir and said, Your Highness, so you came to see this grandfather of yours. Then he hurriedly urged, proceed with the bloodline test. The priest hesitated, but then turning to look at Lyndon questioningly, he received a nod from Lyndon. He thought to himself, I also don't know if this is the right choice or not. There is no other way but to trust in this small, and young future master. Starting with Duke Leston, please drop your blood into the holy chalice. He confidently held out his hand with a smug look. A drop of blood was dripped. Plop. Then it was His Highness the Crown Prince's turn. Zir pressed his lips together tightly and suddenly said, "I will not do it." He spoke firmly with a resolute expression. I, Crown Prince Zir Rastiel, officially refused the bloodline test with Duke Leston. The astonished Duke Leston shouted loudly, "Your Highness!" Lyndon reminded him, "Please act with caution, Duke. There are many eyes watching." He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Zir asked, "Duke Leston, when was the first day you met me?" "In the summer of this year." "Your Highness, that's strange. I'm almost 6 years old. Why have I not been able to see your face all this time?" He was speechless for a moment, then made an excuse. "It was the Empress's wish, Your Highness. What parent doesn't miss their child?" Hearing Zir say that, he gulped. The boy continued, "If you wanted to, couldn't you have come see me?" He replied, trembling, "I was foolish. I thought that because of me, my daughter had suffered, so I didn't have the courage to come and see you." Mother also had courage when she married the emperor, didn't she? He shouted loudly, "Stop it, Your Highness. This has nothing to do with this trial." Priest, quickly proceed with the bloodline test. Isn't the bloodline test to prove that we are a family? The Duke hasn't sought out my family for 6 years, yet every time we meet, you treat my mother so casually. Even though my mother said she didn't like it, you still reluctantly drag her along, and if I don't obey, you will use physical force. I don't need such a wicked grandfather. Zir said forcefully, "So I will not do the bloodline test." The people below began to whisper. He bowed his head and muttered, "How dare you?" Suddenly he grabbed Zir's hand, pulled him, and said, continuing his previous words, "You think you could deny our blood relationship just like that? Duke Leston, let go immediately. Family is not like that. Even if you want to cast it away, you can't. The one thing that no one can deny is the relationship of family and blood." Duke Leston, suddenly at this moment the door opened. A voice rang out. "That's different from what you said. Didn't you say that you don't need a daughter who isn't the Empress? So I should get lost?" He was shocked. This voice, Estelle. Just as he thought, Kaizen entered with Estelle. He smirked and called out, "Lyndon." Immediately a slapping sound was heard along with a cry. "Ugh." The two of them approached and called, "Zir, come here." The boy immediately replied, "Mother, father," and quickly ran over. Kaizen hugged his son tightly. Estelle asked him to take care of Zir. Kaizen nodded in agreement. As Estelle approached the Duke, she turned back and called, "Come in." Seeing the people who entered, Duke Leston froze. The lady-in-waiting I once saw at the Imperial Palace, and not just her. The doctor who had examined Jacqueline, the stable keeper who had returned to his hometown, even the chef who used to work at the Imperial Palace. All of those people were familiar. Estelle looked at him, sweating profusely, and thought, "For the past few weeks, I have been searching for witnesses to my father's evil deeds. Even if all the decisive clues have been cut off, the people he remembers must still be around." The witnesses began to speak. At that time, the Duchess could hardly expect to recover any further, both mentally and physically. He asked me to find herbs on a cyclical basis. A month after the late Empress passed away, a news expert said a high-ranking chef suddenly quit. Estelle thought that surely each of their statements alone had no power. But if they were gathered in the right place, they could paint the core shape of the event that had been cut away. And according to the handwriting analysis, this is indeed the diary of the deceased Duchess. Furthermore, the components of the poison recorded in the diary and the poison used in the assassination attempt are almost identical. The content of the diary was confirmed to be consistent with the witnesses' testimonies. Duke Leston shouted, "This is a trap. Forged evidence? Do you think I will let this stand?" Estelle looked at him and asked, "What can you do?" She was confident because they had been promised absolute protection. It wasn't her who directly persuaded them. He trembled with anger, cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. How could you turn your own father into a traitor?" Suddenly, Lady Florin laughed and said, "The Empress is truly wise. If the Empress herself proves her father's guilt, do you think you can escape?" Duke Leston clenched his fists. The current situation is not good. No matter what, he had to drag the Empress down with him. Lady Florin spoke again. "If the Empress skips the bloodline test, then you can never shake off the suspicion of your illegitimate birth." Estelle replied to her with a smirk. "I will not evade it." She declared loudly, "Right here I will agree to a bloodline test with him. The holy chalice already has Duke Leston's blood, right? I just need to drop my blood into this chalice, and it can be confirmed, right? Lady Florin gritted her teeth and thought, I didn't expect her to accept so easily. Then she asked, what if the result is not that of a biological child? Estelle glanced at her darkly. Lady Florin, don't misunderstand. You have no right to interfere in this matter. Hearing that, she blushed with shame. Estelle turned around, but if you want to be more certain, fine, Count. Eklund, it's a bit sudden, but could you do a bloodline test with me? To the Count's astonishment, the people around buzzed with discussion. Oh my goodness. So direct, but Count Eklund quickly agreed, I understand. With that, he approached Estelle. He quickly held out his hand. A drop of blood began to fall. Now, it's the Empress's turn. Blood from Estelle's finger also began to flow, slowly falling into the holy chalice containing Count Eklund's drop of blood, and also the holy chalice containing the drop of blood of Duke Leston. A yellow light flared up, brilliantly illuminating the room. Lady Florin was silently shocked to realize the side where the light appeared was Duke Leston's holy chalice. Estelle asked Duke Leston, why that face? It's the obvious result. You were the only one who doubted Mother and me. He was speechless and stammered. You let go? I said let go. Estelle approached Count Eklund. Thank you for your cooperation, Count. He smiled and shook his head, saying, not at all. Estelle thought to herself, as expected, not surprised at all. Before Kaizen left, he had asked the Count if the suspicions were true. Count Eklund had replied, Your Majesty, I swear to God, I am not the Empress's biological father. The Duchess and I were in love when we were young, that is true. But I have never done anything improper in my life. He had told the truth. Estelle spoke up. This seems to be enough of an explanation. I am willing to agree, even if further investigation is needed. However, the sentencing will be after all the remaining traitors are convicted. Lady Florin's face darkened, and she froze. The preparatory procedures are complete, so the trial will end. Sable grabbed Florin's arm. I will take you back to the prison. She thought to herself, it can't end like this. What should I do? What more can I do? How can I? She screamed, Your Highness the Crown Prince. For the 6 years the Empress and Your Highness were in the East, the Emperor also did not look for you too. If so, doesn't that mean His Majesty also has no right to have a family? Estelle covered her son's ears. Zio, don't listen. She continued to crane her neck. If it weren't for the imperial bloodline, the Emperor would not only have not looked for Your Highness, but he wouldn't even know his own. Son, as soon as she finished, a sharp slap rang out. The one who hit her was Marion. Come to your senses, Florin. You have to know where the bottom is. It's all over. With that, Marion turned and bowed in apology. Lady Florin was dragged away, but was still thinking. Anyway, this is no different from that time. In the end, why? Why can't I ever catch up to you people? On this side, Estelle's family walked away. Kaizen held her hand tightly. Zio looked at Kaizen and thought, because of Lady Florin's words. The boy spoke up, Father. He turned and asked, What is it, Zio? The boy touched Kaizen's flushed face. It's okay even if you were late, because you love me. And I love you too. Zio beamed with sparkling eyes. Right? Kaizen's eyes seemed to smile as he answered Zio's question. You're right. I love you very much. And after the bloodline test, everything was resolved quickly. For the criminals, the price to be paid for their crimes. And the death penalty was ordered for Marquis Crochan. The criminals pleaded, Your Majesty, please have mercy, Your Majesty. The descendants of Crochan and the retainers who participated in the rebellion were also executed. It's a long way to go, so we must set off. And Lady Florin was sentenced to exile. This was a special case. Marion stood, watching her sister being taken away, stunned. Suddenly, Estelle came from behind and asked, Is it okay not to go and see her? It might be the last chance. She turned in surprise and called, Empress. Then she shook her head and replied, No, it's better that I don't go. Thank you for saving her life. Sparing her life was not for a reason of mercy. It's just that at her age, with that weak body, passing time in a small room without any light, I think that is more painful than death, because there are lives that are worse than death. Suddenly Hannah entered and announced, Excuse me, Empress. Someone requests an audience, but that person is none other than Duke Bellion. He entered quickly. Thank you for granting me an audience. And please speak comfortably as I am no longer a nobleman. Estelle thought in surprise. He said he was disowned from his family because of this incident. She asked, Is that so? What is it? I plan to leave the capital. Before I go, I want to apologize, Empress. He repeated, I want to offer my apologies to the Empress. In the past, due to my own meaningless judgments, I was disrespectful to you. I am sorry for causing you trouble. I was arrogant, truly foolish, but I dare to ask you, please let me atone for my mistakes. Bellion continued, trembling. Could you give me one more chance? Please agree. Please let me be able to work for the imperial family one more time. To think that Duke Bellion would bow his head like this before me. Things have changed so much, haven't they? Thinking this, Estelle said, I highly value Duke Bellion's loyalty. But as for chances, haven't there been enough until now? She thought to herself, even though he was disrespectful to me in the past, I was worried that I might need his help one day, so I ended things on good terms. But that help is no longer necessary. Now, she turned away. I think I have been polite enough by allowing you to be here today. Go back for now, Bellion. I will take my leave. I have been very disrespectful in the past. In her heart, Estelle had already thought, my words are cold, but I will watch him for a while. As time passes, if his sincerity remains the same, it might be a good idea to use him. The remaining matter now, Brother Fritz took this opportunity to resign from his position as Minister of Internal Affairs. He said he wanted to temporarily leave the capital and rest quietly. I don't know if there is another purpose. I also reunited with my maternal grandfather after leaving the snowy mountain. I also sent a separate thank you to Sir Sable, who helped a lot in the search. At this time, Sable said, I only did what was natural. Then he approached, knelt down, and kissed the back of her hand. Because I will serve the royal family forever. Kaizen, standing beside them, looked like he was about to catch fire. Estelle quickly withdrew her hand and gave a forced laugh. Time passed like that, and finally, my father's execution date was approaching. Tomorrow? That's right, because he is the Empress's father, he will not be publicly executed. He trembled in fear, constantly muttering, I have to escape, I don't want to yet, what should I do? Suddenly a loud bang was heard. He turned to see the guard had been knocked down. Who is it? Someone stood before the door, holding a gleaming key. Duke Leston was suddenly grabbed. He struggled with all his might. Then he was dragged outside and thrown to the ground. Thud. Seeing that person, Duke Leston called out in shock. Count Eklund, what kind of trick are you playing? Zero Eklund, what right do you have? A sword was placed against his neck, right? Do you think you are the one who has the right to say that? You not only killed your wife, but you also lived by sucking the marrow from your children's bones. The reason I haven't avenged Jacqueline all this time is because you are the father of her children. If I had known you were such a useless person, I would have torn you to pieces right away. Duke Leston laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Pretending to be so noble, but you can't hide your lowly birth. It wouldn't be enough even if you thank me. Estelle is definitely my child. If so, then clearly the baby in the diary must be the first one. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, your child, the child born with your lowly blood. I fed it, clothed it, raised it. There's nothing more to say. It's truly pitiful for those two to have a father like you. As he finished, Count Eklund slashed him once. Remember this clearly. It's true that Jacqueline tried to raise my child by deceiving you. But that child was miscarried before she held her wedding with you. The young Duke and the Empress are definitely the children of you. Hearing that, Duke Leston looked up and asked, what? Count Eklund slashed again. This is the first time I've seen you look so pitiful, living without even being able to trust your own children. Duke Leston fell back. Wait, hold on. Another slash of the sword came. He cried out for help in vain. Help me. I told you before, I won't kill you so easily. On this side, Kaizen received the news. He nodded and gave an order, announced that he has been executed according to the law. Yes, your majesty. It's really over. Finally, the end that I have long wished for has come. Kaizen let out a sigh. Now all that's left is to wait. To wait for her to return to me. The next day, Hannah asked Estelle, do you really have to go? Don't worry, Hannah. This time it's different. Hannah said with teary eyes, I know, but Estelle reassured her. It's okay. I will definitely come back. And I have decided to leave the Imperial Palace for a while. All the treason cases have been resolved, but to avoid being criticized for unreasonable immunity, there is no other way. By the way, I also want to personally reorganize the newly built pharmacy. Lyndon entered and said, we should get going. As Estelle was about to mount her horse, she heard a call. Estelle. She immediately turned to look and saw Kaizen with Zier hiding behind him. She spoke. Zier, mother has to go. Kaizen picked Zier up. Come on, didn't you promise you would talk properly? Zier bowed his head and sniffled, saying, goodbye, mother. Then he suddenly burst into sobs, wah wah wah, leaving the two of them standing there stunned. Estelle comforted him. Zier, mother will really be back soon. Don't cry anymore. The boy grabbed his mother's hand. Mother, please come back soon. You have to come back quickly. Don't forget Zier. Estelle, moved and teary-eyed, held her son's hand tightly. I promise, it really won't take long. We have traveled a very long road. Perhaps this is not the end. Perhaps a longer road awaits us. Even so, the reason I'm not afraid. At this moment, Zir arrived at the place where Estelle was living, running, and calling, "Mother." Then he unfortunately tripped and fell with a thud, startling an old woman standing nearby. "Oh my, you must be careful," the old woman said as she bandaged Zir's wound. She thought to herself, even so, the supply of herbs has become much more convenient, all thanks to that person. But when I heard that the child's mother was a princess and a former empress, I thought I was going to faint. "Have you been well all this time?" A girl waved and asked loudly, "Do you know where Lady Estelle is?" The girl immediately received an answer. It seems she went to the greenhouse with the antidote grass a while ago. Then I'm not wrong, am I? At the greenhouse, Estelle was picking herbs when she heard a bark, woof woof. She turned and called, "Balin." Then her eyes fell upon Kaizen and Zir approaching, father and son. In his hand, he held a colorful bouquet of flowers. He called Estelle. She looked at the two of them, unable to hide her astonishment. Zir beamed and shouted, "I came to pick you up, mother." Then the two of them quickly rushed over. Estelle said to herself, "The reason I am not afraid is because we will no longer hide anything from each other, and our family of 3 is together." After a long journey full of hardships and challenges, the series How to Hide the Emperor's Child has come to an end. The video will pause here. See you again in the next part. While waiting for the new part of this series, please visit the channel to watch other series that are just as good to kill time. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Thank you. I wish you a happy and energetic day.